Listen, I know what you're thinking. I'm a little bit paler than the guy that usually sits in this seat. Joe Bob is not here this evening. He's doing something much more important. Him and his wonderful wife have welcomed a beautiful baby boy into this world. Please join me in praying for that family and sending blessings their way. Congratulations to Joe Bob and on that new bundle of joy, man. We are so excited for you here. The entire Turning Point family salutes you. My name is Chris Hand, and I've done the hosting thing a little bit. I host a conservative radio show in Nashville, Tennessee, Monday through Friday. If you ever want to tune in, it's on Super Talk 99.7 WTM. But tonight, I am your guest host. This is Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the cultural comeback of America here on Real America's Voice, and the comeback continues. Let's jump right into it. We've seen so much good news since the horrible news that we saw just 2 weeks ago. And while that news has been devastating, the loss of Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA's founder, we found ourselves in the midst of revival that we can't fully comprehend yet. I saw a post on Twitter a couple days ago where it said, I never saw, I heard about the stories of martyrs and how the blood of martyrs pushed forward Christianity, but I've never understood it until this very moment. And I feel the exact same way. And that revival continues. It actually continued on University of Pittsburgh's campus late last week. They had a huge event, a revival event that saw 80 baptisms and 65 conversions to Christianity. This is one of the most hopeful aspects of what could come out of the devastation that we saw late 2 weeks ago. It's unbelievable that it's already been just about 2 weeks. It feels like it's 15 minutes and 200 years at the exact same time. And it's still hard to wrap my head around. But when you see the good that's coming from it, it just really underlines that God won't waste your pain. So in Pittsburgh, we saw hundreds proclaim the name of Jesus Christ, dozens baptized at a Pit for Jesus event. And I'm not sure if you understand this, but Pittsburgh is not exactly the bastion of faith or conservatism in America. It's actually a very blue city. So when we see this kind of stuff happening on college campuses, I know if there is a window in heaven, Charlie Kirk is looking down and he is smiling big because he led with his faith. And to see young people around America leading with their faith, it is honestly the best thing that could come from this. So we are ecstatic to watch this unwind in real time. We're ecstatic when we see the memorial service from last Sunday reaching every corner of the globe, the word, the gospel hitting every corner of the globe. And to see that kind of positivity in light of the negativity that we saw just 2 weeks ago, it's really heartwarming, and I'm grateful for it, and praise God that we can see stuff like this happening. We're seeing a lot of good, actually. And when we see the Christian revival happening, it's important to underline the fact that Christians are the most persecuted religion and religious people on the planet, and bar none. You see, we kind of live in a bubble in America, and we don't honestly pick that up very often and carry the cross the way we should, the way some others have to, where they fear going to church and they fear violence by praising Jesus. But just the other day at the UN, when Donald Trump spoke to the UN General Assembly in New York, he highlighted it, and I think that Americans need to hear this message, and Christians need to hear this message. This is cut 24, President Trump telling the UN exactly what we all know, but we all need to hear again and again.
Our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary.
You know, it's amazing to see the president saying that to all the world leaders at the UN General Assembly. And it's amazing to hear the name of Christ just lifted up in the public square. It's amazing to see our leaders that we voted for leading with their faith. And we saw that on Sunday at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. We saw every member of the cabinet lift up the name of Jesus Christ. We saw J.D. Vance tear up a bit when he talked about how he held his faith a little bit closer to the chest than he maybe should have. But in the past 2 weeks, he's mentioned Jesus more than any time in his political career. And again, with all the evil that we've seen in the world, and we are seeing evil, make no mistake about it, evil is real. The fact remains that our Lord and Savior is real as well. And his name should be raised. His name should be lifted. And to see our leaders do it, it's very comforting. One of the other comforting things that we saw coming out of the memorial service for Charlie Kirk was the explosion of interest in Turning Point USA chapters. Andrew Colvett, who had an amazing speech at the memorial service, is the executive producer for the Charlie Kirk Show. He's also the spokesperson for Turning Point USA. And I've met Andrew a couple times, and he's a great guy. But he posted a tweet on X, and you could hear the excitement in the tweet. I don't know if you ever read a tweet and you can kind of read it in that person's voice and you can feel the energy coming off the page. But I could with this tweet. He said, huge update, huge. After Sunday's memorial service for Charlie, TPUSA received a massive surge of inquiries to start new chapters. And we've seen this already. Now, before the memorial service on Sunday, we were at right around 60,000 requests, which is unbelievable and not anything to bat an eye at. But after the memorial service on Sunday, where we had 100 million people watching online, 70,000 people in attendance, those numbers have doubled. We are now at 120,000 inquiries for Turning Point USA chapters. Now, I've been connected with Turning Point for a while, and you know, there's a lot of people around the building and at headquarters that are connected, and we're all getting the same questions. How do I get involved? How can I make a difference in my community? And I would say start by leading with your faith. Second, go to tpusa.com. Click that Get Involved button. That's your first step. And then I would tell you to be patient because with 120,000 inquiries, the staff that we have, well, you know, it's going to take them a second. And they're working as hard as they can, and they have been working so hard. We have to commend that staff, what they were able to do in 7 days with the amount of grief that they're going through. I can't tell you how proud I am of them. But I was talking to a Turning Point student. They well, not a Turning Point student yet, but they had reached out for a chapter. This is on my radio show. And he said, I haven't heard anything back. And I said, well, don't wait. I said, start, get organized. Turning Point will catch up with you. And when they do, you're already going to be ahead of the game. So you can do the exact same thing. In Oklahoma, we saw something even more encouraging where the superintendent of schools actually said in an announcement that every high school in the state, every single one, is going to have a Turning Point chapter as a part of this new partnership that they have unveiled. If you can, play Cut 25. This is the superintendent of Oklahoma schools.
I'm excited to announce today that every Oklahoma high school will have a Turning Point USA chapter. We have seen the outpouring from parents, teachers, and students that want to be engaged in the meaningful work going on at Turning Point. They want their young people to be engaged in a process that understands free speech, open engagement, dialogue about American greatness, a dialogue around American values. We're so excited to partner with Turning Point USA with this initiative. For far too long, we have seen radical leftists with the teachers union dominate classrooms and push woke indoctrination on our kids. They fight parents' rights. They push parents out of the classroom, and they lie to our kids about American history. What we're going to continue to do is make sure that our kids understand American greatness, engage in civic dialogue, and have that open discussion. We will continue to do all that we can to make sure Oklahoma students have the best education possible.
I mean, if that doesn't just tickle you pink, I don't know what will. I mentioned the window from heaven. If Charlie Kirk is looking down, this is exactly what we need. Kids need to know the truth about the Lord, the truth about the country. And with these partnerships, we're only going to push that truth forward even harder. And I love the Turning Point staff, man. They have not backed down. You saw last night, they aired that special episode with Michael Knowles. We're already back on college campuses, which is unbelievable. Not backing down, not conceding, not giving up this space to the left. We have to keep fighting peacefully, but we have to get loud. And we have to make sure that we're not giving up space without a fight. We have to be in the fight. And Turning Point USA is leading that fight. Tomorrow night, they're going to be at Virginia Tech with Megyn Kelly and Glenn Youngkin. We're really looking forward to that. And we're really just praising God that not only are we back out there, but that people like Megyn Kelly and Michael Knowles, they're stepping up in the absence of Charlie. They're stepping up for Charlie, and we can all do that. Everyone can do that. It's time to stop being shy. It's time to be bold. I actually saw just the other day, Cubs rookie Matt Shaw, which was Charlie's favorite baseball team, the Chicago Cubs. He actually went to the memorial service. He skipped a game to go to the memorial service. And it seemed like he was being set up by the press inside the locker room at, I think this was at Wrigley Stadium. And he was asked about any backlash. Oh, are you facing any backlash? Oh. And he looked at them. He said, I don't care about backlash. Play cut 26. This is Cubs rookie Matt Shaw.
All the veteran players that I've talked to, and really the whole team, having their support was really important to me. And then, I mean, Charlie, he was someone that I met at the apartments in Arizona where I lived, and then someone who was one of the biggest Cubs fans I ever met. And he texted me after every game, great win for the Cubbies, and he was super, super supportive of us, and obviously someone who's really faithful, so we connected on that front as well. But yeah, I mean, his wife Erica had texted me asking me if I would come to the funeral, and I felt as though it was something that was really important for me to do.
Are you concerned about the backlash, because there is a lot of politics about this?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm not concerned at all. No, my connection with Charlie was through our faith. That's something that drives me every day. That's the reason why I'm able to do what I do every day, and that's something I'm extremely thankful for.
I love it. You're not afraid. We're being more bold. We're seeing that across the country. You're feeling the culture shift in the air. And for so long, we had sports stars that were afraid to speak out in any way, unless it was LeBron James talking about how great China was. That was fine. That was good. No worries about that. But Matt Shaw, I hope his jersey gets sold out. Does anybody else hope that? I might look for a Matt Shaw jersey. He did receive some backlash, though. It was New York Mets announcers were giving him grief. A New York Mets announcer by the name of Gary Cohen criticized him for skipping a game for a memorial service. What a jerk. He said, I don't want to talk about any of the politics of it, but the thought of leaving your team in the middle of a race for any reason other than a family emergency really strikes me as weird. Weird. Listen, Gary, I'll tell you, your boos mean nothing because we've seen what makes you cheer. We got a lot more on the way. Again, my name is Chris Hand. I'm filling in for Joe Bob this evening. He is out exactly where he needs to be with his wonderful wife and their beautiful new baby boy. Congratulations to Joe Bob. The whole Turning Point family just salutes you, man. You're doing exactly what Charlie would want. You lead with your faith, you're bold, you're courageous, and you're growing that family to do the exact same thing. God bless you, man. We got a lot more on the way. We're going to talk about Donald Trump and his meeting at the UN General Assembly. He was supposed to give a speech, and the teleprompter went out. That was weird. And then he was supposed to go up an escalator, and then the escalator doesn't work. And I don't know about you, but I thought to myself, this smells like a setup. We'll talk about it when we get back. This is Turning Point tonight on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to Turning Point tonight. My name is Chris Hand. Joe Bob is out doing exactly what Charlie Kirk would want him to do, growing that family. Yep, Joe Bob and his beautiful wife have welcomed a baby boy into the world. Please join me in praying for that family and praying for that healthy baby boy. In the meantime, I'm really excited to be with you tonight. I host a conservative radio show in Nashville Monday through Friday, in case you ever want to tune in on 99.7 WTN. But we got a lot to talk about this evening. And I'm telling you, if Charlie was still with us, he would have loved what he saw from Donald Trump at the UN General Assembly just a couple days ago. Listen to the rundown, okay? He called for protections for Christians, the most persecuted religion in the world. Awesome. He eviscerated the UN for funding mass migration into the U.S. and Western countries. He said Europe needs to stop adopting Sharia law. He harshly criticized globalism. He slammed the UN for their climate alarmism. He promoted fossil fuels. He scorched countries for funding Russia's war against Ukraine because they're buying their oil. He urged countries to stop falling for the Green New scam. He said the UN doesn't back up its word with any meaningful action on any issues or matter. He preached American exceptionalism, and he demanded the end to biological weapons, which are real, by the way. Bioweapons and bioterrorism is one of the scariest things that we face, and we all should be paying more attention to that. And for Donald Trump to say that at the UN was a huge moment, but it was moment after moment after moment with Donald Trump at the UN. I mean, I think Charlie would have been proud at any one of those things, but he touched on all of them. And he touched on all of them, I believe, because they turned off his teleprompter. Yes, they turned off his teleprompter. Not just that, but they also stopped the escalator when POTUS and FLOTUS were getting on. If you can, let's show the escalator clip. This is cut one. This is Trump and Melania jumping on the escalator at the UN.
We're going to push Zelensky for peace, President Trump.
So they're walking over. Everything's good. It's moving, and oh, weird.
President Trump. Schumer.
Weird. Now, listen, what they're going to tell you is that's a happy little accident. That's just a sweet little coincidence. It's not, actually. That was intentional. And we saw it in the reporting from the Times on Sunday. They reported on Sunday, mind you, to mark Trump's arrival, UN staff members have joked that they may turn off the escalators and simply tell him they ran out of money, so he has to walk up the stairs. What good is the UN for? Honestly. Now, there's actually some serious concerns about that, especially given the light of what we've seen with Charlie Kirk. Susan Crabtree is an awesome reporter. She works with Real Clear Politics. I've had her on my radio show quite a few times. Really nice lady. But she's got some great Secret Service sources. And she posted this tweet. Why did Secret Service allow President Trump and Melania to get stalled on an escalator today at the UN General Assembly before his speech without moving quickly to protect the leader of the free world and his wife? The stalled escalator with President Trump and First Lady Melania stuck on it was a classic setup for an assassination. Yet the Secret Service barely noticed and didn't pull POTUS or FLOTUS off the suddenly stopped stairs, Secret Service sources warn. So while Trump and his Justice Department and AG Bondi and the Secret Service celebrate Ryan Ruth's conviction, which is good, the president's security team with its zero-fail mission needs to be ever vigilant. Today could have been a horrible split screen. She's absolutely right. And we've seen a lot from the Secret Service that gives you pause. I mean, not going back to July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, but even more recently than that, we had Secret Service agents celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination on Facebook. What? Like, this is the guy that's supposed to be protecting the president, protecting the first lady, protecting Barron, protecting everybody. They're going to celebrate Charlie's assassination. There's some serious issues at Secret Service that need to be addressed, and I pray that they get addressed soon before we find ourselves in another situation where we're having to go to a memorial service. Honestly, that's not hyperbole. I'm being serious. We need to pay attention. We need to be vigilant, and somebody over at Secret Service needs to get their act together. I almost said a curse word. I said Charlie's been proud about a lot of things. He wouldn't have been too pleased about that. So this is where we're at, right? So they shut off the escalator on him. Awesome. Really great, guys. Appreciate it. They also cut off his teleprompter. This is cut two. Donald Trump, he goes up to start giving his speech, and then the teleprompter starts working.
Very much appreciated. and I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working.
Listen, he jokes his way through it.
You, nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
Again, he jokes his way through it, but you have to look at this situation a little bit more seriously. And I love the president's good nature. I love that he's not getting irritated and angry on the world stage, but this is sabotage. And if you got people willing to do this with what we've seen happen in recent weeks, what else are they going to be willing to do? We have to stay vigilant. Now, he kept going, and he spoke from the heart. He had a speech in front of him, but listen, if you were hoping for a quick Donald Trump speech, you were in for a rude awakening, because now the prompters were off and Donald Trump was just set loose. That's my favorite kind of Donald Trump, full disclosure. But over on MSNBC, we had former Biden State Department spokesman Ned Price, who, he used to tout how great Joe Biden is. They all did. He was sharp as a tack, running circles around everyone. Ned Price gets on and echoed the same language on MSNBC that we saw in that Times report, that they were going to sabotage him and then blame it on the money. He literally went on MSNBC and blamed it on the money. This is cut 4.
On that escalator, and the escalator stopped. Well, I imagine one of the reasons that escalator stopped is because his administration has withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in funding over his first term in office and during the first 8 months or so of his current term to the UN. And the UN itself is falling apart.
If the UN doesn't have enough money to pay for escalators, they have far bigger problems than the United States funding. Let's be perfectly honest. And while they blame they'll blame Donald Trump cutting funding, they never say, gee whiz, I wish England would cough up more money so we'd have working escalators. I wish Canada would kick more into the can so that way we'd have working escalators. What about Russia or China? No, it's only us. We got to be the bag man for the UN. Just another reason why we need to leave the United Nations. Kick them out. Why are we doing this? If they can't survive on their own, well, let them go the way of the dinosaur. That's just my personal opinion. Maybe you share that opinion as well. Caroline Leavitt wasn't happy about any of this. She was actually downright pissed. And she was on Jesse Waters last night. And she said, we're going to have a full investigation into all of this, because what we saw wasn't just a happy little accident or a coincidence. It was sabotage, and there will be investigations. Cut 5.
All right, Caroline, it does appear to be sabotage with the escalator and the teleprompter. What is the White House going to do about that?
Well, Jesse, that's definitely what it appears to be to me, and that's why I put out a statement earlier. There was some concerning reporting over the weekend from the London Times, as you pointed out, that UN globalist staffers were basically plotting to set up the President of the United States. And first it was the escalator, then it was the teleprompter, and then Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who we offered a seat in the press pool to cover the President's historic speech today, noticed that the audio inside of the room was much lower and different for the President of the United States than the previous speaker. So when you put all of this together, it doesn't look like a coincidence to me. And I know that we have people, including the United States Secret Service, who are looking into this to try to get to the bottom of it. And if we find that these were UN staffers who were purposefully trying to literally trip up the President and the First Lady of the United States, well, there better be accountability for those people. And I will personally see to it, Jesse.
Good.
Yeah, good. We hope that there is accountability. Of course, when there is accountability for staffers that shut off the escalator, lowered his microphone, cut his teleprompter, well, the left-wing media will say, it's a fascist takeover. This is tyranny. How can this happen? Get ready for that. Donald Trump took it all in stride, though. He took it all in jest, and he actually roasted them at the exact same time. Glenn, if you would, load up cut 3. President Trump laughing about it, saying, all I get from the UN is a broken escalator and broken teleprompters.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
That's the only thing the United Nations have ever given us. That's it. I mean, name another thing that the United Nations has provided to America besides a broken escalator and a bad teleprompter. You can't. I'll wait. On the way, we're going to get into some of what Donald Trump spoke about at the UN General Assembly. Again, my name is Chris Hand. I'm filling in for Joe Bob. Joe Bob welcomed a beautiful baby boy along with his wife today into the world, and we just congratulate them. We're praying for them. In the meantime, you can always send your emails to tpt@tpusa.com. We look forward to reading your emails. If you'd rather insult me a little bit more personally, you can always find me on X, @ChrisHandOnAir. Hit the follow button. I will follow back. And when we return, we'll get more into this speech from Donald Trump at the UN General Assembly right here on Turning Point tonight.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming forward, retribution.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Welcome back into Turning Point tonight. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for the one and only Joe Bob, who is off today, doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Joe Bob and his beautiful wife have welcomed in an amazing baby boy to the world. And listen, if you're going to make Charlie Kirk proud, this is what you got to do. You got to grow families. You got to lead with your faith. You got to be bold. Joe Bob is checking all the boxes. We're praying for you, man. God bless you guys. And thank you for letting me fill in. My name's Chris Hand. and I host a conservative radio show here in Nashville on Super Talk 99.7. And I've worked with Turning Point in the past, and this show really holds a near and dear place in my heart. So I thank you guys for welcoming me into your home, and we got a lot to get to. Now, if I annoy you during the show, I will be checking my Twitter during the break. So by all means, send your hate mail to me directly at Chris Hand on Air, or if you want to be a little bit less personal, you can send the hate mail to Joe Bob so he can read it when he gets back, tpt@tpusa.com. Both are acceptable. We are happy to do either. On the way, we're going to be talking about Donald Trump. We're also going to talk about left-wing violence. We saw a lot more left-wing violence today in America down in Dallas, and we're praying for everybody involved there. And it might shock some leftists that we are actually going to be praying for the illegal aliens that were shot by an unhinged leftist. But yes, that's what we do. We pray for peace, we pray for safety, and we don't want violence. We don't. What we want to do is we want to see our faith being brought into the public square. We want to see our leaders lead with faith, and we want to see our leaders be bold and lead with truth. And that's exactly what we saw from Donald Trump at the UN General Assembly just yesterday. At the assembly, Donald Trump was not really holding back, shall we say. He's never one to, but this was no exception. And he called out a lot of nations to their face. And I think that it was really awesome what he did. Now, I understand that they lowered the microphone so that way they could barely hear it inside the General Assembly auditorium. But that's probably a good thing, because if those kids could hear him, they'd be irate. Donald Trump completely lambasting leaders of European nations. And he sent a message to the United Nations about Europe being in serious trouble. This is cut 9. Donald Trump telling Europe the problems that we all know Europe has.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained.
No, it can't be. And Donald Trump is absolutely right. It's a death sentence. You're swallowing a poison pill. You're ruining a once great culture by importing another. And there's no assimilation in Europe. And listen, I don't want to act like we're in an ivory tower here in America. We have those same problems. And by the grace of God, we have Donald Trump in office. Now, I want to say, while Donald Trump is great, he's not the end all be all. What we have with Trump is a tourniquet. Trump is stopping the bleeding in America. But we need a heart change. We saw in Dearborn, Michigan, where they put Arabic on the police patch. And they pulled back after some backlash, rightfully so. But that's because of bold, courageous Christians speaking their mind. And we need to keep doing that. My dad always says to me, if we're not careful, Europe is a roadmap to where America is going. And we're only about a decade away if we're not careful. It's going to need a heart change. We're going to need to lead with our faith and our Christian values here in America if we don't want what's happening to Londonistan to happen here. That's just the facts of the matter. But Trump kept going. Like what you heard there was pretty harsh. But that wasn't the harshest thing he said. He actually looked at their faces, looked them dead in the eyes, could see the white in their eyes, and said, "Your countries are going to hell." This is cut 10.
Of open borders, you have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were down.
He's right. Listen, we're not just helping save America when we close the borders. We're helping save the migrants. I mean, that's just a fact of the matter. I mean, you hear the horror stories of what was happening on those journeys up through the border with the coyotes, with the rape, with the death. It was disgusting. It's vile. Children being sold into sex slavery, children being sold into forced labor, regular slavery. And that's what would happen still if we didn't have President Trump in office. But he's the tourniquet. The bleeding stopped, but we still have an issue. We do. Europe is far worse, though. And to get up on that stage and tell those leaders to their face what their problems are, it's got to be a bit uncomfortable. It's got to be a bit uncomfortable for the leaders, and it's got to be a bit uncomfortable for the citizens. Now, I don't blame the citizens for what their leaders do, just like I wouldn't want anybody to blame me for what Joe Biden did under those 4 years. But in America, we have a platform where we can speak up for those guys too, and we should. We should. We still have free speech in this country, and thanks to a platform called X, we can help amplify those messages about what's happening in Europe and get those messages of freedom to those people and say what they can't say without a knock at the door from the authorities. It's crazy what's happening. It's even crazier that it's our president that's going to be the one that saves them, should they ever be saved. We talk about needing a heart change in America. They need a heart change in Europe as well, and I hope that you'll join me in praying for that heart change. We'll be back with more from Donald Trump here at the UN General Assembly in mere moments. My name's Chris Hand. I'm filling in for Joe Bob. Find me on Twitter at Chris Hand on Air. This is Turning Point Tonight.
How?
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Welcome back into Turning Point tonight. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for the one and only Joe Bob. Joe Bob is out today, and I told him to take as much time as he needs. He just welcomed a wonderful, beautiful, perfect baby boy into the world alongside his wife, and we congratulate them. He's exactly where he needs to be. So God bless him. I saw a picture, and the kid's perfect. I'm not gonna lie to you. By the grace of God, he got his mother's looks and not his father's. So congratulations to Joe Bob and Crystal. So I'm kidding. Joe Bob's not a bad looking guy. All right, President Trump at the UN. Let's get back to business. President Trump at the UN, he was calling them out on all of their bad ideas, up to and including the Green New Scam. Play the cut for me, Glenn.
They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, good for you, President Trump. Thank you for telling the truth. That's what we need. That's what we need from our world leaders. These bad ideas have been infecting the minds of people and making them insane. And you see what's happening in Europe, but you can also see what's happening in California, which is just basically Europe diet. Diet Europe, diet Europe. In California, you know, they'll tell you we have to have electric cars, but you also can't plug them in after 5 o'clock at night. Like, what are we doing? Your grid can't handle it, but we don't want you to have a gas guzzling car. It's insane. This is what we get from the left. And these ideas have infected Europe, just full stop. They're infecting here too. And the crazy thing about this, and it's not a stretch to think that this kind of ideology is causing violence. If you think that me driving a truck is an existential threat to you and your family, what do you think the next natural step is to dealing with that existential threat? Well, it's violence, unfortunately. And maybe it's that a lot of times it's just because they call us Nazis and fascists and dictators, and they say that ICE is disappearing people in the street. But we watch this rhetoric and we see the violence as a result. I mean, just this morning in Dallas, now, a heartbreaking scene unfolded where a radical leftist lunatic found his way up to a roof and opened fire on an ICE detention vehicle. Now, he didn't actually further the mission at all. He didn't hurt any ICE agents by the grace of God, but unfortunately, he took out 2 illegal aliens, injuring a third before turning the gun on himself. Now, when this broke on my radio show in the morning, I said, maybe I'm jaded, but my mind goes to left-wing violence. And maybe it was because of the recent events and weeks. And I said, I'm just speculating. But that's where my mind goes. Sure enough, it took about an hour and a half, and we were proven right. Jack Posobiec in Human Events Daily, they were one of the first ones to report that, no, it was left-wing violence. This was someone infected with the woke mind virus. And we can't necessarily say that he was Antifa-related yet, but you can honestly make the argument that that could be the case, because we saw what happened in Prairieland, Texas, when an Antifa mob lured ICE agents into an ambush and shot them. So the reality is that this very well could be Antifa. We got to wait till more information is available, and a lack of information only leads to speculation. I understand that. And at times I find myself speculating too. But it's hard not to go there. Seeing what we've seen. I mean, it hasn't been 2 weeks since they shot Charlie, because Charlie debated their ideas, their poor ideas. And when they couldn't win in the debate, they decided to take out Charlie. It's heartbreaking. And they want us to recoil in fear, and they don't want us to talk about this stuff, but we have to keep going anyway. We have to be more bold and more loud, proclaiming the truth. So that's what we're going to do here on Turning Point tonight. And I'm blessed to be able to fill in Joe Bob's shoes this evening to do just that. In Sacramento, the DA recently announced that the shooting that we saw on the ABC affiliate there was political. Weird. Maybe saying that Donald Trump is a fascist, pulling Jimmy Kimmel off air, led directly to that shooting. Yep, that's exactly what happened. And we all thought the same thing in the first place. But again, we didn't have the information. We were just speculating. But it seems like every time we're speculating about this stuff, we're just ahead of the curve. And it's sad. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. This country is dealing with a rise of radical left-wing domestic terrorism. And it's sad. Stephen Miller was talking about it yesterday on Fox News. Cut 17.
But as you mentioned, this country is dealing with a rising threat of radical left-wing terrorism. There were two very nearly successful attempts on President Trump's life. A bullet hit President Trump in the head. It was only centimeters away from taking his life. This second attack that we're talking about today, the president was moments away from walking directly into that line of fire. Of course, the healthcare CEO was brutally gunned down by another self-described so-called anti-fascist that was then celebrated by other self-described anti-fascists, who of course are really communist revolutionaries. And the heartbreaking assassination of our dear friend Charlie Kirk while speaking at a college campus. Billions of dollars in property damage by Antifa and other far-left rioters. Organized criminal campaigns of doxing and violent intimidation. 1,000% increase in violent attacks on law enforcement. These are not isolated incidents, Will. It is part of an organized campaign of domestic terrorism.
Stephen Miller is absolutely right. And we have to get tough on this stuff. And again, by the grace of God, we got 47 in office, and he declared Antifa a domestic terror organization. It's about time. It's about time. When we get back, we'll look at the reaction from leftist leaders when it comes to this left-wing violence. Kamala Harris weighed in. Hillary Clinton weighed in. What do you think they said? We'll play you the clips when we get back. This is Turning Point tonight on Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Christian, Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for the one and only Joe Bob, who has taken some much-needed time off today as him and his wife have welcomed in a beautiful baby boy into the world, making Charlie Kirk proud, building that family, growing that family, and I know those kids are going to be raised the right way. Congratulations to Joe Bob and his wonderful wife. Excited to be here with you guys. In the meantime, you can find me on Twitter at Chris Hand on Air, and you're always welcome to join me on my radio show Monday through Friday in Nashville on Super Talk 99.7. I'm excited to be here, though. We were talking about just the events of what happened this morning. It seems every day that goes by, we have another instance of left-wing violence. And we saw that on full display this morning in Dallas, Texas, where there was an ICE vehicle that was fired upon by another leftist. He didn't accomplish his mission. He actually shot and killed the people that he was claiming to defend, the illegal aliens. By the grace of God, no Border Patrol agents were hurt, but we do pray for the victims. Two individuals were killed. We pray for their families. One individual was injured, and the gunman turned the gun on himself. Nothing of value lost there. But as we proceed, we're seeing a lot of reaction from the left. Donald Trump has recently labeled Antifa a domestic terror organization. And while there's no evidence that this individual was Antifa yet, we can absolutely make the case that these ideas infected this man's mind. And a lot of these ideas will percolate online, and they're then amplified by the mainstream media and by political leaders. And we see that nonstop. Just the other night, Gavin Newsom was on with Stephen Colbert calling ICE the Gestapo and saying that they're disappearing people. And it's like, Gavin, if you let ICE into your jails, well, we wouldn't have this issue. Nobody would be disappeared on the streets. It would be much more peaceful, much more safe for everyone. But they don't want to do that. They want to use this as a political talking point. And they're using Donald Trump declaring Antifa a domestic terror organization as a political talking point. Just yesterday, Kamala Harris was on Rachel Madcow's show, and she was asked about Antifa being declared a terror organization. And I want to play you her comments, but listen closely because she says so much while saying nothing at all.
We've also now, in an executive order today, we've got the president describing Antifa, the anti-fascist. It's not even really a movement, the anti-fascist tactics of a portion of the protest movement as a domestic terrorist organization. What is your reaction to those things? What do you think the appropriate response is to things like that?
Well, in normal times, we should and could expect that our courts would step in when asked to declare the legality or illegality of what the president is doing, because civics 101, we all know we designed our democracy through three co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the courts.
Do you think after she was done giving that answer, she thought, nailed it? Like, she probably did. And I bet you her handlers backstage also said, you crushed. Here's a glass of wine. 100%. Do you think she's drunk there or just stupid? Maybe a mix of both. Antifa's not an idea. We've known about it for a long time, and maybe we take it a little bit personally here at TPUSA because we've seen what they've done to our events on college campuses over and over and over and over and over again. Be it Brandon Tatum, or be it Riley Gaines, or be it Charlie Kirk. We've seen it ad nauseum, and it's a bit infuriating. Maybe we're taking it too personally, but it's not like this is a new topic. This isn't a new discussion. Donald Trump on the debate stage with Joe Biden in the lead up to 2020 called out Antifa as the militant arm of the left wing. Play that cut for me, Glenn. This is Donald Trump versus Joe Biden on the debate stage.
Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left. FBI director. This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization. Oh, you got it. Not militia. That's what his FBI director said.
Well, then you know what?
No, we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're moving.
That's not an idea.
Everybody in your administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas.
Antifa is a dangerous.
All right, gentlemen, group. We're now moving.
You know, actually, as we're playing that clip, I forgot how trash Chris Wallace was during that debate, and I'm angry again. I don't mean to be angry. I'm trying not to choose anger, and I haven't thought about Chris Wallace in a while. But golly, was he terrible at that debate. I'm glad he's unemployed. Sorry, not sorry. But listen, somebody did need to do something about Antifa, but we had to wait for Donald Trump to get back in office for something to be done. Thank you, President Trump, for doing something. I mean, they call President Trump's FBI the Gestapo. They call ICE the Gestapo, and they call us Nazis. But let me remind you, it was the Biden FBI that was ignoring Antifa and investigating groups like us, Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action. What? We don't do anything except express ideas, but that's what we're up against. I remember I would joke with my mother and father-in-law, and it was half joking because I knew what the reality of the situation was during the 2024 election. I'd say, guys, the work we're doing is nothing illegal, but we do face an FBI raid down the road if we're to lose this election, and that was the reality. It's scary out here, but this is the reality of politics in 2025. Antifa is a violent domestic terror organization. There's no getting around it. Kamala Harris can't word salad her way out of it. Joe Biden, I'll give him a pass. He's probably napping at this point. Do you think he's in bed? He's probably in bed by now. But we see it over and over and over again. We've seen Brandon Tatum's event attacked at UC Davis in April. We saw in 2022, Stephen Davis having his event attacked by Antifa. A young girl got maced by Antifa. Riley Gaines, an event in Seattle in May of 2023, I believe it was. There was an elderly woman walking out of the event with a cane, and Antifa is following her, antagonizing her, calling her a dumb bee. This poor elderly woman. This is an idea, mind you. This is just an idea. Crazy, but they call us the fascists. They call us tyrannical. They call us domestic terrorists. Miss me with that. Miss me with it. Meanwhile, while we see all this happening in real time, we have great reporters out there who have been exposing this. Great reporters like Andy No, who took to, I believe it was Newsmax yesterday, to talk about Antifa and how they've attacked various Turning Point USA events.
Events, TPUSA events at various universities have been attacked by people who associate themselves as Antifa. I was going through my reporting records last night, and I see over and over these threats that were put out with Antifa symbols and logos calling for attacks on this event, on that event, and it would happen. It would happen like at UC Davis. Several times they would come in the mask, in the black uniforms, and smash up the building. And so this attack, this assassination that happened to Mr. Kirk happened in the context of a history of those attacks, and were Antifa propaganda and slogans written on the cartridges.
Yeah, Andy No, bringing his documentation, his experience with that, and then linking, obviously, you attending and meeting Kirk. We do appreciate that and you sharing those details.
Andy No is absolutely right. There's a history of violence here. And the history is only on the left. I'm sorry. I know it hurts a lot of people, but this is the reality that we're facing. We got to get tough. Meanwhile, the leaders on the left continue to point fingers at us while they say that we shouldn't demonize both sides. This is literally what Hillary Clinton said yesterday.
We have got to stop demonizing each other.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, I think most of that right now in our country's history is coming, from the right, coming from people who want to dominate. They want their point of view. Writing out slavery from history, that doesn't make it go away. We have got to stop with the finger pointing and the scapegoating.
Nobody's writing slavery out of history. In fact, the only ones trying to rewrite history again is the left. We've seen it when Antifa pulled down statues. This is the reality that we're facing. Hillary Clinton says we can't point fingers. Hang on. Got to point the finger real quick at the right. It's insane, but this is what we're dealing with. And we have to be bold. We have to be loud. We have to stay peaceful. We can't resort to their tactics, but we got to lead with our faith, and we got to preach the truth from every single mountaintop. That way, leftist leaders like this can't get on these networks and spew their propaganda unabated. We have to be able to combat them with the truth. You have to arm yourself with knowledge. You got to arm yourself with the armor of God, and you got to be ready to get out there in the public square and defend these ideas. Charlie's not here anymore. It sucks. It breaks my heart. But now it's on all of us to be Charlie Kirk. We need to speak up where Charlie would have spoke for us. It's time for all of us to get loud, get bold. If you're looking for ways to do just that, I highly recommend that you go to tpusa.com and click Get Involved. We need more soldiers on this battlefield. The battlefield's digital these days. You can do it with just a Twitter account. Don't minimize your own voice. You are more powerful than you think you are. Start a podcast. Start a Twitter account. Make some reels. Get loud. It's going to take all of us. If you need some help, you can always find me online, and I'll be happy to point you in the right direction. I'm at Chris Hand on Air on every social media platform. Hit the follow button. I will follow you back. I'm so grateful to have been able to fill in tonight on Turning Point tonight for Joe Bob for the best reason possible. Again, congratulations to my friend and his beautiful wife on having a wonderful baby boy. You guys deserve all the blessings that are headed your way. We'll continue praying for you, and I ask this audience to continue praying for Joe Bob, his wife, and their new bundle of joy as well. As we conclude the program this evening, all I can say is God bless America.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, this is Christ speaking, except a corn of wheat fall onto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. And I want to thank Charlie for his sacrifice, because much fruit is going to be realized.
Now, I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk.
But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent.
I believe Charlie is still urging us not to sit back, not to be quiet, but to carry on his mission forward, loudly, proudly, and with the same conviction he showed.
Sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people.
We will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart.
But we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for.
You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior.
The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight.
Charlie lived what our founders envisioned. Freedom, the right to speak even when we disagree. Freedom. I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to defend to the death with my very life your right to speak.
Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him.
In the words of Soren Kierkegaard, The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Everybody, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, and that empty chair reminds us of Charlie's legacy, his memory, and the fact that political violence took his life, an assassination did, and this morning we awoke to more news of political violence targeted at ICE in Texas. And to start off the show, and we had a whole show planned, but I thought it was important that we do this. Simply, it hits very close to home for this team, I can tell you. And so I wanted to have Border Czar Tom Homan kick off the top of the show with us. Border Czar Homan, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us about what happened in Texas?
Well, this morning, a lone gunman was targeting an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas. It's where aliens are processed, either for removal or transfer to a facility. Again, it's the third shooting that's occurred in Texas against immigration officials. And we had a shooter show up at a Border Patrol facility and open fire trying to kill Border Patrol agents. He was killed by agents. Then we had a group of people show up with weapons at an ICE detention facility in Alvarado, Texas, and tried to kill ICE agents. And they did shoot one officer, a local police officer, who's also responding to the scene. And now we have this today where a lone gunman stood at perch and opened up on ICE during a transportation transfer. And we know we have at least 2 dead, and officers are uninjured. And it later was announced by Kash Patel that one of the bullets had an anti-ICE slogan on the bullet. So this was clearly a targeted attack against ICE.
Well, Border Czar, I just know that Charlie, this is his show. He was such a supporter of yours and was worried for our brave men and women in law enforcement that were doing what the voters had voted for, very, very clearly, to remove illegal aliens from this country. And we've seen these stats that the targetings are on the increase, that assaults against ICE officers. Are we still seeing a ramp up? I mean, this instance is awful. Thank God no law enforcement were harmed or injured, but, you know, our prayers are with the families of the detainees that have lost their lives. But are we seeing this continue to ramp up across the country? Are we still seeing it go up? Are we seeing any calming down of the violence and the attacks against ICE officers?
First of all, you're right. I had many discussions with Charlie, and he always ended the discussion to be safe, and that ICE officers should be safe, because the rhetoric has continued to increase. Assaults on ICE officers are up over 1,000%, and no, the rhetoric hasn't stopped. And I said months ago, that if the hateful rhetoric didn't decrease, it's going to end in bloodshed. Someone's going to die. And of course, I was called a fearmonger. The left says I was, making irresponsible comments. Unfortunately, I was right. And just this past weekend, we saw protests turn criminal in Chicago and in Boston. I mean, in Chicago, the ICE facility is under attack. In Portland, Oregon, the ICE facility there has been under attack for months. So, no, it hasn't not slowed down. Either has the hateful rhetoric from some up on Hill, some are congressional representatives, and other people who are in a position where that small fraction, I'll say on the left, not everybody on the left is a bad person. Most of them, aren't. But there's that fraction that listens to this rhetoric, and they feel empowered to take action against ICE. If you got a member of Congress comparing ICE to the secret police, which is a direct affiliation with the Nazis, or calling straight out Nazis to terrorists, or Governor Newsom just recently said the secret police. I mean, he just passed legislation about secret police. I mean, bottom line is that rhetoric is causing some of this violence. And I've been calling for people to stop the hateful rhetoric, because it's more are going to be hurt. As a matter of fact, when we talked about the person that was shot at the Alvarado City, and we talked about the gunman that was killed at a Border Patrol facility, I said at that time, there's going to be more if the rhetoric doesn't stop. I've seen this game before. I've seen this story before, and I just hate to see it right now. I hope, between what happened to our officers across the country, what happened to Charlie, and what's happened today. I mean, at what point do people just stop the hate? You can disagree with what ICE does, but taking those sort of actions, it's unbelievable. There's no excuse for it.
I want to show you a graphic. I'm going to put up a graphic. It's basically which groups justify violence based on age and political affiliation. If you could put up 141, this is the question: is it ever justified for citizens to resort to violence in order to achieve political goals? And this is the percentage responding yes. And you can see there, Tom, at 18 to 39-year-old liberal progressives, that's 30% believe that sometimes violence is justified to achieve a political goal. And I believe, that matches with what happened to Charlie. I don't know the age of this particular shooter in Texas, but we are seeing an alarming rise. And by the way, it's worth noting conservatives 18 to 39 are the most peaceful node on there, besides moderates over 60. So we're doing our part on the right to quell the violence, to quell the rhetoric, to say, lean into Jesus, do not give in to hate, forgive your enemies. We have to find a solution here. And yet that one node, you can see it sticks out like a sore thumb there, Tom. 18 to 39, 30% of them believes violence can be justified. Your thoughts?
Well, it's not the country I grew up in. I mean, you never heard of this. When I went to college, you never heard of kind of this. It's justification for violence ever. I really think that, many of the colleges have failed us. And also think that the negative publicity being pushed by 90% of the media, 90% of the media, constantly attack this administration and the work we're doing. And I've said it before, I think there's groups out there that hate President Trump more than they love their communities or more than they, have any common sense. There's no reason for it. I mean, it's out of control. And you're right. The last 4 years under the Biden administration, everybody was angry about the border. Everybody was angry about the number of Americans dying from fentanyl, the vast increase in sex trafficking, the cartels having placement in this country, killing millions of Americans with poison. You didn't see that counter protest that turned criminal. No. So it's mainly on one side, and again, I'm hoping today, on top of everything that's happened in the last few months, just let's stop the hate. Well, let's have a meaningful debate, which Charlie was all supportive. Let's have a debate about the issues. Let's get back to talking.
Yep.
Rather than putting bullets in a firearm.
Tom, I want to make this personal. About 1 minute remaining. I know that this kind of rhetoric has directly impacted your life and your family. If whatever details you can share, I want the audience to know what the real impact is for real people like yourself. 1 minute.
I have a 24/7 security detail because of threats against me. I don't live with my family because I don't want them around danger as much as I can. So, it's tough, but I'm not going away. I'm not shutting up. I'm going to continue fighting to make this country great again. President Trump made a promise to American people. He brought me to help him in that promise to make America safe again. And we're going to continue working to remove the worst of the worst illegal aliens from this country to make our community safer. Hard stop.
Well, God bless you, sir. Thank you for joining the show. I thought it was important to lead with that. And on behalf of a grateful nation, Tom, thank you for your service. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your voice. And thank you for the results, because this is what the American people voted for. And we will not be deterred. The truth will be the truth. And we cannot be cowed by these vigilantes. And we got to do something about it, but we will not be cowed. Tom Homan, thank you so much. Borders are for the Trump administration.
Thank you, sir.
More when we get back from break. We'll be right back.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
so much for being here with us. We're working to update you on the latest information involving this morning's shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. Investigators now confirming that at least one victim is dead, 2 others hurt. However, police are only confirming that no law enforcement official was hurt. There's no confirmation about who the victims are or in what capacity they were at that facility.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric, demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
A sniper went on a shooting spree from a nearby rooftop and eventually killed himself. The FBI is investigating the attack, quote, as an act of targeted violence, saying that, as you can see here on your screen, some of the bullet casings had anti-ICE messages on them. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posting this message on X, writing, "While we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families." Well, it looks like the federal government will be shut down this time next week. While House Republicans passed a continuing resolution that would keep government agencies funded until November 21st, the Senate failed to pass a similar measure and won't return to Washington until right before the deadline to pass a funding bill. Plus, President Trump just canceled a meeting with top congressional Democratic leaders to discuss ways to avert a potential shutdown. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show. I am joined by Blake Neff, one of the producers, as well as the great Dr. James Orr. Honored to have you, Doctor, on the show. I'm candidly, of all the conversations I've had, and we've had some amazing guests and some amazing conversations over the last couple of weeks. This is probably the one I'm most excited about because of the way that you and I got to meet. Charlie was there. You met Charlie when he went to Cambridge and Oxford, Oxbridge, as you guys, I guess, call the grouping. But we then spent a weekend together in Aspen, and we shared some just truly amazing moments. And you also sat down with Charlie for an interview, which will now sort of, in a haunting way, but in a beautiful way, because I know how much Charlie loved you. Your interview with Charlie on that Aspen trip was actually the last episode that went on the Charlie Kirk Show broadcast before he was assassinated. So it's a weird thing, I'm sure, to hear that from me. It's weird for me to say it out loud, but it's true. And I just knew Charlie so well that, again, it's sort of fitting because you were like this academic, ideological, spiritual, just shining light for Charlie, so much so that I was jealous when we got back from Aspen. Charlie looked at you and he was like, "Can you hang out with me on Sunday and just like be my professor for a day?" And as far as I know, you guys hung out on Sunday and you talked about the classics and about the canon of Western civilization. And I love that because I know that was basically the happiest you would ever see Charlie Kirk. So thank you so much for giving him that day so close to the end and for just being somebody that he deeply, deeply loved and appreciated.
Well, Andrew, thank you. It's just so good to be with you, despite the circumstances. And gosh, what a surreal few days it's been. what an extraordinary achievement you guys pulled off. I was so thrilled to have been able to make it to the stadium on Sunday for that extraordinary day. Just so many thoughts going through my mind. But, you know, I've been teaching undergraduates, graduate students at Oxford and Cambridge on and off for 15, 16 years. And I can say, you know, hand on heart, I have never come across a young person with that thirst for knowledge, that thirst for intellectual formation, spiritual wisdom. You know, I spent weeks trying to get him to call me James, but it was always Dr. Orr. There's always this sort of extraordinary respect and humility that he had. And you're right, that last afternoon, just before I was getting off to the airport, I think that morning a car was supposed to pick me up to take me to his apartment. And Mikey, Charlie's chief of staff, rang me and said, I've cancelled the car. I said, what? How am I going to get to Charlie's apartment? He said, no. He wants to come and pick you up from the hotel so that he can have more time with you. And you know, we had a day together. We had a wonderful morning and went into his apartment, and 2-3 hours of just philosophy, just grilling me on that big whiteboard. He wanted me to, you know, map out moral philosophy. He was just prepping. What if I get this question? What if I get that question? It was just extraordinary, and absorbing it all, taking notes, grilling me. Yes, I understand that point, but how do I make it accessible? And there was always this sense of the audience that he wanted to reach, and not be in conflict with, not to sort of dunk on them at all, but to inform them, to educate them, to enlighten them. Just extraordinary. And then got back to London. I'm getting texts from him, Bible verses from him, and then a text on that lecture by Jean-Paul Sartre you mentioned on existentialism in 1946. Can you send me a copy and can you explain to me that point? It's like, okay, let's do it. I did that, and then on my last text from him was on the 1st of September. Saying, can you send me a lecture on natural law? And God help me, I never got back to him. It was a busy week, and I thought, I got to sit down and do this properly. And then, you know, by the time things had calmed down, it had happened. And I'd never met anyone like him. And, you know, you meet people who you know that there's just, you're going to be friends for years and years and years, and you're going to learn so much from each other. And we had great plans. He was so excited about Britain. He loved it so much. He was staring out. There's this photo of Winston Churchill, and was so excited about what was happening on the right in Britain, and wanted to know exactly what all the polling dynamics were and how he could help. Extraordinary.
You were a really important bridge for him. And he was an Anglophile, begrudgingly, but he genuinely was. And we'll get into more of that and what his trip to England, I think, really was all about. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, I mentioned just before we hit the break that Charlie was a real Anglophile.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that many Brits maybe appreciated that because he came into England and really lit up the leadership, lit up the current zeitgeist in the country. But it has become clear to me that Charlie, and I've said this a bunch of times, and I'm just going to say it again for the sake of this conversation, that Charlie was a modern prophet, and he was going around campuses, this country, calling our leaders to repent, calling our citizens to repent, to remember themselves. And he went straight into the belly of the beast in Oxbridge and called on Brits to remember themselves. Stand up, man. Put your shoulders back. Remember who you are. You're a great people. Like, wake up. And just like they do with prophets, not only is Charlie dead, but in England, they rejected him. Tell me about your perspective on that.
Well, I think it was Jordan Peterson who first connected us, I think about a year ago, I think. And so Charlie had been on my radar for a while. We had a lot of mutual friends, but he was very excited about his trip to England and started peppering me with texts and requests like, what will the audience be like? what are the kinds of questions that I should be thinking about? What are the topics? You know, he was just prepping. And so he came to Cambridge. I went to the Cambridge Union to just give him some moral support with my son and half a dozen students, and we were the only ones supporting him. I mean, my goodness, it was
and Blake.
And Blake, you were there, of course, and the team. You and the team were there, and it was impressive. I mean, he was combative, he was quick, he was, I don't think any of those students, and they were bright students. I was quite, in a funny way, proud of those students. I mean, they were, off the cliff progressive on on all the issues, but I thought they stood their ground well. And then we went for this meal afterwards, and just again, 2-3 hours of just talking stats, and I got a call from one of this big media platform, GB News, just desperate to get half an hour of Charlie's time, but it was down in London. It was just awkward to get to. I said, look, I know this is difficult, but if you could just, would you consider this? And he said, absolutely, no problem. And you managed to fit it into that very tight schedule.
That was with Ben.
Yes, that's right, with Ben.
That clip went viral.
Yes.
It was a good thing he fitted it.
It's great. He did it, and it was much appreciated. And so, I think it was great. And I sat in that debating chamber and thought, this is a proper debate. This is what this place was designed for. And this is really puncturing the groupthink in a way that is pretty rare these days on elite campuses on both sides of the Atlantic. And it was, we were fortunate to have him, and
images.
And then we got some images there. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the bouncy Brit. The bouncy Brit.
Yeah. Oh, bless him. Yeah, he that was Charlie found that so funny.
Because he looks like a Harry Potter figure, like character to us.
That's it. He was quick on his feet, just jumping up and down, and amazing. I remember that so well. And it was just great to see. And as I said, it punctured the groupthink. And I've said this before, that the trouble with groupthink is that wrong think becomes evil think. When there's just this tiny minority opinion, then it just becomes subversive. It becomes something that is threatening. It's so easy to demonize. And what we saw on both those debates was Charlie's ability to put across cases and positions in a winsome, civil, respectful way. And, I think the assassination it's triggered off a whole lot of very interesting debates on the free speech side of things, of course, and Charlie's great free speech warrior. We've been fighting a lot on free speech battles on university campuses. And, but, if this is how it ends, if one side is so quick to resort in the end to lawfare or warfare or violence, what do we do? Where does that leave liberalism? Where does that leave the project?
Before we move on, we've seen the reaction around the world, but those Cambridge students who came out to support Charlie last May, how have they reacted to this?
Well, I tell you, they've been in pieces. It's been very upsetting for them. And my son, in particular, who just worshipped Charlie, and Charlie recorded a little video for him actually when I was here at the offices a month ago. It's been very hard, and even those who didn't know him at all. I mean, we gathered the 2 days after it happened. Friday, it was the Friday evening outside Downing Street. A pretty spontaneous vigil. Thousands and thousands of people around the Cenotaph and Whitehall. Just so moving. Just this very kind of very unusual to see that in London. And just sort of. There was a sense of a great kind of peace and love.
Radio back here.
Yeah, we'll take radio back, but I love where this is going. Stay right there. Welcome back to radio stations across the country. We have Dr. James Orr, who is a brilliant man and you're a professor at Cambridge University, and you welcomed Charlie to the UK. You helped get these debates set up for Charlie, which would be one of his last big trips. And it's hard to think about that. He loved that trip. He loved meeting you. You were so dear to him. And I know that you guys had great plans to keep learning from each other. And you are yourself becoming sort of known politically in the UK, and I know that you enter into that with fear and trembling and a great weight on your shoulders, and we can get into that a little bit later. But I love what we're talking about. You were you were witnessing the immediate aftermath of the assassination, and there was huge vigils throughout the UK. And I said something that before, that prophets are rejected. That is sort of the model. And he was a prophet taking the truth around the world, even to the UK. But there was a remnant that heard what he said. And then you had Tommy Robinson lead this huge march. Elon Musk called in. They talked about Charlie. I saw so many people with Charlie's picture, and they were chanting Charlie, Charlie. It was really beautiful for me to see this outpouring of love for Charlie, even across the pond. What was that like? Take us into that moment.
Yes, well, I didn't go on that march, but I know that over the summer there was a lot of anxiety in the press, within the establishment about it, and I remember talking to Charlie about it last month, and there were just sort of premonitions, people thinking that this is going to end violently. It was demonized, and I think, one silver lining, you might say, is that I think the march, from what I can tell, was broadly peaceful. I mean, I think there were about 100,000 people marching through the streets, and I think there were something like 25 arrests, which I think, when you compare it to similar kinds of events, it's not out of the ordinary at all. And it was, from what I could tell from just looking at the footage, it was peaceful, and I'm sure that sense of it being a vigil for Charlie, it being a sort of witness to Charlie, as you say, his face was all over, posters everywhere of him, and I think that would have had a calming effect on the march, and I think there was a great atmosphere, from what I could tell. It was broadly demonized in the mainstream media afterwards, as far as I could tell, but I think it went off a lot better than many people were worrying about over the summer.
Yeah, well, and to the point about violence, and I know that there's an establishment press that is even more entrenched in the UK than there is in the US, and they still have more power to sort of set narratives and things, and so that's certainly something that needs to be addressed in the UK. But the point is, you had all these people that have a lot of reason to be upset about things, but they're largely peaceful, and that's the actual truth. The actual truth is that it was sort of beautiful and really respectful. And we got a note yesterday. I can't divulge who this is from, but this note was passed along. Said, just got off the phone with a friend, won't say the name, who is SWAT and was tasked with working the memorial for Charlie here in Glendale, Arizona. He said they were all briefed to 100% expect something major to happen. And the whole event came and went without one arrest between Peoria, Mesa, Glendale, and Phoenix PD, all assisting. A complete anomaly for an event even 10% this size.
Even the Super Bowl would have someone get drunk and punch a guy.
Yeah. They didn't have one arrest. And the power of prayer, I keep saying this over and over again. The first time in my life that I can feel the prayers of strangers, just sustaining this whole team through Turning Point Action, the Charlie Kirk Show. You could feel it, and you could feel the prayers inside the memorial, and you were there. You actually made it back, which is a whole other saga, which is incredible, and I think such an honor. Charlie would have been just so honored to know what you went through in order to get planes, trains, and automobiles for you in that trip. But I do want to stay on the UK. Do you think, a lot of people are talking about this as a revival moment in the US. A lot of people are talking about this is the turning point. This is a politically galvanizing moment. Do you feel like this is having at least some sort of the same effect in the UK?
It's had extraordinary reverberations all across Europe, I think, and definitely in Britain. I'm having conversations with people about faith, about family, about freedom, about loving your country, that I simply, was just very, very difficult to have before. And he's unleashed something extraordinary. A lot of people didn't really know who Charlie was, I think, in Britain. It was only, when the news broke, people started, the framing, I think even on the BBC to start with, at least was saying this is a far-right character. Some of the press were just were demonizing him, but very quickly that shifted, and it was just obvious. He was you couldn't mistake it. He was an extraordinary husband, loving father, civil, respectful in his engagement with young people, and that came across very, very quickly. And so it's been remarkable, the kind of conversations that have opened up. And I think his legacy is going to be a remarkable one. I think we're having these big debates in Britain at the moment around exactly these kinds of issues, and all of those sort of those great sort of four cornerstones, I think, of the faith, family, flag, and freedom, that were just celebrated in that extraordinary way in the stadium on Sunday. And it's very difficult still in Britain to have conversations around those. But something's shifted, and I'm sure that Charlie's legacy will be to catalyze that and to put those issues back on the table. And they're going to be right, front and center of the British political landscape over the next 5 years.
I just want to make sure you're getting it, because James, you were in England with James, so I just want to make sure I'm giving
Blake has views on what's happening over there.
Of course. Before we move on too far from the debate, I know I followed this. You definitely followed it, but I don't know that a lot of people in the U.S. know about this. That one of the Oxford Union people that Charlie met when he debated there, he posted something about Charlie's death that was pretty bad, and there's been a backlash to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's the incoming president of the Oxford Union.
Do we have that?
Who debated Charlie back in May. I think said something, I can't remember the words.
He said, yes. So President-elect George Aberonier, who there is an image of them debating. I'll get that loaded to our team so they can put this up. Get that ASAP, guys. So he posted... he debated Charlie. He was one of the people who debated him.
He was actually really
appeared to he shared multiple celebratory remarks about the shooting on WhatsApp, according to the Oxford student. One message said, "Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's effing go." And the other said, "Scoreboard FN." I don't know what that means. I think Ryan would probably be able to tell me what that means. But basically, scoreboard. I mean, it's like basically put a point on the board because we took one down. And you can probably tell us more about what happened.
Yeah, so has he been punished for this?
So there was the big debate kind of blew up afterwards. To be honest, I was so upset at the time. I was tuning out of the negative reactions, and I was trying not to dwell on it too much. But I was getting a lot of texts from people who were signing effectively a letter of no confidence, and I think the threshold is, I think it's something like 150. So if you were an officer of the Oxford Union in the past, you could force a resignation. I think they've hit about 70 signatures, and we are. I mean, it's
very damning.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's touched a nerve, because the worry is this legitimate speech? Is this he was should he be expelled for this? Should he be rusticated?
Okay, but hold on. This is one of these stupid academic cul-de-sacs that people that are educated but beyond their intelligence get themselves into. And this is like, I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk was murdered, assassinated. Do you think it's okay that Martin Luther King or JFK or Lincoln or whoever was assassinated? Do we think that this is okay? Do we think political violence is okay? Listen, I understand if some fringe character on some Discord chat thinks that it's is gleeful, but that person does not represent Cambridge or Oxford, that is supposed to be a premier institution. I'm calling. I hope this gets clipped. I am calling on you sane left-wing students that are still advocates for civilization to sign that petition, that letter, whatever it is. Get it to 150. That is not okay. Even if you disagree with Charlie was a fundamentally good and decent, loving husband and father who believed in the building blocks of Western civilization. He did not deserve this. And for somebody to represent your school that would celebrate his death is shocking, that you cannot get 150 people to put their name to disciplining, or at least, or whatever. I don't even know what but the fact that can go unchecked is abysmal. It is such an indictment of the moral character and the lack of moral clarity that exists at the UK's elite institutions. I just have to say that. Get it over 150.
Absolutely right. Language like that, it lays down the enabling conditions for violence. And
it dehumanizes conservatives, that if you are a conservative, you're less than human, you don't deserve to live. And by the way, if somebody kills you, you had it coming.
Yeah. To be clear, the unanimous reaction on left and right in Britain was one of condemnation and anger.
Good.
And so
apparently not unanimous.
But yeah, why are there not 150 signatures? When somebody actually has to put their name to it, they get weak in the knees.
Yeah.
What is there to be weak in the knees about political assassinations?
No, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, 2 days later, I remember I was having lunch with Nigel Farage, and people, this group walked out and screamed fascist at us. And I just thought to myself, and he gets that all the time, of course, but I just thought to myself, Charlie's blood had barely run cold, and still they would have known exactly what had happened. They would have known the kind of rhetoric and the demonizing that can lay down, as it were, the conditions for violence on the left. And I just, I don't see how we come out of this. I don't see what solutions liberalism has.
I didn't mention this, but it's worth mentioning that go ahead and put up 141 again. You can do it on the screen. And this is this poll about political violence being justified, 141. And you look at the date that this was conducted, September 12th through September 15th. Charlie was murdered on the 10th.
Yeah.
This is a poll conducted after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and 30% of young liberals still believe that. Yeah. That is extraordinary. That'll make that should be a sobering stat for anybody. We've got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Dr. James Orr from the UK.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. The Trump administration is warning pregnant women against taking Tylenol.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Yes. Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good.
President Trump points out that autism rates have increased exponentially in the last few decades. He points to statistics, showing that 1 in 10,000 children had autism just a few decades ago. Today, that number is at 1 in 31. A government shutdown is looming as we're about a week away from the 15th partial shutdown since 1981. Funding to keep the government open is set to run out September 30th unless a short-term or longer-term funding bill is passed. The Republican-led House has already passed its version of a continuing resolution that would extend funding for the government through November 21st. The measure failed in the Senate, though, and senators aren't scheduled to return to Washington until hours before the government runs out of money. House Republicans are blaming Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
I predict he will shut the government down. It'll be the Schumer shutdown for about a week or so to kind of prove that he still has a little muscle. And then the business will be about reopening the government. What will they want in return to open the government? We're not giving them anything they want when it comes to putting illegal aliens back on Medicaid. But it's always tougher to open back up the government than it is to shut it down. I will tell you that. And typically, Republicans get the blame for that. Not this time around.
This is obviously a developing story that we'll continue to cover for you here on Real America's Voice. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Voice of generations. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. His empty chair is there, and it's interesting because it's almost become like a pilgrimage. You know, a lot of our friends want to take pictures and remember him and keep this moment. And the chair, I've said it a few times this week, but since you guys probably haven't heard it, it was a really funny story. We tried on it was like 13 different chairs, and he kept saying, nope, because Charlie had a really bad back.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he ran a ton when he was young. So when he was just starting Turning Point, that was his outlet to get all the energy out. He would just run for like 7 to 10 miles. But then he would get on a plane and fly for 5 hours, and then he'd do it again the next day, and eventually just like something happened with one of the discs. And so he had a bad back, and he hated most chairs. When we would do media rows and he had to sit in these chairs that he didn't like, I mean, he'd always go, oh, my back. And so we finally got him the Shaq chair because we joked he's like a Nephilim. He was so huge. And he loved this chair. And it was probably the cheapest of any of the versions that we got, probably at like Target, but it was made for big people. And so it makes me smile every time I see it because, you know, it traveled. We had the studios in a different place and we brought the chair, you know, anyways. But anyway, you have another special guest that is joining us right now. So the floor is yours, Allie.
Yeah, I love Kirk Cameron. I'm so excited to talk to you, Kirk. You have been talking about revival for a really long time. Do we have Kirk ready to go? Okay. You've been talking about revival for a long time and what revival looks like. You've been posting about that on social media. So I just want to hear first, like, what's your take on what you've seen in the state of the spiritual world over the past couple weeks?
Well, thank you for having me. I feel so deeply honored to be with both of you right now and with that empty chair. Wow. Yeah. I'm very excited because when I think of the wicked evil that took place in front of all of our eyes, I can't help but ask myself the question, how is this an essential part of the story? And the story I'm talking about is the story of redemptive history.
Right.
The author of life is writing a story, and in some of those chapters, it's an absolute nail biter. There's been many throughout the ages where you have good men, faithful men and women being martyred and sacrificed for their convictions and for the truth. And you look at those things and you think, surely God didn't want that to happen. Surely he was on coffee breaks. Surely this was not part of the plan. And yet we read in the scriptures that Jesus going to the cross was the plan to result in the salvation of millions and billions of people around the world. And every martyr that has shed his blood has resulted in revivals personally and in families and in communities and in nations. And I know that behind the curtain, God is working miracles. Even though we don't understand it and know the details, we can trust that what he says is true. He's working all things together for good for those who love him and for those who are called according to his purposes. And it's always at these moments when all hope seems lost, when it's against all odds, that God uses the seemingly foolish and weak things of the world to turn things around. And that's what Charlie was all about. He's using the hearts and minds of young people on college campuses that have now been lit on fire, and now there's millions of Charlies. They're all saying, we are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. We are carrying on the message. We're carrying on your tour. We're carrying on your podcast. And it reminds me of Tertullian in the 2nd century, who said, when you mow us down, you only make us spread because our blood is like seed. That's right. And that's where we get the phrase, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church.
Yes.
So I feel the rumblings of revival under my feet in so many ways. And this event with Charlie has just poured gasoline onto the fire for millions of people around the world.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
You just made me think of what Mikey McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, said at the event. He quoted Kierkegaard, and he said, "The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule begins." And I think there's probably a few ways to, I don't know if that's the direct translation Mikey used or not, but it really is, it gets to this idea of the martyr, blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. And I will tell you, from the numbers that we're seeing at campus, inquiries to start new TPUSA chapters, to the, our friend Tyler went to church, and they started baptizing people in the fountains out in the parking lot. Exactly. Go ahead.
It's just so exciting, right? I freaked out when I wasn't able to go to the memorial service, but as I was watching it, I'm going, "Are you kidding me? I've heard these are world leaders sharing more about their faith in Jesus Christ." This was like a Billy Graham crusade revival meeting on a massive scale all around the world. I've never seen anything like it. And, I thought of this the other day. I thought, if Charlie and other saints in heaven have a portal through which they can watch us, I can just imagine him just smiling with that iconic grin that he has. And I don't know how it all works up there in the great balcony of heaven, but I can just imagine him lifting a glass at a great banquet table in the presence of all of history's heroes and his heroes of the faith, and quoting Ephesians 3:20, saying, "And now, look at this, and now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly beyond all we could ever ask or imagine, according to the great power that is at work within us all. To him be glory in the church and throughout all generations forever and ever. Amen."
Amen.
And again, I could just picture it in my mind.
Yes.
Fires me up.
Yes, me too. So we know one thing about this is that Satan doesn't go down without a fight. And he's already defeated. Jesus has already won, and yet he's doing his darndest. There's this quote, I'm sure you know it, by C.S. Lewis that says, "There's no neutral ground in all of the universe. Every spare second, every square inch has been claimed by Christ or counterclaimed by Satan." And to me, the day that Charlie was assassinated, it was like, okay, Satan gained some ground. It certainly feels sometimes like this is a losing battle, even though I know that's not true. Can you tell us how we should be thinking about the reality of spiritual warfare right now? A lot of people are thinking about Ephesians 6. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, the powers of darkness. What should we be thinking about that realm right now?
Well, thank you for asking my opinion. I'm not a credentialed theologian on this topic, although I have really strong opinions about it just by reading the Bible. And I think that if Christians actually understood who we are in Christ and where we are positionally, covenantally with Christ, seated with him in the heavenly places, ruling and reigning together with the Trinity over the nations of the earth, people wouldn't be so concerned about spiritual forces of darkness. And here's what I think helps. One of my favorite scripture passages is in John chapter 12. And you look there at verses 31 and 32, and Jesus said, "Now is the judgment of this world." You think, wait a minute, John 3:16 says Jesus didn't come into the world to judge the world, but that the world through him might be saved. But listen to what he's saying. He's saying, now is the judgment of this world, this evil world system, and the ruler of this world shall be cast down. From where? From he was the prince of the power of the air. He was in the heavenly places, but he's being cast down. He says, now is the time for that. And when I am lifted up from the earth, speaking of the manner in which he would die on a cross, I will draw all people to myself. So he is describing a massive covenantal power shift in the heavenly realms, in the heavenly places. This cosmic war results in Jesus declaring, all authority now has been given to me, both in heaven and on earth. So ask yourself, if all authority, not some, but all, has been given to Jesus both in heaven and on earth, how much authority does that leave for Satan? Zero. And he says, he has the keys to the kingdom. The death blow has been dealt. The serpent's head has been crushed. He's overcome death and the grave and the power of hell. He came to destroy the works of the devil. He said it is finished. He is risen. He has seated next to the Father and deployed the Holy Spirit. And now he says, go into all of the world, disciple all the nations, teach them to obey all that I've commanded, and I'll be with you to the end of the age. In my understanding, my vernacular summary is, boys, it's go time. You know the place. Let's go win this together on 3. And then you see the missionary movements to the ends of the earth. And I don't believe for a second that we're fighting for victory during a sad time. I believe that these are exciting times and we are fighting from victory. And if we understood that, we could change things in short order, politically, economically, in our families and marriages, in our churches, and we could begin to heavenize this earth like nobody's ever seen before.
That's so good.
I love that phrase you use, by the way, because it feels true, on a very deep level.
Yeah.
The power shift. You were talking about Jesus on the cross, but we were also just talking about the blood of the martyrs. And there is a power shift that I can feel in the heavenly realms here on earth. And you can see it when we have our nation's most powerful leaders, including Don Jr., which still, blows me away.
Yeah.
I think it blew Don away what he did. But we have the most powerful leaders in the world, in the free world, preaching the gospel better than some pastors, in front of 100 million live streams.
Yeah. Well, because, and I think that is motivated and sharpened by watching a man who is an archetype of courage, like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
We're seeing somebody live for us in real time what we say we believe.
Yeah.
And the problem is we have such people-pleasing, seeker-sensitive so-called churches that are all about promoting a Jesus that soothes and never saves. And Jesus said, if anyone wants to come after me, you need to deny yourself. You need to take up your cross and follow me. And that's the kind of life Charlie wanted to live. And I personally believe that came into sharper focus and was fueled with rocket fuel more and more over the last 5 years with Charlie. And I'm hearing other people say the same thing because of his death. I mean, J.D. Vance, our vice president, said, I've talked more about my faith in Jesus in the last 2 weeks than I have in the last 10 years of public life.
And Kirk, that was an ad lib. It wasn't in his speech. He just threw it in there. He was moved by the Spirit to say it. He told me that.
Backstage.
Yeah,
and then,
I will. One second. We're going to take a quick break, Kurt. We'll be right back.
just an interview with Jeff Durbin.
We're going to keep going with the stream because Kirk Cameron is on one. He's
preaching
in the best way.
Go.
Preaching.
So, keep going. Don't let me cut you off, my friend.
Oh, I was just going to say that I was blown away by Tucker Carlson. It's not often that we hear news types and journalists and people who are not necessarily professional Christians come out and be so bold in their faith. And I was like, man, Tucker is laying it down. I mean, for those of us who kind of sort of thought that maybe Tucker was familiar in a traditional kind of way with Christianity, I was like, no, he's talking about repentance. I mean, he's saying the things that many professional Christians don't really want to say. And he says it starts with us, with me. I mean, repentance is the hard work of plowing up the ground and removing the stones of sin, preparing the soil for the gospel to go down and change you into a new kind of person. It's not about pointing fingers and say it's them, it's them. He's saying Charlie started with it's me, it's us. We need to not play the same sick games as sad, broken, lost people who need Jesus. We need to be transformed and change the way that we think, download the mind of Christ through Scripture, and then be empowered by the Holy Spirit to sacrifice and pay the price to be brave. And the price is you don't get to be a BSer. If you're going to go out there and be courageous enough to call things what God calls them, like Charlie did, you're also going to be called to see if you're bluffing. And Charlie wasn't bluffing. He was willing to pay the price and sacrifice comfort, pleasure, power, influence, even though he had those things, which are not bad things in and of themselves. But when they become ultimate things for politicians and religious people, that then becomes idolatry and what God hates. What Charlie did was he was just living out his convictions, and he was willing to lay it all on the line and said he wasn't afraid because he knew that he was bulletproof until the Lord called him home and his work was done. And I loved what J.D. Vance said. He said, "You fought a good fight. We've got it from here." And that's been my battle call ever since I heard him say that.
So good.
So good. Kirk, your sister, Candace, has told this story, I think, on the stage of my conference, Share the Arrows, and maybe on my show, too. She was going through a hard time where she was getting some kind of pushback for something. And she says that you texted her, "Welcome to the James 1 Club." Can you explain what that means? We got a lot of people who are newly emboldened or new Christians. They're not used to being persecuted and called names for their faith, and they're like, what the heck did I get myself into? What's the James 1 Club?
And we have 1 minute till we welcome back radio. So if this is a bigger story, I don't want it to get cut off because we have our final radio segment. And so up to you how you want to handle it. You want to tease it for radio, and then we'll
go for it.
Let's tease it for radio. I need to go back and read James 1. I can't remember what it says.
Oh, no.
Trials.
Trials of many kinds.
Consider it all joy, my brethren, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the test of your faith produces endurance.
The Lord prompted me to give you a quick out there, but hey, by the way, let's take a quick break and welcome back radio. But it was funny. Something just occurs to me. You were saying, well, I'm not a theologian, and we were asking you about the powers of darkness and we don't war against flesh and blood, and I was like, he lives in Hollywood. Are you kidding me? You are the expert in this topic. So for what it's worth, you have a lot of authority on a lot of issues.
And you gave a phenomenal answer.
It was
you
a great answer.
So
it was a great answer. So I'm going to give you an out. Go read James 1. We're going to welcome back radio in about 20 seconds. We'll be right back.
Heard that before, or that kind of offends me. That rubs me the wrong way.
I'd have to say that the main issue that really started to change my thought pattern was the issue surrounding abortion.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that song. Welcome back to the last segment. It goes fast, doesn't it?
It goes by so fast.
So fast. And such great friends and new friends, Pastor. We're going to be homies.
I know you didn't know you were going to stick around this whole time. I love it.
And so So you prompted him. So start the question again for radio, and that's how we're going to end the show. What is James 1, right?
Okay, can you just, it verbatim, trials of many kinds. Can you tell us what James 1 says, Costi?
Yes, James is preparing Christians for suffering. They're spread out everywhere. He says, consider it all joy, my brethren, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance. Then there's this line, let endurance have its perfect result, meaning it's going to do something to you. So I'll pass the baton over to our fireball preacher.
Yeah. How do people give people some encouragement that are dealing maybe for the first time persecution, pushback for being bold for their faith?
Probably with their families, too.
Yeah.
I bet there's a lot of people that their families are looking at them like, oh, you're not really going to become a Christian because of Charlie Kirk, are you? I bet that's happening.
Yeah, I'm going to become a communist because of AOC. That's better. I mean, what kind of comment is that? I mean, people. I think the trouble that we have is that as human beings is that I think God made us as relational people, and we want to be in community with people. But the problem is we're so concerned about people pleasing that we seek the approval of people rather than the approval of God. And we were designed to look to God for our worth and our value, not to the applause of our friends and our followers. And we live in a culture that has just steeped us in that we're so soaked in it. We're absolutely intoxicated with people giving us thumbs up and high fives and attaboy and way to go. And if people turn on us, cancel us, we're just crushed. Our little mini kingdoms just fall apart. And so I would say that what we need to do is recognize that if we really are who God says we are, if we are made in his image, we have been set free from sin, we've been filled with his spirit, we've been reconciled to God, restored to our mission, and through the gospel, all things can be made new, then my goodness, I've got a reason to live. And I've got to have the ability to be rejected by people. And when you see people like Charlie who model that for us, or the Apostle Paul who models that for us, or Costi who models that for us, or Allie Beth who models that for us, and others throughout history, you say, let's go. I mean, when you watch, why do we watch Braveheart over and over and over? How many times have you seen it? How many times are you going to watch The Patriot? Why do we do that? Because these are people who faced pressure at great cost to themselves, but they were driven by their convictions and by their faith in ultimate things that matter. And this gives us reason to live. I want to share one quick story. And this is the story of an Asian saint in the year 400 AD. His name is Telemachus. And he traveled to Rome and went to see the gladiatorial games in the Colosseum. And when he walked in and saw that these men were killing each other for sport to the wild enthusiasm of the entertained audience, he was horrified. Something rose up within him, both anger and compassion for these people, that he leapt into the arena itself and demanded, pleaded with the fighters to stop their killing. And the audience was enraged that he interrupted their entertainment, and they stoned him themselves right on the spot. And the sand soaked up Telemachus's blood. But the emperor, Flavius Honorius, was so rattled, so shaken to the core by this Christian man's compassion and his courage that he ended the gladiatorial games forever. They were banned and they never came back. His courage and his death was a turning point in Rome. And I believe Charlie is a modern day Telemachus, and his death is a turning point in America.
Wow. Amen. What a perfect note to end on. Kirk Cameron, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing it. And thank you to the Lord for speaking through all of these people. The gospel has been shared. God has been glorified today. Thank you for being a part of it, Kirk.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Appreciate all of you. Keep up the great work.
Likewise. Thank you.
Goes quick.
It really does.
That was fun. Thank you for preaching the gospel.
Thank y'all for having me.
An honor.
Discipleship.
You were the perfect person to be here, Allie. And
well, praise God. Thank you.
Thank you for your faithful friendship to Charlie and to Turning Point, and we'll see you again soon.
Yes.
Thanks so much, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. We're continuing to update the investigation regarding this morning's shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. Investigators now saying at least one victim is dead, 2 others injured. However, police only confirming that no law enforcement official was hurt, no confirmation about who the victims are or in what capacity they were at that facility. We do know that a sniper went on a shooting spree from a nearby rooftop and eventually killed himself. The FBI investigating the attack, quote, as an act of targeted violence, saying that some of the bullet casings, as you can see here, had anti-ICE messages on them.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posting this message on X, writing in part, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families. An FBI search of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. office reportedly turned up classified documents. That's the word from a court filing that was released on Tuesday. The documents were reportedly gathered in August and allegedly included materials that reference weapons of mass destruction, among other things. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Time is flying with you, by the way, Dr. James Orr. It's truly amazing. We have actually Charlie's debate with it's coming. I don't know that we have it yet, with the new incoming president. Yes. So we'll play that before this segment ends. But I mean, give us, I don't know, your just sum it all up. Charlie, England, the UK, free speech, wherever you want to take this, because we were just discussing in the break all these other things we're going to get to, but I think we need to put a capstone on this hour.
I once made the mistake of asking Charlie what part of the motherland he was from, his family was from. He said, "My surname's Kirk. Where do you think I'm from?" I said, "Yeah, okay, right." He's proud of his Scottish heritage. He loved Britain, and he had this sort of, I think sometimes in our country we get a sense, a note of almost kind of a smug contempt from Americas to what's going on over here, but it's just not true. And I think Charlie sort of personified that. Charlie was somebody who he loved the country. He was sort of heartbroken at what he saw was happening to it, and the fact that it was just losing. That it was no longer the cradle of those founding values that he believed had made America great, that gave America its DNA. And he was so passionate about us, and not just recently. I mean, I can't remember when he set up Turning Point UK. I think that must have been 2017, 2018. I don't know if he's did that in any other country. I mean, he had a fierce desire to kind of connect that sort of Anglo-American axis, and I think it's been pretty successful. TP UK, they're the ones who organised that vigil outside Downing Street. They've
got a good social media following.
Absolutely right, and so it's something we talked about it a lot actually last month, and how to help ramp it up and how to kind of develop this sort of a youth movement on the right in Britain, and so he was passionate about it, and I think felt the right's in a little bit of chaos at the moment in some ways. I think it's kind of fruitful chaos. We talked a lot about it. There's all sorts of emerging movements. There's a lot of vitality now, I think, on the right, a lot of philosophical energy, a lot of political energy, and you're seeing that now reflected in the polling.
Do you think that do you think Nigel Farage is the likely next prime minister if things hold?
Yes, I do. I think he is set to be the next prime minister of the United Kingdom whenever the election is going to be held. I think the latest it could be held is August 2029. That's a long time.
That's a long way. That's an eternity in politics.
That was it Adam Smith who said there's a lot of ruin in a nation? Well, I just don't know how much ruin there is left in ours with the current government, certainly. But yes, I think if you were the betting markets and the polling would suggest that Nigel is set.
Keir's very unpopular.
Extremely unpopular, yes, absolutely. I think he's just this week, his approval rating sank to below what I think Boris Johnson had at his very, at the nadir.
At that nadir.
Exactly. and so it
sounds better.
There's a lot, there's a lot of maneuverings now on the left, which is now fragmenting into the kind of the Rainbow Caucus, the Crescent Caucus, the Star, the old school socialists, and it may be that he gets almost very likely that Starmer gets unseated. I mean, we're good at ditching prime ministers.
Yeah, I was going to say, what triggers it?
Well, so we're a parliamentary democracy. So what that means is you've got the party that can command a majority and command the confidence of the House of Commons is the government. And now Starmer's got a majority in I think 154. And so turkeys don't vote for Christmas, even if the turkeys really, really hate each other. And so it's very likely that the government will survive in some form till the end of the electoral cycle. But I suspect Starmer's not going to be that long in Downing Street. And
one could hope. So Nigel's well positioned. By the way, we were going to play Sweatpants Bro, but I actually like this better. Let's play the clip from the UK of Charlie paying you quite the compliment, Blake. 162.
Blake is like the smartest person I know. We're all plenty prepared to like.
That was sorry, I just had to do that for you. Charlie was very impressed by Blake's intellect and by your memory. And that was you traveling with your travel buddy. You guys were international travel buddies at the end. I mean, it really was something.
I picked up on that reverence for Blake over at our dinner in Cambridge, and whenever there was this kind of difficult moment, a difficult discussion, or we needed some facts, Charlie would turn to his left, say, Blake, and he'd always have the answer.
Well, it's true. You do have a weirdly photographic memory for history. Maybe it's not photographic, whatever it is. You have a great recall. We're gonna transition in hour two, and we're gonna talk about this Jimmy Kimmel controversy, and we're gonna start debunking this both sidism with some actual facts, and I think that's important. We'll be right back with Dr. James Orr. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The big story of the day involves this morning's shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. Investigators saying that at least one victim is dead, 2 others hurt. Police only confirming, though, that no law enforcement official was hurt. No confirmation about who the victims are or in what capacity they were at that facility. We also know that a sniper went on a shooting spree from a nearby rooftop and eventually killed himself. The FBI investigating the attack, quote, as an act of targeted violence, saying that some of the bullet casings, like the one you see on your screen, had anti-ICE messages on them.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric, demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posting this message on X, writing in part, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families. An FBI search of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. office reportedly turned up classified documents. That's the word from a court filing that was released on Tuesday. The documents were reportedly gathered in August and allegedly included materials that referenced weapons of mass destruction and records related to the U.S. government strategic communications. Inventory from the search lists several folders that were labeled confidential and some pages that were marked secret. Similar to the search of Bolton's home in August, agents confiscated computers and other electronic devices as potential evidence. The searches were both conducted as part of 3 felony investigations for gathering, transmitting, or losing national defense information in violation of the Espionage Act, as well as retaining classified information without permission. Well, it looks like the federal government will be shut down this time next week. While House Republicans passed a continuing resolution that would keep government agencies funded until November 21st, the Senate failed to pass a similar measure and won't return to Washington until right before the deadline to pass a funding bill. Plus, President Trump just canceled a meeting with top congressional Democratic leaders to discuss ways to avert a potential government shutdown. Taking to Truth Social, the president writing, "I have decided that no meeting with their congressional leaders could possibly be productive. If the shutdown happens, it would mark the 15th partial shutdown of federal services since 1981. The man who tried to assassinate then presidential candidate Donald Trump while he played golf in Florida tries to stab himself in the neck with a pen after a jury took just 2 hours to convict him. These courtroom sketches illustrate just how it all went down. The 59-year-old was found guilty of attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, and assaulting a federal officer, among a long list of other charges. He now faces up to life in prison during his sentencing December 18th.
Very appreciative of the justice that was given and the way it was handled by Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and everybody that it's been, and their team of people. It was really well handled, and it's very important. You can't let things like that happen. Nothing to do with me, but a president or even a person. You can't allow that to happen. And so justice was served, and we'll see what happens.
Prosecutors say the guy spent weeks plotting the attempted assassination. He lost the case and his freedom after representing himself during the trial. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the verdict illustrates the Department of Justice's commitment to punishing those who engage in political violence. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard, Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Senator Gersianovich here from Japan. Love real America's voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, your executive producer. I am joined by the great British patriot, Dr. James Orr, who, it was interesting actually, when we hung out in Aspen, there had just been this piece that came out about you, calling you the mentor of J.D. Vance. And you are friends with J.D. We are friends with J.D. He actually hosted this show the Monday after September 10th. And it was a great honor, great tribute. But you took umbrage with that, didn't you? That framing of things. Because J.D. hung out, he went on vacation or something.
Yes.
And in the Cotswolds.
Yeah, I've known him for a few years. He had a trip to England over August. It was supposed to be a family holiday, but it just
worked the whole time.
It turned into a media circus, and he had to cut it short. He did some golf up in Scotland, I think, and I took umbrage at the description. This idea that I'm somehow mentor to the Vice President of the United States is not true at all. I've learned a great deal more from him than he's ever learned from me. But the last time I saw him in Washington, it must have been just a few days before it happened. I think it was about a week before it happened. And I just said, I was out in Arizona and spent some time with Charlie and his team, and it's, my goodness, you're in good shape for 2028. That machine is going to be is roaring, and with energy and enthusiasm.
We hope he dives in. I mean, every indication you would think a vice president would be primed for that, but he's very coy about.
Yes, of course,
he's being very respectful, and of course we appreciate that. It's still the era of Trump, and we're into that too. But
of course,
tell us about your relationship with him. I think that's interesting.
Well, we met, I think a few years ago, and I think summer of 2019, I think it was, through mutual friends, and we hit it off. He was a private citizen at the time. I'd read Hillbilly Elegies when it came out, I think in 2016. I had a Texan friend of mine, it was end of October 2016, pressed a copy into my hands and said, Trump is going to win, and this is why. You need to read this. And I read it, loved it.
Wow.
So he was on my radar early on. And then had the chance to meet him in 2019. We hit it off. We talked a lot, and not actually very much about politics at all. Although, we did a lot of philosophy. Talked about faith. Talked about theology. And I thought, gosh, this guy's promising. He could be a congressman one day.
Congressman.
He looks like he's got a bright future.
Yeah. Everybody. By the way, I usually don't share numbers, but him hosting Charlie's show, and I hope people understand there's a difference between 1 million views on YouTube and and 1 million downloads of a podcast. I've never seen a podcast.
Let's just say it's true. It's our most downloaded podcast.
It's the most downloaded podcast episode, and I will just say that ever of all time. And JD did such a magnificent job, and I was thinking about that this morning. What he said on his episode when he hosted, he said, "Yes, we want unity, but first we have to have truth." I think that is really relevant to something that's happening in our own news cycle right now. And the truth is, and I think we're going to discuss both this hour about this both sidesism. It's a lie. But also Jimmy Kimmel said that, you know, he essentially stated, I think very clearly, that the shooter came from MAGA. And that really upset me. Had a trans boyfriend or whatever, however you're supposed to say it. I think that's probably the right way to say it. That he was into all this weird stuff. He was writing all of these notes on these bullet casings and things like that. And his own parents were worried about his radicalism. And then to go on the air and say, no, actually it was from MAGA. MAGA killed him. What that means to me is that you can lie with impunity, that there is a machinery in place that will defend you. Your life is not important. That I'm free to desecrate, you know, your memory because conservatives bad and what you had it coming and more should, you know, it's basically a license to say we're going to support you guys if you guys go do this stuff out in the real world, and that's not okay. And so we have clips, Blake, I don't know which clip it is, the Jimmy Kimmel in response to the backlash he received. We can just play one of these. I mean, it doesn't matter. 132.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
So what I'm lacking there is I'm sorry. I lied. I misrepresented the nature of who the shooter was. I'm sorry. I will do better. My sincerest apologies to Erica Kirk and to the Kirk family. And James, you're a Christian. Explain the difference between what he did, sort of parsing words, never kind of owning it. It was sort of, I'm sorry if you were offended. Explain what Christian contrition looks like, what it looks like in Scripture, historically, what it means and what that was lacking.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could hear some contrition in his voice, as he was clearly emotional, whether the emotions was being driven by what had happened to him, you know, the fact that his career looked like it was on the precipice. I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, true contrition expresses itself in actions. And, you know, I detected a sort of a hint of a politician's apology there. Just deeply sorry that offense has been caused. But, you know, repentance, you know, the New Testament is metanoia, which means a complete transformation of one's mind, of one's intellect, one's understanding, one's heart. You know, the Latin translation, I think, is penitemini, which is kind of not just repentance, but do penance. And there's a lot of debate about that in the Reformation, about, you know, his sort of repentance is something not just of the heart, but you've got to do it. You've got to do stuff that shows this kind of the outward working, the outward expression of inner contrition within one's heart. And I don't know. Look, I don't have a window into men's souls. I don't have a window into Jimmy Kimmel's soul. I just hope that this incident, this whole sorry saga, has made the left, has made the kind of, you know, American liberals think a lot harder about the language that they're using, and just being aware that you know, spinning the kind of conspiracy theories that are completely fact free, as seems to be the case with this extraordinary charge that the killer was motivated by was part of the MAGA movement, just simply absurd, not a shred of evidence for it. I just hope that this will give them, you know, pause for thought, and it'll just slow things down. And yeah, I mean, you know, there cannot be civil discourse if it's, if one side is constantly paying the consequences for indiscreet speech or violent rhetoric, and the other side effectively gets a free pass. And that seems to be what's happening, not just in America, but all across the landscape of Western culture, Western politics.
Yeah, well, and I mean, Blake, you have kind of a contrarian take here because you think we should just sort of move on from this topic. I want more.
Well, so what's frustrated me about it is they went and, due to sort of how it unfolded, we allowed it to become that, like, Jimmy Kimmel was this free speech martyr against, because we had Brendan Carr at the FCC, he stepped out, and he basically said, you better take him off the air, or we're going to, investigate ABC and Disney, and they're going to have to answer for all these things. And you took what it should have been, which is Jimmy Kimmel said something disgusting, and there really was this big organic anger against them, and that got tamped down, and it turned into, this guy in the Trump administration is silencing Jimmy Kimmel, who is also lame and not funny. And it took something that was good and it changed it. And it also colored, and unfortunately, what we also saw, which was the very organic anger against all the other people who said disgusting things.
Yeah, I want to keep talking about that. We'll do it in the break. Quick break on radio. We'll be right back. Yeah, keep going with that, though, Blake. And I mean, I know I will say one of the things that I noticed, and you saw this with the Pam Bondi, I think it was a misspeak on Pam Bondi's behalf, because she kind of clarified her point after. She was talking about incitement. She meant to get to incitement.
Yeah,
she said hate speech.
It was so frustrating because
I would just say there was a lot of voices that on the right that said, we don't agree with the way she said that.
Yeah,
that's not our POV.
And that was also frustrating.
That's not Charlie's POV.
We've had to endure all this stupid, nasty, fake stuff on the left. We're like, the right doesn't care about free speech at all. They want to crack down. No, the backlash to Bondi saying the hate speech thing was immediate. It was basically unanimous. Right. Yeah. It was dial this back right now, and she did, thankfully. But it was a similar issue here, where I think there is a huge amount of genuine backlash to what Kimmel did. I think he probably would have gotten suspended. In fact, we got reporting from the Wall Street Journal and others that suggested he was going to be suspended at minimum, even without what Carr said. And I think it put the wrong color on it, that there was that kind of overt threat. And then the way he was, if you go to Carr's Twitter account, he was posting all these memes and just bragging about what he did. And I understand the impulse. It is a way. There is an element where the Trump movement made the movement more assertive, more bragging, and we've seen it with the ICE stuff, where they're like, we're deporting people, and here's a meme of this person who is also a child predator getting deported, and it's great, and people have liked that. But you do have to be careful, because we do want to make sure that this is about that. Charlie, who is a martyr for free speech, a martyr for Christianity, and we don't want that to turn into Charlie is ever considered some sort of justification for an anti-speech crackdown.
Charlie would reject that, by the way.
Completely.
He was basically a free speech absolutist. I mean, I think I say basically because, I'm just hedging in my mind, maybe some sort of incitement he would draw a line at. But, he believed in ugly speech. He believed in vile speech. He believed in the freedom to say evil things. I mean, that does cross the line into incitement, which is illegal when you're calling for violence for somebody. But, I mean, I struggle with asking the question, when we think about some of these ugly reactions, people celebrating, you think about the Oxford kid, sweatpants bro, where you're celebrating the murder of somebody. Is that not incitement in a certain way? I think the spirit is certainly the same. Legally, the barrier is different.
So one of the things that makes American free speech so exceptional, even compared to other Western nations, is we have kind of the Brandenburg Standard for speech. It's a Supreme Court case, and it's basically it is in fact only incitement if you are directly calling for some criminal act and in a specific way. So if someone were to say someone should go to the Utah Valley event and shoot Charlie Kirk, that is incitement. But even saying someone should shoot Charlie Kirk isn't by itself. And that enables a lot of ugly speech. As Charlie himself said, I think he has a tweet where he says, like, there is ugly speech, there is deranged speech, but there is not hate speech. And the thing with incitement, what's good about that strict standard is that gives us it means that an authoritarian government like the Biden administration has so little ground to come out and say, and the left loves to do this, where, this thing you said, that was actually inciting hate against migrants. That was inciting hate against trans people. That was inciting hate against minorities, just because you say, I don't want more immigration. And certainly Dr. Orr can tell us all about how that's been abused in the UK.
That's where we're going next.
Which they'll claim that's a free speech country, but it's clearly not anymore.
But this is the distinction, and I think it's really important for us to remain morally very clear on this. What I was trying to say was that celebrating nasty,
100%,
and it is from the same demonic spirit that I think somebody would, this incitement legal. So I'm talking, there's two distinctions. There's almost like the demonic spirit that I would call it versus
I totally
the legal
agree.
standard. And I'm not conflating the two. I'm saying, so, if you're going to celebrate that, certainly maybe you didn't break a law, but you are participating in the same demonism. And I would just say, I have not fully internalized that, other than to say that may you live a life so remarkable, so courageous, and so true that the demons celebrate when you die, and may your enemies celebrate, because that means you have done something. You have been so extraordinary that you live rent free in their heads, and they don't know anything else to do other than to say, thank goodness that extraordinarily effective person is off the board. But in Soren Kierkegaard's words, that's really just the beginning when a martyr dies. And so we're going to welcome back radio. We'll be right back in just 1 second. Charlie was a free speech absolutist, and one of the themes of his trip to the UK was about this issue of free speech. We've heard that in the UK, 30 arrests are made a day for people criticizing immigration, basically. Just this sea of humanity. And, we have a ton of immigration into this country, which is one of, my pet projects, is to limit that. But we also have a country that's much larger. And it sort of can absorb the visceral feel or the visual feel of it can absorb it a little bit differently than the UK, which is, remind me, what are you, 60, 80 million? I can't remember. So if you have a couple million migrants come into the UK, it's instantly very visible. It impacts the daily life of a lot of Britons really quickly. Tell us about the state of free speech in your country. Did this 100,000 person march push back against that? Was that a theme of it? Explain.
Yeah, sure. Well, of course, to go back to your earlier conversation, we don't have anything like the sort of the jurisprudence that's built up around the First Amendment over over the last 150 years. But I think up until the end of the last century, there was no sense that there was a kind of there were free speech problems in Britain. It's really been the last 25 years, I think, intensifying in the last 10 to 15. And I don't think there's any real doubt that it is connected to the rapid demographic change at scale that we've witnessed in the last 25 years, but particularly in the last 5 to 10 years. And what happens there, I think, is that there's sort of sense of a kind of high trust society, a moral community that is, basically shares the same universe of norms and standards of speech. That kind of gets fragmented, and silos begin to open up, and there's really just a dialogue of the deaf between different blocks within different demographic blocks. And so that's sort of that sense of being in a shared enterprise is starting to kind of unravel. And what happens there is that the state increasingly has to police these fragile boundaries between these different silos. And that's what we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years. We've seen it under a Labour government, a left-wing government. We've seen it under the Conservative government. The last Conservative government brought in something called an Orwellian phrase, non-crime hate incidents, where police can record your name, whether they accept that no crime has been committed, that you're exercising lawful free speech, but they make a note of it. It goes on your record. Until recently, I think that was on your record forever.
So
now
it's just this database. The state, the Leviathan, is just collecting this.
That's right. The police, they are policing tweets, not streets, and it is getting worse.
Can Nigel fix this as Prime Minister?
Well, I think one of the central focuses, one of the kind of guiding, one of the North Stars of the reform sort of philosophy and policy agenda is, without question, free speech. So there's a lot of debates, I think, internally as to what that's going to look like.
Isn't that just politics? I want fewer immigrants in my country.
Yeah, so you're not going to get, you may well get a knock on the door if you say that in the wrong way online. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But yes, I think that there's this thing about this sort of dominant left-wing orthodoxies become this sort of, the moral universe.
Yeah, it's like a puritanical,
a purity spiral. Exactly right. So that any dissent, as I said earlier, is any wrong think is evil think. It's something that is you've got to demonize. So it's this old point that we've made it many. It's on the left, the idea is that you're not just wrong, you're morally wrong. And on the right, okay, maybe it's not always the case, but I think generally speaking on the right, we do just think that, the left honestly and sincerely mistaken. And there isn't the same rhetoric, widespread rhetoric of demonizing and a kind of name calling that, okay, maybe it's not direct causal incitement, maybe it doesn't meet the Brandenburg standard, but it's certainly, I think, shifting the conditions. It's laying down the enabling conditions for violence. If you call somebody, public figure, Hitler, fascist often enough, then you shouldn't be surprising that crazy people will do violence against them.
It's one of the most frustrating things where we've had the left is certainly pushed in the last couple of weeks to try to argue, actually, there's more right-wing violence than left. And one, it's false, and we'll get into that in the rest of the show. But I'm looking at these tweets. Matt Iglesias, that fat guy from Vox, he was people remind themselves of things he said a while ago. I'll read this one quick and we can go back into it. But he said it was when Tucker Carlson got harassed at his home in 2017 or 2018. People were trying to kick in his door basically and terrorizing his house. And he was saying, I'll read the full tweets later, but he was basically saying, this is a good thing. You should do this to right-wing people. And now he's going to come out and be like, oh, I oppose violence against the right. Well, no, you just are trying to read the winds, Matt.
Dehumanization, otherization. We have a little bit of a surprise coming. Don't go anywhere.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality,
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Escalator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro, to every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America. Please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice.
Breaking news today because we are following this story closely, hearing about a heavy police presence at an immigration and customs enforcement facility. This is in Dallas. It's off Interstate 35.
So I'm hearing that DPD right now is looking for sniper or snipers that may have been on top of rooftops near buildings around the ICE facility. There have been 3 people wounded. According to sources, at least 3 people have been transported.
As far as the shooter goes, there was a self-inflicting gunshot wound, and he is dead. He's deceased. We believe that he was shooting at law enforcement and the detainees from an apartment building. Again, those details are still murky. It looked like it might have been a sniper or some sort of a long form shot, but as soon as we have more information, we will give that out. But we do ask the American public, please join us in praying for the victims, for our law enforcement. You know, we've been saying for months that the rhetoric around our law enforcement, particularly ICE, the dehumanization, the demonization, has spun so far out of control, and that someone is going to get hurt.
What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live, Phoenix, Arizona, the Charlie Kirk studio. Today is September 24th, 2025, Anno Domini. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now living through the largest leftist violence spree since 2020. But here's what's different now. The leftists aren't running around in black blocs. They're not influencing and organizing with BLM. What are they doing? Targeted killings, targeted assassinations, like the assassination of the man who sat in that chair right next to me, Charlie Kirk. Understand the situation that we are in. They will shoot your friends. They will shoot up ABC stations. They will shoot up ICE facilities, killing two. Turns out they were detainees, weren't even ICE agents. And then what will happen? All of their deceptors will go up on ABC, late night with Jimmy Kimmel, run around on social media telling you that it didn't happen. They'll put out all of the disinformation that they can. We were the first to report here at Human Events that it was an anti-ICE attack, and we got that from a highly placed individual that gave us that information. We now know, of course, that that was etched into one of the casings of the bullets, and there may even be other messages etched into those casings as well. They just don't have the ink in them. The individual has been identified and is already quickly being tied to extreme leftist, Marxist, communist, violent ideology. How many times does this have to happen before we get some action? How many more times has it got to go? How many more shootings do you want? How many more? How many more bodies and boxes are we going to have before someone actually takes this threat seriously? I'm seriously asking at this point. I don't understand. It keeps happening again and again. And then we hear, oh, I guess we didn't know. Oh, there's nothing that could have been done. Are you serious? There's nothing that could have been done? Oh, there's lots that could be done, but no one is doing it. So I want to hear the people getting up and saying, oh, well, we've secured the perimeter. No, you only secured the perimeter after the bodies are lying on the ground. That's when you secured the perimeter. That's when you kept everyone safe. No, we need to be taking proactive measures, and the proactive measures need to come now, not just for law enforcement, but for everyone else who's in the crosshairs of this violent leftist insanity that is sweeping our nation. Understand the time that it is. Understand what part of the movie you are in. It is not the good part. It's going to get worse. They are escalating. It's getting worse, it's getting more frequent, and it's getting more deadly. So how many more is it going to take? How many more? Seriously, I want a number. Anyone out there, just give me the number. How many more is it going to take before we actually get some action? They're rioting up in Portland last night, rioting full black bloc up there, right? You want to tell me there's no groups? You want to tell me there's no organizations? You want to tell me there's no individuals? And then you go out and you pull up the social media, and it's nothing but violence after violence after violence over and over and over again. And the media will come out and say, gosh, we're just not sure what the motive is. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell what inspired this. I guess we'll have to find out later. And then later, some guy in a suit comes out and says, oh, that was just a disturbed individual. Just a disturbed individual. Well, I'll tell you something right now. I'm a disturbed individual because I see this happening every single day. It seems like reset the clock, 0 days since the last act of leftist violence. What is going on? It will not stop until it is stopped. We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm Lou, mega pilot from Escalator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are Phoenix, Arizona, Charlie Kirk studio. Honored to have on now as our next guest the press secretary for the War Department, Kingsley Wilson, joins us. Kingsley, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Jack.
And obviously, I know that the Department of Homeland Security is the sister department, not your department. But I was wondering if I could get your comments just very quickly on this violence that we saw. And obviously, it's a breaking news situation out of Dallas, an attack on federal law enforcement.
Yeah, it's horrific. And this is, on the heels of rhetoric that has demonized a lot of our ICE officers. And here at the Department of War, we are proud to work alongside our ICE officers and all of our DHS partners to ensure that the American people are kept safe, our borders are secure, and deportations, a promise the president made on the campaign trail that's being delivered on, is fulfilled. So this is despicable. We are praying for all of the ICE officers across this country who are facing increasing threats. And we condemn this completely.
Well, I thank you very much, and I certainly agree with your sentiments there. We had originally booked you because I've just been talking here on the show regarding these violent attacks that seem to be happening over and over. But another level of violence that we've seen in the United States and in our hemisphere is the cartel violence. And for so many years, the federal government had no response to it whatsoever, other than to treat it as a sort of law enforcement matter or a drug interdiction matter when it came to the Coast Guard or others. But the War Department is taking a slightly different tack on that as per the president's guidelines. Walk us through these new offensive operations that are being done to the cartels.
Absolutely. And you paint the picture perfectly there. This is not the previous administration. We have gone decades letting narco-terrorists run the Western Hemisphere effectively and traffic drugs into our country that kill Americans. Deadly fentanyl has ravaged young Americans across the country. It is totally unacceptable. And until President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, no one was doing anything about it. President Trump declared these narco-terrorist thugs FTOs early on in his administration. And since that point, the Department of War has gotten to work. We are taking out deadly narco-terrorists all across the region that threaten our people and that threaten the security of the homeland. And this is something that we're proud to be doing. Keeping our people safe is the ultimate goal of the Department of War. And that's what our troops sign up to do. That's what they're proud to do. And we are going to ensure that we continue this operation so that drugs don't kill Americans any longer. That is a non-negotiable for this department. We want to have secure borders and we want to have safe shores. Drugs cannot traffic through the Gulf of America any longer under this president.
When you look at the Gulf of America, when you look at the Caribbean, certainly, by the way, this, and as a prior Navy officer myself and someone who served in the Caribbean while stationed at Guantanamo Bay under the auspices of Southern Command, Southcom, this isn't the first time the U.S. military has been used for these types of interdiction operations or offensive operations. And it really strikes me as strange that the media is sort of just not talking about the full picture here. This is a historic mission of the United States Navy and the United States military.
Absolutely. And I've got to tell you, Jack, seeing the mainstream media reaction to these operations has been just truly mind-boggling for me. I was watching MSDNC this morning, and I saw Hillary Clinton on there talking about these operations and how they're horrible, and it's terrible that we're taking out these people who are just on boats. These are terrorists that are sending fentanyl to America, and they are killing young people in droves. 100,000 Americans died every year under the Biden administration because of these deadly drugs. This is a real threat to the homeland, and it's crazy to me to see people in the mainstream media not understand that threat and actually go the other way and carry water for these narco-terrorists and the Maduro regime and all of these people who seek to harm American citizens. It's got to stop, and we're going to keep working towards that goal. And we're going to keep ensuring that this operation is a success, despite the mainstream media's efforts to, say that it's illegal, which it's not. It's perfectly and totally legal. Or all of these Democrats that are going into apoplexy, that we're actually taking care of our hemisphere for once.
Well, the purpose of having a military is to defend the homeland. That's number one. And it seems that other administrations have had different ideas about what that means, defending the homeland in places that are very, very far from the homeland. And certainly the military has operations that have a global reach. But when it comes to the core mission of the United States military, you would think that defense of the homeland would actually be number one.
Yes, absolutely. And it is for this president and this secretary. And that's why President Trump was elected. He got the popular vote. He has a mandate from the American people to enact this agenda. People were so fed up of defending foreign countries' borders in far-flung places that didn't necessarily suit our interests. We're putting America first. And America first means we need a Western hemisphere where America is dominant again. We can't have cartels running the Western hemisphere. That is totally unacceptable. And what these strikes do is not only do they take out narco-terrorists who are actively bringing drugs to our country. I've seen a lot of people in the mainstream media trying to claim, oh, you don't know that these people were narco-terrorists. You said earlier, Jack, you're a Navy intel guy. You know how this works. We have credible intelligence. Without a doubt, we know who these people are. We know where they're going, and we know where they're coming from. We know what's on their boats. We are going to take this threat very, very seriously and ensure that the American people are kept safe. As you say, Homeland Security is a priority for this department and this president. We're not going to relent on it, and we're going to make sure that every cartel in the Western Hemisphere knows that, because when people see these strikes, whether they're a cartel in Mexico or a cartel in Venezuela, they are put on notice.
And I should also ask him, I mentioned before about obviously the attacks on the ICE facilities. And are these operations then being conducted with, and obviously I understand you can't get into classified intelligence, but would it be safe to say that there is coordination between the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of War on this?
Absolutely. We work really closely with our interagency partners, whether it's the U.S. Coast Guard, to ensure that we are just kind of implementing a policy that is going to ensure that we're all working together and collaborating, intel sharing, all of that sort of great stuff, right? So we're working alongside our government partners because this really is a whole of government approach. As I said in the beginning, President Trump early on designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And what that did for the department is allow us to start taking these threats more seriously than we had in the past. And we are working with the interagency to do that. And we're going to continue to ensure that they can't traffic drugs throughout our hemisphere and endanger American lives any longer.
No, it really seems that it's just remarkable to me to think that not only as having a Navy background, but also just as a father who's someone who lives in the United States, have been living on the East Coast. I'm in Phoenix right now, and you see what effect that these cartels and the narcotic operations have had on these cities, many of which, by the way, fuel the street violence that we see in cities like Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Baltimore, so many others across the country. And yet there are so many politicians that don't actually want to step up and treat this like the operation that it needs to be. They don't want to. They want to play these games. They say we need social reform. They say we need all these things. Whereas, look, sometimes you just need a hammer.
Absolutely. I think we've forgotten that the solutions are often very simple. We like to create more problems and try to act as though things can't be fixed. We have found very quickly that all we needed was a new president and a new Secretary of War to get to work and to get all of this done. We're delivering on promises. We're making steps that we haven't taken at this department in decades. We used to have under, 20 years ago, we used to take the Western Hemisphere pretty seriously. And then we got bogged down in the Middle East and nation building. And we were over there. We didn't really know what the objectives were, what, success looked like. But we just kept throwing money at it anyway, while politicians in D.C. got super rich and advocated that we stay there for even longer. Now we've got a secretary and a War Department that are focused on our main mission, keeping America safe. And that means secure borders. We've got a lot of troops down at the border that are working with DHS to make sure no one's crossing. I can tell you, Jack, I've been down there a few times now. It is all quiet on the Western Front. There's nobody crossing our southern border anymore. And we're going even further, right? We're making sure that our waters are secure, that our shores are secure. That's something that's really important to the American people, so it should be important to the Department of War. This is a department that is going to put America first every single mission. And that's what we've seen with Secretary Hegseth. And it's really fantastic, I think, for our troops as well, right? They get to protect their people, their neighborhoods. They're not just nation building. They're not just defending allies, right? They get to actually know that when they're standing post on our southern border, they're protecting Americans directly behind them. I think that's really impactful. And that's something that you hear from our troops when you talk to them down at the border.
Well, I think that's absolutely incredible. I also saw the secretary was just visiting our troops down in Puerto Rico as well. Are there any other plans for operations to be run in the Southcom AOR from various U.S. facilities there?
I can't get into, those specifics or any operations that we might have in the future, but I can absolutely tell you that this is a region that matters to the secretary and to this president. And it's really cool to see because I think, Southcom, you mentioned your experience there, hasn't gotten a lot of attention up until now. But now is really their time to shine, and they are showing that they can do all of this incredible hard work. They can take out terrorists. They can conduct lethal strikes, precise strikes, and deliver for the American people. So it's been really fantastic to see them kind of have the opportunity to deliver on a mission set. And it's something that I think we're going to see continue.
Well, I just have to say hoo-yah to our boys in blue that are down there. Keep putting those warheads on foreheads. Gentlemen, Press Secretary for the War Department, Kingsley Wilson, thank you so much for joining us here for that update on Human Events Daily.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
God bless. Folks, that's what it's all about. Taking actual action, taking steps to defend the homeland, to defend our people, to defend our nation. No more foreign threats. And I have an interesting take. Is there a foreign connection for Antifa? Could they be designated as a foreign terrorist organization? We'll get into it next. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice. I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Jack Posobiec, we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona, and we're in the Charlie Kirk studio. We're talking about leftist violence because we are currently in the largest wave of leftist violence since 2020. I want to bring on now Mike Davis from the Article 3 Project. Mike, how are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you, Jack, for having me on.
Of course. Look, Mike, I mean, I'll be blunt. We've seen the murder of Charlie Kirk, a shooting at an ABC station in Sacramento, California, after the short vacation that was given to Jimmy Kimmel. We have a deadly sniper shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas right now. There was another shooting at an ICE facility in the Fort Worth area back on the 4th of July, in very, very close proximity to today's shooting, to today's violence. We've seen, I'm running out of time in between these events. When are we, so that we have the Antifa designation from the Department of Justice, and we have that from the president, or excuse me, the president's executive order. Antifa has foreign ties. They have foreign cells. They have cells all over Europe. They went over for training in Syria. Could they be designated a foreign terrorist organization?
Yes, it's the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. The Secretary of State consults with the Attorney General and the Secretary of the Treasury. And if you can show that you have a foreign organization that's committing these terrorist acts, you can designate them a foreign terrorist organization. And once they're designated as a foreign terrorist organization, you can go after any of their supporters for providing what's called material support under our federal anti-terrorism criminal statutes. You can also expel all foreigners, including people who came here even lawfully. You can expel them if they're working with a foreign terrorist organization, and you can cut off all this foreign terrorist organizations' funding. So if Antifa is getting foreign support, which there's evidence that exists, including in your book, Jack, then if that's the case, they should move forward and designate it a foreign terrorist organization. I would say this: we have to take off the gloves. And we need to go after this left-wing violence. There's not a both sides issue here, as you rightly point out, Jack. It is leftist, it is Democrats killing conservatives and Republicans, and they're being cheered on by Democrat politicians and other thought leaders. And it's unacceptable, and we need to start rounding up these violent criminals and putting them in prison.
It's really simple. And actually, we've got a breaking clip here from the vice president who just commented on this. I'd like to play that now.
Law enforcement. Because here's what happens. Because here's what happens when Democrats like Gavin Newsom did say that these people are part of an authoritarian government. When the left-wing media lies about what they're doing, when they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell, and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
I love it. I love hearing that from the vice president, Mike Davis. And this is where it comes from. Look, we're getting what I used to call in the military, what we used to call command signal. The command signal is there. The president, the vice president. What are the next steps that need to be taken for a whole of government approach to this?
First of all, I want to say amen to Vice President J.D. Vance, because he is showing bold and fearless leadership here, which is much needed. President Trump has assembled a fantastic team across government with Tulsi, J.D., Cash, Pam, Todd. There are so many good people who are working every day on this. Judge Jeanine Pirro, we need to start arresting these people under our federal criminal statutes. It is a federal felony to harbor illegal aliens under 8 USC section 1324. That includes housing them, providing them financial assistance, trying to hide them from arrest, from law enforcement. It's also a felony to obstruct federal law enforcement. It's also a felony to conspire to do either of those things. We have RICO statutes on the books that we use to take down organized crime. What Antifa and these anti-ICE groups are doing is organized crime. So in addition to making foreign terrorist organization designations, we have plenty of federal statutes on our books right now for assaulting federal law enforcement, destruction of federal property. We have weapons charges you can bring. You can bring charges for incendiary devices. There is no shortage of federal statutes that can be used, and I have full confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Dan Bongino. There is a very good team in the Trump Justice Department, along with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem and her team, Tom Homan. They are going to move forward aggressively, taking down this organized violent crime on the left.
And it's obviously organized, because what did we see last night in Portland? We saw in Portland there were violent riots by Antifa members. The Post Millennial had great reporting on this, Katie Daviscourt, and that was just last night at the federal facility actually it was Eugene, Oregon, and they were out there. They were arrested, but again, there is coordination. There are cells. There's organization. This is what I'm saying, that it's time. The mandate is there. The executive order is there. The statutes are there. What we're missing is the action. These things need to stop. Mike Davis has the way forward. Mike, we're coming up on a quick break. I want to hold you over because we need to dig more into this. It's time to stop the nationwide leftist violence spree. And I don't want to sit there and have everybody wringing their hands about the rules of engagement. We're in a fight, and we're going to win. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice. I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here, Human Events Daily. Folks, September is National Preparedness Month. So the perfect time to ask yourself questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out the power for a week? Well, if you're anything like me, there's room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear free. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit and includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. Here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. What do? You go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack for more details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through bloody September. We are living through bloody September. I wake up, there is a leftist attack. I wake up, there is a leftist attack. I wake up, there is a leftist attack. Get it through your minds. Fix it in your brain. Activate the little gray cells. This will not go away. This is not going to get better on its own. This is not going to stop until it's stopped. I don't know how many more times I have to say this. The bullets will keep flying until we stop the bullets from flying. Christian students, Catholic schools, conservative campus leaders like the man who sat in this chair right here, and Hillary Clinton up on TV. White Christian men. You heard her say it. White Christian men. White Christian men. White Christian men. She says it over and over and over to remind you and to remind all of her little violent acolytes who the targets are. White Christian men. Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. Over and over and over. And you hear it from Jimmy Kimmel against ICE. You hear it from Hillary Clinton just this morning on MSNBC. Van Jones targeting Charlie Kirk just the day before. CNN. And then they want to get all mad at me because I go on CNN and I say we are facing asymmetric civil warfare. Well, what are you going to call it? What are you going to call it? How many more friends in boxes do I got to have? ICE agents. How many more? Mike Davis is our guest right now. Mike, walk us through the legal authorities and the legal actions that can be taken here.
Well, first of all, I want to say, Jack, you literally wrote the book on Antifa, right? You served for years as an intel operative. You wrote an Antifa publication years ago. You wrote on Humans about the communist revolutions. That's what they're doing now. The left is running a Marxist revolution, and they are rounding up these radical groups on, racial grievances, gender chaos, that the Antifa foot soldiers, they are running, as you said, asymmetrical civil war in America, and we need to wake up to that fact. So in addition to designating Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization and using our RICO statutes to dismantle Antifa and these other left-wing groups, including George Soros and its octopus of network of all these left-wing radical violent groups. You can also have federal, state, and local prosecutors use simple conspiracy statutes to take out these left-wing organizations. For example, if you're attacking police officers or you're attacking federal ICE agents, you can charge those people with assaults, and you can charge anyone who supported them with conspiracy or aiding and abetting that assault. These prosecutors across America need to take off the gloves and be more aggressive, go after them legally, politically, financially, and destroy them. These are not liberals with whom we can debate. These are leftists, and they want to kill us. Charlie Kirk learned that the hard way, and this is not going to stop. These leftists are only going to get more emboldened. We're going to see copycats like we're seeing now, and until we drop the hammer on them, the legal, political, and financial hammer on these left-wing groups and their cheerleaders like Governor Gavin Newsom and other Democrat politicians, until we go after these groups and dismantle them and throw these groups and their supporters in prison, this is only going to get worse.
And we're just getting breaking news now. The death toll has now risen to 4, including the shooter himself. And so 4 dead at an ICE facility in Dallas. 3 were shot indiscriminately through the window. He was targeting the agents, ended up shooting detainees. The 3rd detainee who was in critical condition, this according to local news, has passed. And the shooter himself took himself out up on that roof. The crazed Marxist leftist went up there. Mike,
what a loser.
And you're right. I've done the infiltration of Chaz. I've done Deplorable. I've gone up against these guys from time to time. We have Pete Hegseth at Deplorable, who's now the Secretary of War. And I've written the book talking about this thing. Mike, what is it about conservatives, particularly in Washington, D.C., that makes them not care about this threat and not give it the gravity that it deserves? They want to talk to you about they'll talk to you all day long, talk your ear off about some group 5,000 miles away or 6,000 miles away. But when I come up here and say, hey, this group is going to shoot your kids at school or shoot your friend at his next event, they say, oh, well, that's terrible. But, what can we do? What can we do? Our hands are tied. I don't get it, man.
Yeah, I think too many Republicans, too many conservatives in Washington, D.C. are cowards. I call them the string orchestra on the Titanic. They want to look majestic while the ship is going down. And what's good about President Trump and his team is they are bold and fearless, and they have they don't care about being the acceptable Republicans at the country club or the city club in Washington, D.C. So I have full confidence in President Trump and Tom Homan and Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and their teams at the Justice Department and DHS, Stephen Miller. I have full confidence that they're going to take this seriously. We're going to treat this as a criminal enterprise, a RICO conspiracy, a terrorist conspiracy, and they need to make this a whole of government approach to wipe out Antifa and Transtifa and all these other left-wing radical groups who are literally killing trying to kill the President of the United States twice, trying to kill his supporters successfully like they did with Charlie Kirk, and now trying to take out federal law enforcement. And let's be crystal clear about this. These Democrat politicians like Gavin Newsom are cheering on this violence. And too many of these Democrats, this is going to be controversial, but I don't care. Too many Democrats, the only regret they have about this shooting today at this ICE facility, the only regret they have is that illegal immigrants got killed instead of federal ICE officers. And I don't say that lightly, but that's what we're up against with today's Democrat Party. They are the today's Democrat Party is the party of violence.
They want us dead. This isn't a both sides issue. The bullets are flying in one direction. They want you dead. They want your kids dead. They want your friends dead. They want your family dead and bloodied. They will shoot your children while they're in church. They will shoot your friends for trying to have a discussion, and they will celebrate on it. And then their talk show hosts will go on TV and say that you were the ones who did that. That was your fault. And by the way, I saw what Joe Rogan was saying about Charlie yesterday, and I really don't appreciate it. I'm just going to say that right now. I really don't appreciate it. Charlie cared a lot about Joe Rogan. That's all I got to say about that. And look, Mike Davis, where can people go? Where can they follow you? Where can they get everything that you're putting out?
Well, first of all, Jack, thank you for all you're doing to step up after that tragic murder of our friend Charlie Kirk. You're doing God's work. You can go to article3project.org and follow us on there and take action. That's the big thing that we're pushing right now, is for our followers to take action, to light up these politicians in Washington, D.C. and help them find and keep their backbones.
No more talk. Action. 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 Right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice. I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
I just want to say thank God for President Trump and the heroes at ICE for protecting us from these bloodthirsty fruit stand vendors spreading their dangerous pineapple chunks and mangoes with a squirt of lime all over the city. We are so grateful for what you have done. I'm very angry, I have to say. I cannot believe what's going on. I knew it was going to be bad. I did not know it was going to be this bad. People who have lived here their whole lives, people who've been in this city longer than I have, the vast majority of whom have never done anything wrong, are being abducted, which is the correct word to use, by agents in masks, hiding their identities, grabbing people off the street and at work, sending people to detention centers. And to protest that, which is not only our right as Americans, it's our responsibility, Los Angelinos have been gathering to demonstrate, and with very few exceptions, peacefully demonstrate, to voice their opposition to this disgusting and unnecessary abuse of power instigated by our mentally ill president.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live. That was Jimmy Kimmel. That was Jimmy Kimmel back, I think it was June of this year, putting a target on ICE agents' back. And here we have now bloody September. 4th of July, there was an ICE attack also in the Fort Worth area. An ICE attack that was directly tied back to an Antifa cell. All right. Now, these different cells use different names. They'll call themselves things like the John Brown Gun Club. John Brown was a violent anarchist. He is someone who is revered as a saint on the left, and Antifa cells that are particularly violent will use names like the John Brown Gun Club, all with chapters all over the country designed to use these tactics, many of which also have trans members or trans affiliations, as well as queer affiliations and other groups such as this. But, oh yeah, there's no such thing as a group. Shut up. Just shut up. Oh, there's no group. Yes, I know. Anti-fascism is an ideology, just like radical Islam. Are you going to say there's no radical Islamic groups? I'm sick of it. Enough is enough. Oh, we have the Hillary Clinton. Let's play Hillary. Let's listen to Hillary this morning for your 2 minutes of hate from her.
And I am proud of the fact that we have always been a work in progress. You know, we haven't gotten to the more perfect union, and we fought a civil war over part of it. Mm-hmm. And people have been protesting, you know, for hundreds of years that, you know, things were not as they should be, given our ideals and how we should be moving toward them. So I think that's what makes us so special as a country. And the idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, you know, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, is just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of, you know, bumps along the way, but I agree with you. We were on the right trajectory.
Okay, so let's go down the list. We have Barack Obama, who couldn't say my friend's name, who couldn't say the name Charlie Kirk without insulting him and attacking him. Couldn't do it. He's the leader of the Democrat Party. Then you have another leader of the Democrat Party, Hillary Clinton. What does she do? First time she does a major interview since Charlie died, She says, remember, can't have those white male Christians in charge anymore. We got to do something about all these white male Christians. White male Christians, white male Christians. And she repeats it. She makes sure to repeat it. And you notice how she slightly changes her tone. I'm going to walk you through the tactics here a little bit. She slightly changes her tone to a tone of educating, but also a tone where it says, you, of course, agree. We all know. We all know. We all know it's the way, as of course, as you know, the white male Christians, you know, the whites, the males, people of a certain religion who used to be in charge in this country. Yeah, that's right. This used to be a Christian country. And that's what Charlie was fighting for, to return people back to Christ. And they have Hillary Clinton up there, MSNBC. We can't have that. We can't have that. They tell you. They just listen to them. They tell you what they're afraid of every single time. All you have to do is listen. They tell you point blank what they're afraid of. They don't want, she is terrified. She can't even say the name Christian. She goes, a certain religion. She can't even say it. Can't say the name of Christ. That's interesting. That's peculiar. Why can't you say the name of Christ, Hillary? You got a problem with that? Wasn't she one of those people who said Easter worshipers a couple years ago or something like that? She called them Easter worshipers when there was that attack in Sri Lanka. Remember Obama said it too. The Easter worshipers. Easter worshiper? You mean like a Christian? How about you say this, Hillary? Jesus Christ. How about you say the name of Christ? How about you say Christ is king? She can't do it. They never can. They never will. They expose themselves at every turn. They hate you if you're Christian. This is at their core. Absolute core. Yes, there's ICE. Yes, there's law enforcement. Yes, there's order. They hate all of that. Antifa has always hated all of that. From the dawn of Antifa. And we've tracked these violence. And I'm sick of the conservatives, by the way, running around saying, oh, it's just memes. Oh, it's just video games. Really? Did they have video games back in the 1800s when they shot McKinley, or 1901 when they shot McKinley? Did they have video games when they were shooting the Tsar and all of his kids, stabbing him to death, shooting little Prince Alexei in the head? Was that video games when the Bolsheviks did that? And memes? Really? You sure about that? No, I don't think it was memes. I don't think it was video games. It was violent leftist ideology. Get it straight. And if you find someone who isn't saying that and trying to push you down another path, question their motives. Why won't you just say it? I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. This is what we're in. We're in a fight. We're in a fight for the very survival of our civilization. I don't say that lightly. I know what building I'm in. I know what desk I'm sitting at. And I know who should be sitting at this desk. And it isn't me. It's Charlie. And we can talk about how great Charlie was and how great his legacy will continue to be and everything that we will do to commemorate his legacy. But understand, this was done by a specific group of people with a specific ideology, with specific motive and intent. And if you can't figure that out, then you're not going to make it. I don't have time for you. I don't have time because we're out of time. And if the death of Charlie Kirk isn't going to wake you up, I don't know what is. I really don't. Full-on law enforcement response from a federal level. We've seen what they did. Go look at what they did after Jan 6. Go look what they did after COVID. Go look what they did to round up patriots back then. We know what the federal government looks like when they want to come down on something. We know exactly what it looks like. We just lived through it twice. So if you mean to sit there and tell me, oh, well, you know, the rules have been given, shut up. It's time to do what needs to be done to keep our people safe, to keep our children safe, to keep our law enforcement safe. It's really simple. And it's the same pattern every single time. So don't sit there for a second and give any attention or oxygen to the people saying it's not happening. It is. We are living through bloody September. And you go watch. Go turn on conservative media. Go look at social media. They won't even act like it's happening. They'll deny it. Yeah, I know the left is going to deny it. I know the media is going to deny it. But when are conservatives going to wake up? Because guess what? It doesn't matter how nice you are. It doesn't matter how polite you are. It doesn't matter how much tone policing you do. They'll kill you too. And then they'll take your kids and they'll put them over with whatever trans group they can find. And they'll laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, you have my permission to lay ashore.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. It is Wednesday, September the 24th, in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. Thank you for being here. As always, we appreciate your support. Political violence continues to be an issue in America. From the attempted assassination of President Trump before the election to the assassination of Charlie Kirk just 2 weeks ago, and even the continuous attacks on ICE agents and law enforcement. I'll bring on a member of Congress to discuss that in detail today. Also, the budget deadline for September 30th is right around the corner. The House of Representatives has passed the budget, sent it to the Senate, but of course, the Senate stuck, as always. We'll discuss that coming up as well. And then later, in a humorous twist of irony, Cornell University student councils are seemingly telling students not to attend university events if they don't belong to a marginalized group. Okay, you can't make this stuff up. All the details and updates coming your way today, but first, we start with the latest attacks on ICE. Agents continue to face threats as they continue to round up illegal alien criminals across this country. Earlier today, a shooting occurred at an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas, that resulted in 3 people being shot. One of those victims has died. Details on the conditions of the other 2 victims has not yet been released. However, the suspected shooter has reportedly died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The gunman, identified as 29-year-old Joshua John, who online has numerous associations with far-left groups, including communist groups. According to a preliminary investigation, the suspect opened fire from an adjacent building at an elevated position. Rounds were found near the suspect's location containing messages that were anti-ICE in nature. It's almost becoming predictable. No ICE officers were wounded, and it's not clear whether the victims included ICE detainees, but likely they were. You see, he was shooting indiscriminately into an ICE van in the Sally Port of the ICE facility in Dallas. One can only surmise what his real intentions were. Senator Ted Cruz had this to say on the scene.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
Oh, it does have very real consequences. How bad is it? Well, ever since the shooting in Dallas today, all over social media, well, no ICE officers were shot, so clearly it wasn't an attack on law enforcement. Really? Really? An ICE van gets shot up from an elevated position at an ICE facility in Dallas. 3 people are shot, but it was not an attack on law enforcement. That's what the liberal chattering class is saying all over social media right now. It's embarrassing and dangerous. You see, the Democrats who are demonizing ICE officials and telling their brainwashed posse to go after them and their families don't understand the words they speak. They don't understand the concept of consequences. Borders Our Tom Homan does. He appeared on the Charlie Kirk show earlier today with Andrew Kolovet. This is what he had to say.
Well, this morning, a lone gunman was targeting an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas. It's where aliens are processed, either for removal or transfer to a facility. And again, it's the 3rd shooting that's occurred in Texas against immigration officials. And we had a shooter show up at a Border Patrol facility and open fire trying to kill Border Patrol agents. He was killed by agents. Then we had a group of people show up with weapons at an ICE detention facility in Alvarado, Texas, and tried to kill ICE agents. And they did shoot one officer, a local police officer, who's also responding to the scene. And now we have this today where a lone gunman stood at perch and opened up on ICE during a transportation transfer. And we know we have at least 2 dead, and officers are uninjured. And it later was announced by Kash Patel that one of the bullets had an anti-ICE slogan on the bullet. So this was clearly a targeted attack.
Yes, clearly a targeted attack, just like Senator Cruz said. This must stop. Join me now to discuss former police captain, SWAT commander, and current Federal Law Enforcement Director Joshua Sherrard. Joshua, thank you for being here. Look, we continue to see the same thing. And then you see this guy identified. So you've got this whole, it becomes too predictable. Luigi Mangione, Ryan Routh, Tyler Robinson, Joshua John, Matthew Crooks, James Hodkinson. For anyone that doesn't know who that is, that's the guy that shot up the Congressional baseball game. It's too predictable. It's not a both sides issue, Josh. It's not, and I'm sick of hearing it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, they're definitely following the playbook here and just building on the previous shooter's experience and their modus operandi, so to speak. And we're seeing the same thing here. You know, we have the writing on the bullets. We have a similar sniper style attack like we saw, in the Kirk shooting, with very similar callings to that shooting as well. So and still similar questions to be asked, especially with in terms of support, whether it was intel or information that he may have gotten from certain political groups or just certain groups in general, or if it was actually materialistic support. I mean, we're still waiting on a lot of answers on the heels of the Charlie Kirk shooting on some of those questions. And now some of these same questions are being brought up again on who is involved in this. While it may have just been a lone shooter, I think we can all agree that there, when we look at the Kirk shooting and all of the texts and the Discord messages and the forums and the boards, that there was a lot more going on that involved a lot more people. And I'm willing to bet that this shooting is no different. And we're going to start seeing once again a network of individuals that either provided information and intel support or actually materialistic support to the shooting as well.
Yeah, we saw a lot of social media posts before and after the assassination of Charlie Kirk that would indicate that people had prior knowledge to the shooting. So far, nobody charged. And so that 2 weeks on makes me wonder, were there other people involved? Is the FBI running down leads? They had thousands of them, as you know, Josh. Where are we in the investigation? Because if there were direct connections to Twiggs, the roommate, the lover, for example, I would expect that person would be in handcuffs already. They're not. Your thoughts?
When we look at that network of people that may have been involved and we look at what kind of support, I was doing an interview and a discussion with a former FBI agent who worked in counterterror and in the Intel Center. And they talked about one of the most difficult things to do is determine the difference between having information that might have happened or information that could have led to or a lead or a possible tip, and actually having material and actionable intelligence to know that this was going to happen, or to have actually assisted in the procurement of weapons or the provision of supplies or support transportation. That's where it really delineates on whether law enforcement is going to be able to place those handcuffs on other individuals, whether they can prove that they provided that materialistic support.
Well, it's pretty clear that Robinson was asking his roommate, his lover, Twiggs, to go pick up the rifle. I mean, that was discussed in the text message. Then suddenly he changed the structure as if to cover his tracks. I don't know, but it seems to me if Twiggs is involved, he should be in handcuffs now. And that's true of anybody else they can find. We'll see where this leads. What really has to happen is left-wing violence has to stop, Josh. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, absolutely. If all we're going to see is an escalation of violence, if we don't find a way to really get to the root of where this message is coming from, where these groups are homebrewing these domestic terrorists, for lack of a better term, and just on heels, on just a couple days after Trump has declared Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, we find someone that has ties to that group is now targeting ICE. And if we don't really be aggressive about handling this and about getting to the root of this, we're only going to see this violence escalate.
There you go. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you. We'll talk again soon, Josh. Thank you so much. All right, coming up after the break, Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee will continue the discussion of political violence in America, from assassination attacks to successful ones to the attacks on ICE. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriot. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
We have a problem here in America, and that problem is political violence. Political violence. From the assassination of the great Charlie Kirk to the multiple attacks on ICE throughout the country, 3 of them being in Texas, a border state, it continues to go on. But if history has taught us anything, especially in the past few years, is that this is not an issue for Republicans. Time after time, we have seen the far left work themselves up to the point to where they are willing to take a life just because they don't agree with a policy or someone else's beliefs. This assassination culture has got to stop. It does. We have to get to a point in this country where this attack on Donald Trump, on Charlie Kirk, and others comes to an end. We saw it again today. Look, we've got a guy perched on a rooftop in Dallas, Texas, shooting into an ICE van in a sally port indiscriminately. Shoots 3 people, kills 1. And you've got people on the internet all over social media saying, well, that wasn't an attack on law enforcement. Well, of course it was. It's an ICE van at an ICE facility parked at a sally port. You're in an elevated position. You can't see who's in that van. That's clearly an attack on law enforcement. To call it anything else is dishonest, dangerous. We shouldn't have to deal with that sort of thing. And that's a fact. We should not have to deal with that sort of thing in this country. The identified shooter now is Joshua John, 29 years old, associated with several left-wing organizations. Including communist organizations and other radical leftist postings online. I don't have to stop and think about this. I know what this is. This is a terrible situation in America. Join me now, Tim Burchett, Congressman from Tennessee. Congressman, thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for having me on. It's a very important issue.
It is a very important issue. 2 weeks to the day that Charlie Kirk was gunned down in cold blood in Utah, right?
Yes, sir.
Here we are with another shooting, another attack. Steve Scalise nearly killed at a baseball game by a radical leftist. Donald Trump nearly gunned down in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is not a both sides issue, Congressman. I'm tired of that being repeated. Let's talk about it. What are your thoughts?
They always want us to play nice when we're in the majority. You know, they always talk compromise when we're in the majority. When Nancy Pelosi was running Washington, D.C., they never talked compromise. Look, this is radical people that have been radicalized. I think we better start looking at the source. You know, we're all puffed up right now, all the conservatives. We've kicked a few college professors out and a few, idiots that get on the internet. What we better start looking at is the people that are doing the hiring of these folks in these colleges and universities. I live in Tennessee. We're in the South. There's a weed down here called kudzu. They bring in all these experts, and they always do the same thing. They cut it down, and then the goats eat it. Heck, I don't know. They might napalm it. But you know what it does? It comes back up in 5 different spots after that, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now. The left is watching our reactions to this and how we're reacting. We're going after the obvious, the offenses, the surface cancer, if you will. But we better start getting at the source, and the source is these embedded people in our so-called think tanks and our places of so-called higher learning that we've got going on down here, and these state legislators better get engaged, and they better start cutting the funding off and getting rid of these far leftists. And their agenda is one thing. You got an agenda in Congress, and that's to spin us into oblivion, spin everything we got run us out of business, and then we will be forced into a Marxist type situation. You'll see you see it in history with their dollar or whatever their choice of currency is devalued, and then people riot, and then they overthrow, and then they say we're going to spread it out even and it works. It worked, like Margaret Thatcher said, it works for a little while till you run out of people to stop stealing the money from. And then we'll be right. Enslaved to this bunch. We better wake up. This is not some Archie bunker.
It is time to wake up, but how do you do that, Congressman, when you've got almost 100 members of Congress, Democrats, that would not vote for decency, for Charlie Kirk in the House? How do you have a conversation with those people? Look, when the former Speaker of the House of Minnesota was murdered in her home, every single Republican voted for a resolution saying that was wrong. Every single Republican voted for Charlie Kirk, but not Democrats. No. It's a both sides issue. No, it's not.
We got to get take the gloves off and start fighting. We got to get some guts. We still have members, that are going to want to, let's just make friends. Look, we're not so far apart. Yes, we are. At the core of this is just an evil hatred of this country and everything it stands for. And I would dare say that they would overthrow us just like that, and we would be out because that is ultimately their goal. I can't say it either way. We got too many gutless Republicans that won't stand up and fight them either. They're just kind of wringing their hands, hoping this fight's never come to the floor. It's pathetic. I can't tell you how many times I've been talked to by someone in leadership or somewhere telling me, hey, man, you can't be saying that stuff on these shows. You can't say this stuff. And I said, well, it's the truth, right? And they say, well, yeah, it's the truth, but we just don't like you saying it. Look, we have got to clean house. Washington, D.C., people, it's like a trash can. People want to pick and choose. We need to turn it upside down and put a garden hose in it. Trump proved that. Donald Trump proved that. You know it, and I know it. He won overwhelmingly. But guess what? Congress did not win overwhelmingly. Our agenda did not sell. His agenda did. America first. That's what the agenda is. And we better absorb that as a Congress, or we will be looking for jobs next November, new jobs.
I think it's time to speak up and say we're tired of this. Look, I couldn't even tell you the number of people I've seen and talked to that were non-political or left of center or whatever they might be, agnostic politically, that saw what happened with people on the left dancing on the grave of our friend Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely.
Turned a lot of people off. And do you really think that people, I'm watching the leftist posts on social media right now. Oh, that was not an attack on law enforcement. No law enforcement people were shot. Let me get this straight. An ICE van is shot up at an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas from a high position by a sniper, and that's not an attack on law enforcement? What is wrong with these people?
And that's their agenda. And you better believe the talking heads on the big liberal stations are going to be spouting that out. They'll be repeating that. You can just put it on the split screen. Boom, 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 boom. Every dadgum one of them will say the exact same thing. And that's exactly, they get their talking points from the DNC, and they're hanging on. And hopefully, but the problem is we got to do something with it. We've got the majority. Let's do something with it. Let's take that out for a walk. That's why I put over 20 of President Trump's executive orders in the form of law. But guess what? Not a dadgum one of them has been heard in committee. Not one of them. We'll probably write somebody a strong letter or have a really vigorous hearing and get some great quotes.
It's embarrassing,
for the internet.
Yeah. It's embarrassing. I know you're on a tight schedule here. I appreciate you coming in. I'm going to turn you loose so you're not late to your next appointment. I appreciate you taking the time. We got a lot more to talk about here, so next time, come on in. We'll talk more.
Thank you, brother. Have me on anytime. See ya.
Really appreciate it. There you have it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the House of Representatives having passed a budget to fund the government. On their end, will the Senate be able to get it done? Yeah, probably not. We'll talk about it straight ahead on America's Voice Live.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Welcome back to America's Voice Live. Glad to have you here as we continue. Congress facing another budget showdown and shutdown possibly as the end of the month deadline looms. Senate Democrats are digging in, rejecting the clean bill the House passed that extends funding until Thanksgiving, instead pushing policies like Medicaid for illegal aliens, adding billions to the $37 trillion national debt. They would rather force a shutdown than show fiscal restraint. The Fed cut rates last week, a meager 25 basis points from 4.25% to 4%, nowhere near enough to ease the pain from the 4 years of Joe Biden's America Last economy. Join me now, Tommy Aiello, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union. Tommy, nice to see you again.
Good afternoon.
All right, so where do we go from here? Yeah, where are we going from here?
Yeah, it seems like we're careening towards a government shutdown. And as you rightly noted, House Republicans, they passed a clean CR that takes us for another 7 weeks with the government funded, ensures that the government doesn't shut down. And it seems like Senate Democrats, they want to play hardball with Medicaid. They want to overturn many of the really good pro-taxpayer provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill that, protects people that actually genuinely need Medicaid coverage. It really is a mistake on the Democrats' end to try and reverse some of those good things.
Yeah. Good to know that. So, look, it's past the House, right? It's on to the Senate.
Yep.
But the Democrats don't care. They don't care. And you know what? If it was the other way, the Republicans probably wouldn't help them either. But, this idea that somehow it's Trump's government shutdown. Look. Last 12 times there were government shutdowns, I remember not caring, honestly. Is that fair? It doesn't affect most people. It doesn't affect most people.
Yeah, I look at it from this way. No one wins in a government shutdown, right? It means bureaucrats, they're not working, but they're getting paid to work. So it's very inefficient from a taxpayer's perspective. It means small business loans can't get processed. It means fossil fuel energy projects can't have their permits approved. And it adds to this dysfunction. I think President Trump is exactly right to say, let's just fund the government at the current levels to give us more time to negotiate. I don't think that's an unreasonable position. It's really the Democrats that are being the unreasonable ones, and they want the government shut down so they can blame President Trump.
Yeah, of course they do. They want to get political points here. But I don't think there's any political points to be scored here. I don't. What are you going to win? Oh, the government shutdown. People have work to do. They have got kids in school and a job to go to and other things to concern themselves with, unless they work for the government in a non-critical position. And if it's non-critical, maybe we could get rid of that position altogether. Just an idea. But if they're in a non-critical position, Tommy, they're going to go home for a few days. What happens? After whatever period of time, they come back together. They spend more of our taxpayer dollars on stupid things. They go back to work. The people get their paychecks. The American taxpayer gets abused, and everybody gets their money. My money. Yeah. Where am I wrong?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. And I would just say the Democrats' position here is really not a very strong one, right? They're going to be blamed for the shutdown. It's always the ones that want to shut down the government that are blamed for it, right? Democrats, they want to shut down the government. If we don't extend COVID era Obamacare subsidies that cost $410 billion. That's a lot of money. Roll back to the coverage of illegal immigrants receiving Medicaid coverage. What else? Work requirements, 20-hour-a-week work requirements for Medicaid. They want to roll those back. All of these things, it's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars a year. That is absolutely ridiculous. So President Trump, he's called those demands ridiculous and unserious. He's 100% right. I really hope he can find a way to keep the government open. But at the end of the day, if Democrats want to be the ones to shut it down, I think the American people are not going to look very kindly upon that.
Yep. All right. I don't think so either. Look, playing politics, and this is just, it's noise to most people. Tommy, it's just noise. It is. What we'd like to see them, take money out of the budget and save us tax dollars. We'd like to see them reduce the budget, reduce spending, stop squandering money. We'd like to see DOGE ideas implemented so that the amount of tax burden we pay is lowered, right? I mean, we'd like to see those basis points lowered on interest so we can get a better loan on a used car or a better mortgage rate so we can own a house. Isn't that what people are concerned about? I mean, honestly.
No, 100%. And I think the Fed is going to line themselves up to continue to cut over the course of the next 5 to 6 months. That's a very good thing. It'll make credit cheaper. It'll make it more affordable to buy a house, refinance your house, get a car loan. All of those things are really good, and that actually impacts people's wallets. But, at the same time, you mentioned we need to rein in spending. Totally agree, right? We're running $2 trillion annual deficits. That's unsustainable, right? Whether the Democrats want to play ball to try and reduce government waste, that's up to them. There's a way to do it without them, and that's through reconciliation, the same process we did the One Big Beautiful Bill Act through. We don't need Democrats for that. We just need Republicans to step up and say we need to cut spending. We need to get our budgets in order. They can do it, and they should do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's shift gears just for one moment, because one of the problems here, I think, is who's in charge of the Democrats. How are you going to get a bill through when you've got Hakeem Jeffries over here, you've got Chuck Schumer, you've got Hillary Clinton out there using, again, incendiary language again today about, Donald Trump and Republicans being fascist. If you have no actual leader of the Democrat Party, which appears to be the case, how do you move it forward?
Yeah, the funny thing is, I was reading an article today. Most of the people that are running in Senate primaries for the Senate are saying Chuck Schumer shouldn't be majority leader if they take back the Senate, right? Chuck Schumer, he's basically a lone man taking a walk. He doesn't have the full command of his conference or caucus behind him. I think if this government shutdown drags on and they realize that they're getting blamed for keeping the government shut down, you're going to have individual members buck party leadership and actually caucus with Republicans to try and open the government again. Hopefully we don't have to shut down the government at all, but just reading the tea leaves, it really doesn't seem that the conference really wants to do that. It's Chuck Schumer trying to hold everybody together, but I think if this drags on, he's not going to be very successful in that regard.
I'm not sure Chuck Schumer will be in charge of the Senate Democrats if he continues down this road. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is going to be in charge of the House Democrats, honestly. I mean, everybody wants, changes, right? Everybody wants, and when I say everyone, I mean Democrats are not impressed with their leadership. I just saw polling over on Chicken Noodle News. They don't like them at all. Anyhow, I'll give you the last word.
No, I would just add Chuck Schumer is deathly afraid of a progressive primary opponent in 2028 from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So he needs to try and take this attack Donald Trump, attack Republican stance that is really going to play well with the party base. That way he can keep his seat in 2028. But I bet you she primaries him and she beats him.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Frightening, that is. Tommy, I always appreciate you being here. Senior Director, Government Affairs, National Taxpayers Union. Look out for my money, would you please?
We try to. Thank you.
I appreciate that. All right. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Till September 30th, if you are a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility to start the process, request an info kit now. Just text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right. After the break, I'll discuss Cornell University student councils telling their fellow peers don't attend diversity events if you don't belong to a marginalized group. If you're white, you're not welcome. Details coming up.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Marginalization is a buzzword of sorts that has been used by many college-age students to explain why things are going bad for them. Oh, I'm part of a marginalized group. Like what? The group that doesn't study, or the one that stays out too late? You know, doesn't do your homework? Which one? Now it seems the word is being used as exclusionary, as Cornell business students who did not fit the specific mold of marginalized were specifically told don't attend these meetings by a student council as their appearance could make those belonging to the group uncomfortable. You know, if you're a white guy, don't show up. It really does not look good when these groups actively prohibit others from joining while screaming discrimination. It's counterintuitive to the point of being absurd. Additionally, these practices are an active defiance of the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle DEI altogether. However, these schools don't care. They think they can do as they want. Joining me now to discuss his campus reform correspondent, Michael Duke. Michael, nice to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let me see. If you're white, you can't attend business school meetings. If you're what? If you're a Christian, you can't come. Well, what are the boxes that get checked that make you excluded?
Well, earlier you said exclusionary. I'd like to correct you by saying it's segregated. It's not exclusionary at all.
Okay,
it's
better.
Segregated, Steve. And, you know, what we're seeing out of Cornell, we have a student council telling students that if they're part of a non-marginalized group, they're going to have negative hiring outcomes. They're threatening their livelihoods. They're threatening their life after college. And it's all in the name of DEI elements. One of the terms that they used was allyship in action, something which we've already seen in the Leadership Institute's campus reform has reported at other colleges and universities across the nation when they hosted segregated graduation ceremonies for students who identify as BIPOC or LGBTQ. It's outrageous that we're even talking about this today. It has no place on college campuses.
Yeah, I agree with that. It has no place in college. It's segregation. Didn't we have a whole civil rights movement about all of this? And now they want to segregate it. They desegregate, segregate. I'm so confused. It gives me a headache. Help me here.
Well, the bottom line here is just that students right now, they're being taught that the meritocracy doesn't exist, despite the fact that President Trump, lawmakers, many academics, and countless students want the meritocracy to resume, to be brought back to universities, for this mantra and dogma of DEI to be reversed. You know, right now what we're seeing on campuses is that students are being told that it's how they look, their identity, or other characteristics or factors about them, that's what's going to get them hired. Now, if I have a hiring manager who's a business student now, but a hiring manager in 10 years, and they're basing me based off of those factors as opposed to whether or not I'm qualified for a job, that's just outrageous. We're teaching students the exact wrong things that are going to have negative outcomes both now and in the future.
Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere good. Because if you can exclude these people, look, it's not legal. Let's just jump right to it, Michael. This is a violation of federal law dating back decades, as longer than I've been alive. It's not legal. You can't do that. But then again, by the same token, I just saw Tennessee State University, a whole mob of people run two guys out because they had red hats on, go figure, because they want to sit there and talk about DEI and the mob rules. And the police escorted them out of there. I mean, having a conversation about DEI or segregation or putting people on a list so they're not allowed to attend, I mean, it's not getting better. It's getting worse. And again, it's not a both sides issue. I mean, we just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated for debating on college campuses where we should be debating every topic under the sun and deciding which side we're on. This is insanity defined, Michael.
Yeah, well, I'll give you a very good analogy here. We're talking about Cornell University. Imagine just for a second if their football team said, if you're part of a non-marginalized group or community, you're not going to practice with us, you're not going to play with us, you're going to get no playing time. There would be outrage beyond compare. The fact that we're not seeing it at this level just because it's a student government saying it is just outrageous. We need a good solution to it, and I'll tell you what it is. It's the meritocracy. The assessment of whether or not you've worked hard, you're gritty, you've had accomplishments and achievements because of your willingness to work hard and do for yourself. Those are the aspects that are going to propel you in life. It's the whole reason why I'm sitting in this chair today, not because I'm white and not because of any other factors. That's what students need to be taught in the classroom, outside of the classroom as well, because it will have negative effects if we continue this dogma of DEI outside of college and into the business fields. But moreover than all of this, the meritocracy just wins. It promotes competition. It promotes students to do 1% better every day. And by all means, we need more students to have that mentality.
We sure do. We need more students to have the mentality of, you know what, I can defend my position rationally, logically. I can defend my point of view because I believe in these things. Not, oh, I don't want to hear what you have to say. You must be silenced, because that's the mentality. They've been taught what to think. They have no idea how to think. They just follow along like sheep. And it doesn't matter what color they are or what sex they are. They've been conditioned that you have to follow the dogma. Here it is. Michael, it's got to stop. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything that you've just said. DEI is only something that seeks to divide students rather than bring them together. There's a reason why we call them college communities, not college sects, not college tribes is another great term. It's college communities. We need students to bring together everything that they have, because at the end of the day, a community of a university is exactly that. Students should be able to go to class, study, eat, sleep, and do everything else on a college campus together, rather than look at things through an invisible line that the left has drawn on campuses. It's outrageous that we're even having to talk about it, but it seems like if we bring the meritocracy back, which is what President Trump seems to be doing, and students seem to appreciate and are thriving on campuses, the future is going to be somewhat bright.
Yeah. I hope you're right. Michael, I hope you're right. I hope the future is bright. As always, thank you for being here. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still on file? Did you forget to file an extension? Well, the October 15th deadline is fast approaching, and look, time's running out. If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. Sounds like fun, right? They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. But there's help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They found hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions and determine how much you can save. Take action right now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. After the break, we'll have more here on America's Voice Live. Don't go anywhere.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
According to reports, nearly 60 people arrested in chaotic protests on 42nd Street near the United Nations as President Trump delivered his speech at the General Assembly. You probably knew that. Dozens of demonstrators shouted anti-Trump slogans, waved signs reading "Reject Trump" and "Arrest Trump" as they blocked traffic in typical behavior. Not only that, a climate protest was also being held near the UN, where protesters marched down a nearby street, resulting in the arrest of 47 people there. Other protesters, including anti-Israel groups, that grew to about 150 people on the same street. But there was another protest, a peaceful one that's calling for a democratic republic in Iran instead of the current regime that feeds off of violence. The first time since 1979, that's what they're asking for. The Iranian people are not happy with the current regime, and they want change. They just can't get there because it's dictatorial. Here with me to discuss this is a member of the National Council of Resistance of Iran. It's Iran's parliament in exile, Dr. Ali Safavi. Doctor, thank you for being here. Tell me about it. Pretty good turnout. You had a setup right there in front of the United Nations, Iranian flags, people turning out, supporting your efforts to have freedom in Iran for the first time since 1979. How'd it go?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Steve, for having me on the show. Yes, as you said, actually, this was a major two-day event, both days, yesterday and today. There were thousands of people out there from 46 different states across America. And as you said, they came to support a free, democratic, and secular republic in Iran. They are all supporters of Maryam Rajavi, who's the president-elect of the NCRI, the main coalition that has been fighting against this regime for some 47 years. And they basically called on the UN to hold the Iranian regime accountable for countless crimes against the Iranian people, including the massacre of 30,000 political prisoners in 1988 and recent spate of executions under the so-called moderate president Pezeshkian, some 1,800 since he took office, which comes to like one person every 3.5 hours. So clearly, they were very, very vocal, very enthusiastic, and I think they sent a strong message that the Iranian people want regime change, although not through foreign intervention nor requesting for any kind of financial assistance, but they need moral and political support from the international community.
Let me tie this into the recent events here in America that have been heartbreaking for millions of people, and that's the assassination of Charlie Kirk, obviously. But for you, and for so many people you know, assassinations and executions and violent attacks on your side, they're all too common, aren't they?
Indeed. Speaking of that, my own older brother, who was an American-educated aerospace engineer and ironically a prolific writer and editor, was executed at the age of 29. Actually, come September 27th will be the 45th anniversary of his execution. So yes, for all of us Iranians who aspire for a democratic, secular government that is part of the international community and wants to be at peace with its neighbors, this has been a very heart-wrenching, difficult struggle, but we have kept it up and we will continue to do so until freedom comes back to Iran. As you may know, of course, freedom is not something that is granted, you must earn it. And of course, the Iranian people have paid a heavy price. 100,000 of supporters of the opposition have been executed by this regime over the past 47 years. But the spirit of resistance is very strong. And of course, within Iran itself, there are thousands of resistance units who are fighting this regime every day as we speak. And so we are quite hopeful and very determined to change the course of life in Iran and make Iran great again.
The impression for a lot of folks since the American attack on the nuclear facilities in late June is that this regime is more fragile than it's been in all the time since 1979. There's an opportunity here for the Iranian people to be free, potentially. I'm not sure how you get there. I'll give you the last word here, Doctor, because I think a lot of us hope to see a free Iran. It's a beautiful country.
Yes.
To put it back in the League of Civilized Nations would be a wonderful thing, not just for you, but for the world. I'll give you the last word.
Yes, of course. You said it, I think, aptly. At no time during its 47-year history, the regime has been so weak and vulnerable. And of course, Iran right now, as we speak, is like a powder keg, and anything might spark another nationwide uprising. That is what we're working very hard at. And we are, of course, quite confident of our chances. We will continue to persist. And of course, having the moral support, the political support of the international community would encourage and embolden and empower the Iranian people to, in a sense, carry out this one last yard. To use the football analogy, we're like at the goal line, and we just need a little bit of a push to go over and win victory for our people.
Doctor, I appreciate you being here. We wish you only the best. I'm glad you had such a successful time over the last couple of days in New York to present your case again to the world. It's time for Iran to be free again, for its people to be free, exactly. And we appreciate you taking time and being here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. I mean, can you imagine your country's taken over by barbarians? It's 46 years later. Man, tough stuff. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. How can we solve the issue of political violence in America? We'll take a close look after this.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
And we are just getting started, that's for sure. What makes America wonderful, we do it every day here with the hope that you leave with a smile on your face. Today's story comes to us from Yorktown, Virginia. The community rallied together to thank a Vietnam War veteran in a very tangible way. Mr. Thomas, as he is affectionately known by customers, is a Vietnam War vet who had to return to work at the ripe old age of 81 after he had spent his life savings caring for his wife who had suffered from 4 heart attacks. Despite this, Mr. Thomas buckled down. He got a job at Walmart where he was tasked with checking receipts and even going through long shifts. Mr. Thomas was willing to go the distance to continue caring for his wife. I mean, that's compassion. Through sickness and through health, right? One shopper, now identified as Sandra Otterson, was moved by his story and decided to open a GoFundMe. While expecting not to make that much, both her and her Mr. Thomas were in absolute awe as the community had raised over $10,000, which will surely go a very long way. The power of community always persists. That is readily seen in this instance while reminding us of what makes America wonderful. People like you do. All right, people like you do. Your question of the day, here we go. How can we solve the issue of political violence in America? We try to talk about it every day here. Cute Piece writes, people need Jesus. A personal relationship, not religion or religious traditions and beliefs. Receive Jesus as Savior and Lord. Most receive as Savior, but not Lord. Okay, thank you for the advice. Alice K. writes, start enforcing the laws on the books. All right. Sal Doer writes, publicize every left-wing support company and create right-wing companies to outsell them. Then our funds will go to the right companies that love our country and bankrupt those left-wing companies, left-wing support companies, as he puts it. Tasman, USA, how you doing, buddy? Open carry. Well, I don't really love that idea, but I get it. Zeus writes, too far gone. I don't see this changing. You know, unfortunately, Zeus, a lot of people feel that way. I don't. All right, I don't feel that way. I think we've got chances. I think we've got opportunity. We're not done yet. We're not done yet, all right? 255-7 BS. Yeah, BS, all right. Can they use AI to do preactive law enforcement instead of the reactive law enforcement we have? Now that's a good question. And I say it's a good question because I know that there are programs in AI now that can detect somebody with a firearm on them so that you can further protect schools. Why would not every school in America have one of these AI programs that can detect when somebody has a firearm on them and they're in the school? Things to think about. Torres 56, it is time to start enforcing laws. Incitement speech is not protected speech. It's close. It's a close call. Arrest and charge people for incitement. This is crazy. We are not arresting crazies for attacking ICE at detention centers. Enforce the laws. Well, we better figure out after what happened today in Dallas. Bowling standing by now to take the baton as we work our way through another big day here on the program. Eric, nice to see you as always.
Good to see you, Steve. Great show, as always, as well. Yeah, it's really good questions. Really, really interesting questions. We have Harmie Dillon on, who's the assistant U.S. attorney, Attorney General to the United States. And we're going to talk about exactly that, and especially in California, Gavin Newsom, who is now requiring in the state of California ICE agents to remove their masks. And she said, good luck, Gavin. She's going to make sure that ICE is continuing to allow to hide their identity, because we know Antifa and the radical left has enough software, enough AI software to, when they take a picture of these ICE agents, they'll know exactly where these people live and where their families are within seconds. Yeah. So this is an interesting fight between California and ICE coming up. I think it's going to be really fascinating.
Especially in light of what we saw today, Eric. No question about that. An ICE facility being attacked in Dallas. The latest attack.
And by the way, Steve, another bullet casing with some. It's a problem. Yeah. It's becoming an issue. Yeah.
You got it.
All right, brother. Take it from there. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Everywhere, everybody. All right, it's Wednesday, 4 p.m. The markets are closed. Take a look at how they fared. A little bit of a down day across the board, folks. I saw the Dow drop a bit, down 162 as my last print here. NASDAQ down 75, was down a lot more earlier. Had a tough day yesterday. Oil prices were up $1.42. That's a tough one. That's going to hurt a little bit. Gold down $50. Not a good day across the board. Crypto did bounce back. So a lot of mixing and mashing going back and forth with all of that, back and forth. Yesterday, President Trump spoke at the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, where he focused on energy, border security, and immigration. Here to give us an update on that event is White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly. Anna, really good to have you. That was one part of those moments. I really want to get to all the things he said, especially when he told Europe they're going to screw everything up. But this whole idea, do we know anything more about the broken escalator as Melania and Donald Trump got on it? And then the teleprompter, which I'm sure pissed him off enough where he said, forget that 15 minutes I'm allotted at UN General Assembly. And he took the hour and ad-libbed for an hour. So do we have any more in the investigation on who done it?
We don't have any updates on that investigation at this point, but there is an investigation ongoing. I know Caroline announced this last night that the Secret Service is looking into this because we had just a week ago reports, and I believe it was the Times of London, about UN staffers joking about what if they played a prank on the president by stopping the escalator. And look, that's no prank. That's an extremely concerning risk if that were to be true. And so the Secret Service is looking into this. We don't have any updates at this point, but I'll say, as someone who was with the president backstage, he was in good spirits, even despite all of those mishaps, because I think you and I agree, Eric, it was a great speech. He did what he does best. He told the truth. He did it directly to the globalists in the audience by bringing up, as you mentioned, some of these radical globalist policies that are truly wrecking formerly free nations around the world, unchecked migration, Green New Scam type energy policies that are driving up costs and truly making America the last defender of Western civilization in this world. And so all things considered, it was a great speech. And so I think the president was quite pleased with how it went. But we are certainly looking into that incident because it's incredibly concerning if it was deliberate.
You know, when this first happened, when the escalator thing first happened, I was like, you know, that's odd. And then can you imagine for just a second, I'm just going to speculate here, you don't have to weigh in if you don't want to, you are the deputy press secretary. If he just said, you know what, screw you, UN, screw you, we don't need you. You need us, we don't need you. He walked out and said, you're on your own. Can you imagine what would happen? That would just have been the moment of all moments for President Trump, because honestly, what the hell do we need the United Nations for? Honestly, I lived in New York for 40 years. It was the worst week in my entire existence in New York when the General Assembly came to New York.
Well, I think he kind of did get at some of that messaging, right? He talked about the fact that it was this president, President Trump, who ended 7 conflicts just in 8 months. Where was the UN while the president was personally negotiating ends to decades-long wars between the DRC and Rwanda, Armenia and Azerbaijan? Those are just two of the 7, both 30-plus year-long conflicts that were resolved not by Joe Biden, not by the UN, but this president. And so I think he kind of talked about that. Of course, the UN is an organization that should be leading efforts to deliver peace around the world. And so I think he recognizes the UN has so much potential, and yet they failed to meet that potential. And so that's why he brought up his desire for the UN to reach that potential, to maybe relieve some of its efficacy problems that we've seen over the past several decades. And as he said, the only thing he got out of the UN was a broken escalator and a broken teleprompter. But nonetheless, it was a great speech, and I think he was very pleased at the end of the day.
Yeah, because it really gave him the opportunity to go off script and say what is actually on his mind. If people want to wonder what's on Donald Trump's mind, listen to when the teleprompter is broken, because there you find out. And he told Europe, you're going to screw everything up. It's going to be a disaster for you if you keep on your immigration policy, et cetera. I found it fascinating. Just before we came to air yesterday, he was sitting down with Macron, President Macron of France, and he said that he made some news, and initially a lot of folks jumped that thought Trump is now going to start supporting Ukraine again. I read it as it was a good opportunity for Trump to say, hey, Ukraine, you have a chance to take back your own land, but we're not going to do it. We're going to continue to supply NATO with arms and help NATO because we're part of NATO, but we're not going to be involved in direct I guess, assets and transfer of payment and money and weapons to Ukraine directly anymore. And I found that very, very refreshing.
Well, this is a vast change from the Russia-Ukraine stance under Biden, right? Under Biden, we were sending billions and billions of dollars unchecked, unaccounted for to Ukraine with no end in sight. This president, in contrast, has brought these two nations together to get us closer to peace. And American taxpayers are benefiting now because we are, as you said, selling these American-made weapons to NATO allies who are then backfilling some of these munitions that they are sending to Ukraine. So now, unlike Joe Biden, where we were paying billions and billions of dollars, American taxpayers, American companies, American communities are now benefiting from this. And look, this president has been very clear. He wants this war to end. I think he was making a very accurate observation that with all of the odds stacked against Ukraine, when all the experts predicted this would be done in just days, Ukraine's put up a great fight. And so I think he was making that observation. But at the end of the day, he wants this conflict to end. And so he's going to continue to push for that.
Did I read it correctly, though, Anna? Did I read it correctly that we're no longer going to be sending money and weaponry directly to Ukraine? It's going to have to go through NATO?
Well, the president's been quite consistent on that. He said, as you know, we had that very historic NATO defense spending pledge, encouraging NATO allies to step up to increase their defense spending to 5%. Again, another thing that no one thought could be achieved.
Allow me. I just mean regarding Ukraine. Like I get NATO. Yeah, he wants NATO to do their 2%, like their pledge, and it's what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, so I'm come from the side that says Ukraine and Russia war has nothing to do with us. I get it, that you don't want communism spreading throughout NATO countries and whatnot, but most of the MAGA, I'll speak for MAGA here, doesn't want any more of that. We don't want to spend any more money. We don't want to lose any more blood or treasure in foreign wars that don't affect us directly. It sounded like this was his moment to say, Ukraine, you're on your own. We're going to help NATO. And I don't think there's any push by President Trump to get Ukraine in NATO, is there?
Well, the president, as you said, has kind of alluded to the same things you're talking about, right? He wants Europe to take charge of his own defense. That's what all of these policies are about. Again, making sure that we are reversing course on the failed Biden policies to just send billions and billions of dollars of unchecked, unmarked checks to Ukraine. This president is saying Europe needs to take charge of their own defense. Again, like the president has said also, we're prepared to put more economic pressure on Russia, but Europe also must step up because Europe, while calling for an end to this war, is also simultaneously funding the war with purchases of Russian oil. So Europe needs to step up. They need to stop purchasing Russian oil and funding this war. They also need to do what the president is doing and put pressure on allies of Russia like India, even our friends, right? We are willing to look anyone in the eye to say, you need to stop funding this war that is perpetuating this killing. So yes, the president has been very clear. Europe needs to step up, do its part. That's why he negotiated this historic NATO defense spending pledge. That is why he is selling U.S.-made weapons to NATO and calling for this to end. But at the end of the day, again, Europe needs to do its part.
Very quickly, Turkey. I think Erdogan's coming to the White House next week, if I'm not mistaken. Erdogan is he's a key player. He's a Middle East negotiator, almost like a clearinghouse. They take both sides. And a lot of it has to do with countries buying Russian oil. Some of it has to pass through Turkey. How is Trump going to get Erdogan to really just take the side which is the best interest for the United States?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the president and anything he plans to discuss. I will leave that to him. But again, the president wants this war to end. And what is not helpful is countries, our allies, our friends like India and even Turkey, all of these countries who are contributing to this funding of this war effort while simultaneously calling for the war to end. It doesn't make sense. This president privately and publicly has called on all countries who are invested in ending the war to stop the killing to put their money where their mouth is and stop financing these purchases of Russian oil. So I wouldn't be surprised if that comes up tomorrow. But again, I'll leave it to the president
is Turkey a friend of the United States? Is Turkey friendly to? I mean, I've been doing this for half my adult life, and I can't figure out where Turkey stands. I literally cannot. Is Trump going to welcome like a pseudo ally? Where is that relationship?
Well, again, I'll leave it to the president to share what he chooses to discuss, but I think what makes President Trump so good at what he does is he's going to look anyone in the eye to deliver better results to our country, to deliver hard truths like he did just yesterday at the UN. So I don't want to get ahead of him, but I'm sure that we will see some commentary and some results out of that bilateral, which is actually tomorrow. So stay tuned.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay, my bad. I thought it was next week. Okay, that will be fascinating. I'm going to keep my eye on that. Also, when he's sitting with Macron, he pushed back on Macron pretty hard when Macron said that I believe they said France was going to recognize Palestine as a state, and Trump pushed back. So your thoughts? What do you know? What was Trump's reaction after that?
Yeah, I think President Trump has spoken to this quite publicly, right? President Trump's priority is the release of all the hostages, not just some, not just a trickle. He wants all of the hostages out, and also the bodies. There are so many families who are tragically know that their loved ones were lost, and they are waiting for the remains of those loved ones. The president wants to see all of that released, and so he's been very clear. Efforts to recognize Palestine as a state, which it is not, are not helpful to delivering a lasting peace in the region. That's what this president wants to see. That includes disarming Hamas, and that includes releasing all of the hostages in order for a lasting peace in the region to be achieved.
We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Anna Kelly, White House Deputy Press Secretary. Always great to have you on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Hey, listen, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think, well, maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold? Whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Well, guess what? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. I certainly do. I have a lot of gold. I've had it for many, many decades. And so Birch Gold has created something special until September 30th. A few days from now. If you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering you a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit right now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA. If it's in stocks or bonds, you can roll it into or a 401k for that matter, roll them into gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. So you're literally not spending any more money. You're just turning an IRA or 401k into a gold IRA or 401k. Great idea. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do tens of thousands of their customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to 10 grand, folks, when you buy by September 30th. Text that word, America, to 989898. Claim your eligibility. Get your free info kit. And again, text America, the word AMERICA, to 989898. And I better not have to teach you how to spell the word America. All right, so The Edge. We had Brett Favre last week. This week we're delving into the health hacks that men are using as we get a little older, 40, 50, 60. We're trying different things. Take a little taste of what's coming out tomorrow. The testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that the testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptors. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for your sort of reward system, your emotional processing, your sense of well-being.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to rap. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
So Jimmy Kimmel is back on the air, but the left still needs to whine about it some whole bunch more.
I mean, I thought it was pretty much the most direct infringement by the government on free speech that I've seen in my lifetime. Yeah. You have
No, really, challenge accepted, old Jakey Tapper, because it actually wasn't the most direct infringement by the government on free speech in certainly my lifetime, not even close. Jakey, how about this? While the left delivers Jimmy on a silver First Amendment martyr platter, they're desperately hoping that the world doesn't notice the news that the Biden administration silenced so many of us for so many years on yet another platform. Now, what we've known for years is confirmed. The Biden tyrants pressured YouTube to censor conservatives, to terminate our accounts. And finally, after all this time, they'll reinstate those accounts that were banned for political free speech. Google confirms that it was being pressured by the Biden regime to eliminate anything that was said about vaccines or elections that they didn't like.
My office encouraged those companies to exercise that editorial discretion to avoid spreading inaccurate information, particularly related to the ongoing pandemic.
So what was that all about? Government censorship, lefties? Are you serious? Joe Biden was ordering Twitter to remove posts. Zuckerberg said it was a full-scale shakedown at Facebook. And Google was freezing accounts. Uh-oh. Looks like another day and another episode of Democrat hypocrisy coming right up. I'm a constitutional absolutionist. Absolutionist. It's not living, breathing, or changing. It's firm. I carry a copy of the Constitution as a reminder of the core laws and values of this country, because it's so important for all of us to remember. And it's especially important for what I do here as a truth teller. I'm also a libertarian who believes in smaller government because bigger government always means more infringements on our rights. That's what the Second Amendment was for, folks. Really, the Second Amendment is all about not for protecting yourself against criminals and Antifa. The Second Amendment was protecting American citizens against a tyrannical government. Joe Biden, Obama. About what happened to Jimmy Kimmel last week. Our First Amendment rights, our freedom of speech is a bedrock of our democracy. But Kimmel told a lie about a murderer on national television just days after that murder. He should have been held to some account. And he was suspended, but Bob Iger's a loser, and now Kimmel's back. It's a gray area when someone, particularly knowing the temperature of a country after a brutal political assassination, decides to dispense an outright dangerous lie. It's also an FCC violation, by the way. Now, whether or not the FCC has too much power and hold over our airwaves is an argument for another day. Like I said, less government is better for me and better for you. Regardless, Kimmel's back and chose to defend his lie with another lie about the man who shot and killed Charlie Kirk.
I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution.
He knows what he's doing. By claiming the shooter doesn't represent anyone, Jimmy's trying to absolve the entire left and the trans agenda that created that monster and a whole bunch of other monsters around the country shooting the place up. Minnesota. Should I go on? Because there's plenty. It's a total cop-out. But again, it's his First Amendment right to deliver that opinion, right? Except that it wasn't protected. It wasn't a protected right for us. In 2020, when COVID was rampant, we had our opinions, but we were being shut out. Turns out that Joe Biden and his comrades didn't consider it to be a protected right for doctors like Robert Malone, politicians like Senator Rand Paul, and countless others who gave their opinions during the pandemic to express those opinions. They were removed from platforms, period. So Democrats trying to explain why Jimmy Kimmel being suspended is a free speech violation, but the Biden administration using Google, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube and TikTok to silence conservatives is somehow not a free speech violation. Jake, please help me out here. Can you help me out here? You guys are doing Cirque du Soleil backbends like never seen before. And you think they're done with censorship. Well, they're not. On the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Gavin Newsom's California comrades furthered a bill that, under the guise of preventing violent content on social media, listen to this, in California, it says just meant to silence conservative voters. So here's what Gavin Newsom's doing. All Gavin has had to do was sign it into law when he's not busy desperately trying to be any semblance of Donald Trump on his tour of patheticness. Americans were shunned, removed from social media, lost their jobs for expressing certain opinions, and Jimmy Kimmel has the gall to say this.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Well, actually, no, Jimmy, you got to keep your damn job. You even lied through all your teeth when you were keeping your job and when you got your job back, whereas people actually were fired for expressing an opinion during COVID. Also, it's not a joke to lie about an assassin and disrespect an innocent man who was murdered, assassinated in cold blood in front of countless numbers, tens of thousands of young people, millions of people around the world. And they continue to happily ignore the fact that conservative voices have been censored for years.
Ted Cruz warned about it. Others warned about it. What we're doing to them right now, they will do to us when a Democrat. This is short-sighted. It makes no sense.
But the left has already done it, Joe. You've already done it. For years, you've been doing it. The Biden administration has been caught using the government to force Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and others to censor political enemies, almost always on the right. Joe Scarborough and his cohorts love throwing around the word fascist over and over again, but that kind of censorship is exactly what an actual fascist would do. Censor through the White House, right to Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and others. Democrats called it fascism when Disney suspended Kimmel for 6 days, but not the fact that conservatives or dissenting voices were silenced for 5 years. And not one member of the left has issued a comment, a letter about the importance of free speech now that this truth is out. That's because they support censorship only as long as it targets their political opponents. We're not going to sit with it. We're not going to let them. We will continue to use our Second Amendment right, First Amendment right. That was a Freudian slip. Our First Amendment right to make sure it doesn't happen anymore. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Did you? Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Alrighty, folks. Ivermectin, remember that? Something that has been in the news a lot in the last few years. First with its application during COVID, then with its use to treat parasites, and then with its promise for a cancer treatment. Here to talk about additional uses for ivermectin is Dr. Ben Tepper, Director of Epigenetics at the Wellness Company. Welcome, Doctor. You know, I remember when, in COVID, when we were talking about ivermectin and Dr. Malone and others said it's useful, it's helpful. Joe Rogan, it was useful, it's helpful, and the left just went apoplectic. You don't know science. They try to cancel us left and right for it. Now please tell us the truth about ivermectin.
Well, again, it's been used by millions and millions of people. It's helped so many other people, especially the people that stay out of the hospital, people that didn't go the hospital route or the medical establishment route that Fauci was pushing. They went usually the ivermectin route or hydroxychloroquine, and they recovered just fine. So what does that tell you about ivermectin? It's safe and it's effective, especially, when it comes to, it's one of the most powerful anti-parasitic drugs on the market. It's been used for a very long time, for decades and decades, and used by millions. And it's a very powerful and effective solution, especially what we learned during COVID. Pharmaceuticals weren't fulfilling these prescriptions, so this drug is a very powerful drug.
Now, I understand you guys are talking about using it as some sort of like a skin cream to solve some skin issues. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's an effective cream for any inflammatory skin issues. It's it's safe, and it's a very useful cream in getting to the culprit and really helping so many people out with skin issues, especially inflammatory skin issues.
Since it's anti-inflammatory, is it useful in other methods in taken internally?
I mean, we have the topical, and we also have the prescription for taking it internally. But so it's a very versatile drug, and so again, the Wellness Company has multiple options there. You can take it in pill form or you can take it in topical.
Yeah. So a lot of people speculated that the Big Pharma was against ivermectin because they couldn't make enough money on it. Tell us about how they've pushed back. They assisted Fauci in pushing back against ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
Well, first of all, if you look at the emergency use, they had to show that no other therapeutic was useful. That's why they came against ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. So they scrutinized the drug because they had to show that the vaccine was the only thing that would work during the emergency use, because they had to get it on the childhood schedule. So in order for that vaccine to get on the childhood schedule, the vaccine schedule by the ACIP, they had to show that no other therapeutic was beneficial. So they actually scrutinized the drug. You saw the stories out there. Oh, it's a horse pill. It's for, then people were mocking ivermectin and people taking it, but the data was very clear that ivermectin was helping people stay out of the hospitals and it was helping people get well. The data is there, the science is there. The drug was shown to be very, very effective.
Doc, tell us about COVID. A lot of friends of mine have said they've contracted COVID. Obviously, it's akin to a cold now, but it's a big season for COVID and flu, right?
Yep. Well, first of all, stress levels are high. We're not getting that 30 minutes of summer sunlight. So we need to value our health now before we get sick. That's really the key here. Unless we're getting 30 minutes of summer sunlight, we are going to be deficient in vitamin D3. That's absolutely the key here. This is what I call vitamin D3 deficiency season. So we need at least 40 IUs per pound of body weight. But also, in the case we do get sick, we do have other methods here. We can take, the ivermectin or different things out there from the Wellness Company has phenomenal kits out there to help you get well. It's so much easier to stay well than it is to get well. That's why Benjamin Franklin said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We need to value our health now before we get sick. But having these med kits, these contagion kits, God forbid we do get sick, we have these, and you can stay out of the hospital and really bypass going to the doctor.
And if you do happen to get sick, if you're in big groups, there's 70, 80,000 of us at the arena in Phoenix. If you happen to get sick, some of these medications help you recover faster. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they have been shown to do. And during COVID, what did we learn? I mean, ivermectin was very effective. I know people that took it, they were so sick, their oxygen levels were low, and they took ivermectin within 24 hours, they're almost back to normal. I can't tell you how many people I can talk to that testify of that. So the drug is tried and true. It's definitely effective treatment for flu.
Very good. And we can get that at the Wellness Company. Really good to have you on, Dr. Ben Tapper, the Wellness Company. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Now.
All right, folks, let's pivot a little bit. Jimmy Kimmel's back, dropped a whopper of apology. I tell you, it wasn't really an apology at all. These little fake tears. Well, before we roll this clip, it's important to note that there was no real moment of remorse whatsoever. I'll let you decide. Take a listen. Watch.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
You're full of crap. Your fake tears, your fake apology, your fake making your voice stop like you're going to cry. BS. You didn't cry. You weren't even close to it. And by the way, you did. You exactly did. You say you blamed the assassin. You said the assassin. MAGA was trying to figure out how not to claim responsibility when the assassin was MAGA. You lied. You completely lied. Look, words have meaning. Remember when you didn't like Trump on the left, you said words have meaning. You tried to get him not elected president because of the words he was using. Words have meanings. We're seeing Antifa. We're seeing anti-ICE on bullets that are killing people. We see catch on Charlie Kirk's assassin. Words. The left is calling Trump Hitler. They're calling us Nazis, fascists. Words have meaning. Kimmel, your words had meaning. First Amendment, protection, I don't know. It's close. Whatever. Bob Iger, the president of Disney, CEO of Disney, owns CBS. You know, I know something. You should step down too, Iger. Forget Kimmel. Kimmel should go, and you should step down as well. Meanwhile, West Gavin Newsom, the spreading blatant lies as always this week, he's telling people that Trump's trying to rig midterm elections.
As a Democratic Party, we have a lot of work to do to make up for our failures in the past. We got crushed in this last election. And now we're in a position where we are struggling to communicate. We're struggling to win back now the majority in the House of Representatives. And that's a big part of what I'm doing, not just today in terms of the work out here, raising money, but also raising awareness around how Donald Trump is trying to rig the midterm elections and how I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that in the core of my soul, unless we wake up to the code red, what's happening in this country, and we wake up soberly to how serious this moment is.
You are so full of crap. You are unbelievable. You fear there's not going to be an election in 2020. What do you think's going to happen? Trump said declare himself dictator for life? You moron. Of course we're going to have an election. It's in the Constitution, Gavin. Stop it. You're just looking for applause lines from your stupid little appearances on late night television. More from Newsom, who's explained why the state of California has decided to implement its own vaccine schedule. Listen.
What's happening at the NIH and the CDC is heartbreaking to me. My dad was an immunologist who was at NIH under Kennedy.
Yeah.
And I love seeing this, personally, but tell the people why it's important that there are governmental institutions that actually are going to certify and say these are the proper treatments of these drugs. What does that mean in terms of people's insurance?
Well, and we just required that insurers provide insurance and cover the cost of all of these vaccines as well. And so we're not, again,
because normally they would use the CDC.
Yeah, they're going to use the CDC guidelines that are automatically default. And as a consequence, if they're not making those recommendations, they're not going to cover the costs of those treatments or those vaccines. And as a consequence of that, millions and millions of people potentially can lose that coverage. So in California, we're requiring our health plans, we're requiring those insurance companies to provide access, and we're making sure that our own independent analysis provides a list of recommendations based on facts, based on science, not based on bull and fear.
California should just secede. Just go become another California stan. How's that? California stan, not part of the U.S. anymore. 49 states. I don't know. Make Canada replace. Maybe we don't even want Canada either. Let's take Mexico, make it the 51st state, get rid of California. I'll take that trade. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, just responded to Trump, who called him a very bad mayor. Of course, he took a few pages from the Democrats' playbook during his response, calling Trump all sorts of names that have nothing to do with his stances or comments. Listen to this baseless defamation.
People are wondering what it is about this Muslim mayor who leads a liberal, multicultural, progressive, successful city that means I appear to be living rent-free inside Donald Trump's head.
Are those comments Islamophobic?
Listen, when people say things, when people act in a certain way, when people behave in a certain way, you've got to believe them.
So you're saying he is Islamophobic?
I think President Trump has shown he is racist, he is sexist, he is misogynistic, and he's Islamophobic.
How's London doing there, Sadiq Khan? How's it doing? You guys are failing. But the good news, Nigel Farage is there. He can save the day. All right, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
The next guest is the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division at the U.S. Department of Justice, folks. That's right. Always happy to have Harmeet Dillon join us. Welcome back, Harmeet. We talk a little bit about this news today of the sniper shooting the 3 ICE detainees at a Dallas ICE facility this morning. 6:30 a.m., by the way. 2 of the detainees have died. Third one in critical condition. We hear he or she may survive that. A shooter has not been identified, I believe, as of this moment, but the unused shell casings found had an anti-ICE message engraved on it. The shooter also killed himself. So tell us a little about what you know, what you're hearing, Harmeet, if you will.
Well, look, I'm not at liberty to talk about an ongoing investigation like this, so I don't really have any details to share. But what I can say is that we've seen escalating rhetoric against our federal law enforcement officials, including ICE agents, for some time now. And that has come from people, including Governor Gavin Newsom and other very powerful people who should know better than to be egging on hatred and targeting our federal law enforcement. And so I think a lot of people should be doing some introspection here as to whether it is appropriate for people who've sworn to uphold the Constitution to be putting metaphorical targets on the backs of our law enforcement who are doing their jobs. And it's not consequence free. We're seeing the normalization of this kind of violence in multiple different settings. You see Antifa targeting ICE facilities on the West Coast. You see the government of California trying to strip ICE officials and officers from wearing masks to be able to do their jobs safely. And now you're seeing this. So I think regardless of the facts of this particular circumstance, I'm a federal law enforcement official, and I will say, I think we're all concerned about the normalization of violence against those of us who uphold these oaths and do these jobs.
Trump 1.0, the left, the Democrats are going crazy. They're saying words matter, words have meaning, and they hated what the words that Trump was using. And now it's almost like the script has flipped on them, because words do in fact matter. We saw it in Minnesota, or the shooter, when he killed the 2 kids, had killed Donald Trump, anti-fascist comments on his shell casings, on his magazines, etc. And then we have Charlie Kirk's murderer, assassin, who had written, "Hey, fascist, catch," on the shell casing that he used, the bullet they used to kill Charlie Kirk. And now we hear this guy in Dallas has anti-ICE written on shell casing. So words matter, heightened rhetoric matters, and yet the Democrats keep pointing the finger this way. Let's play the soundbite referring to exactly what Harmeet just said. Gavin Newsom.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. To ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement, provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
Can you, by the way, this went on as Charlie Kirk was being laid to rest. Army, can you believe this moron, this lunatic governor in California wants to basically, in essence, dox ICE agents?
This preening hypocrite forced millions of us in California to wear masks against our will on a, frankly, scientifically dubious basis. He is unaccountable, doesn't want people to have to provide ID to vote, and yet he thinks federal law enforcement officials doing a dangerous job, we can see how dangerous it is, should have to, like you said, be doxxed so that there could be targets on them from these crazy left-wing groups. Look, I don't think it's an accident that we have this spate of engraved shell casings with these messages in different places. I think that there are online groups that we're going to find out about and the public's going to find out about that are egging people on to do these kinds of things. We know this. There's been reporting about some of the potential sources of this. So I think this is a critical situation. Every American who has a leadership position, including Democrat governors, have a responsibility to keep the peace and not put targets on the backs of anybody, much less people who are carrying out law enforcement, state or federal. So they need to be more responsible, and then we all need to really be vigilant about this increased threat.
Tell us, you mentioned something there. There's some information on possibly a group suggesting to engrave things on shell casings before they commit crime?
Not specifically. What I said was there are groups that are egging people on to violence, and to violence that is political in nature. There are Discord groups. I mean, I think that's been widely reported. There are groups that are Antifa related. There are trans related groups. You're seeing, perhaps coincidentally, multiple instances of these engraved shells out there, different messages, but it's a fairly new thing. And so we're investigating these things.
Well, I love you. You're one of my close friends. You said not coincidentally. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
I said I don't think it's a coincidence. That's what I said. That's my hunch.
Okay.
We're going to find out the results.
I would agree with you. Just for the record, I would agree with you. I think you'll probably find groups, and you'll probably find groups that are funded by, I don't know, maybe people we've spoken about in the past. Could be, not saying it is, but could be a Soros group.
And we're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but I think it is very strange that suddenly there have been several fatal incidents in our country that have had this type of a common theme. So I'm sure we'll find out more about that.
Yeah, and you know, one of the most effective tools in the law enforcement quiver, arrows in the quiver, so to speak, is the ability to hide who you are. Staking out, just hiding who your identity. Can you imagine if the CIA had to identify themselves as CIA wherever they went? What is Gavin Newsom trying to accomplish here?
Well, Gavin Newsom is politically illiterate, because the fact that state officials are required to show badges is completely irrelevant to the fact that federal law enforcement has supremacy over state law enforcement on areas that are for the federal government to handle, namely border security, immigration, deportation. California's laws simply do not apply. They can have press conferences distastefully during a important time of grieving in this country and grandstand and be fake, but it doesn't matter, Gavin. Your law is not constitutional. It will not be upheld in court. It is silly. It is silly virtue signaling, and it is embarrassing for a state legislature to waste its time doing this instead of doing its job to keep its citizens safe.
So how does it work, Harmeen? Is it kind of like marijuana laws where each state decides whether it's legal or not, and the feds still have it illegal, so they don't necessarily enforce it. But if you piss them off enough, the feds will come in and enforce it. My point is, so Gavin can say ICE can't wear masks. ICE clearly will be wearing masks in the state of California. I'm guessing Tom Homan isn't going to cave to California and Gavin Newsom. So does there become illegal arrests or illegal detentions? How does it work?
I would like to see that arrest. I would like to see the California Highway Patrol or what have you, or whatever, cops try to arrest ICE agents. I don't think it's going to happen. That's what I mean. I think this is all just silly virtue signaling. And I and Bill Escalator, the acting United States attorney out there in Los Angeles, have both publicly stated that this law is a legal nullity and should be ignored by federal officials doing their jobs in California.
Trump has said he's going to, or has, I don't know if he's actually done it, deemed Antifa a terrorist organization. Tell us how that changes the game.
Well, it's kind of a new thing, but it is overdue, in my opinion, for federal law enforcement to be treating Antifa as a domestic terror threat. There are various ways that can be done. Again, I don't want to tip off people as to what the exact details of it are, but the president has laid out in his executive order some very accurate facts. I've been following and suing and dealing with Antifa for the better part of a decade now. And what I can tell you is his order is exactly correct. It is a paramilitary terror type organization that is loosely organized deliberately into little cells. Each of those little cells doesn't know what the other cell is doing. They report up through a management structure. There are national leaders of Antifa who travel around fomenting violence at different functions and riots that they have. They evade capture, yes. They are armed like military. They are issued with weapons, including hardened gloves and things like that. And they regularly wreak mayhem, including against ICE facilities on the West Coast. And so it is way past time for the United States to take this very seriously and put resources behind it, learn about it. ICE is kind of Antifa is kind of an outgrowth of Black Bloc and other type of political left-wing Marxist movements in Europe. And there's a lot of study about what they're doing over there. So we just need to do our homework, learn, and devote the necessary resources to this. I for one, am relieved this is happening because this is a national terror threat.
Harmeet, really good having you on the show. We'll get you back again very soon. So much on your plate, my dear. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment, receptors. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve, motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for your sort of reward system, your emotional processing, your sense of well-being.
All right, I will take, yeah, are we back? Matt, are we back? So here's the deal. What we're going to do is we're going to do some voicemails, but I want you to go and sign up right now for The Edge, because that's going to come out tomorrow. That whole episode's coming out tomorrow.
Wait, no, don't hold up your screen. I have the voice.
Well, yeah, but hold just to see what this is. You got to see what it looks. Oh, you have it. You made it? You're amazing, Mad Dog. You're amazing. Put it up. So I'm counting. I'm going to see how many people. You guys sign up. When I ask you the voicemails, you absolutely come through with hundreds of voicemails. Sign up. See how many we can get you to sign up on The Edge. Tomorrow, we're going to have that doctor break down all the myths about testosterone, creatine, ice plunges, workouts, what works and what doesn't. Joe Rogan will talk, Huberman Labs, all of it's tomorrow. Last week's Favre. Tomorrow, we're breaking down the health hacks. All right, Mad Dog, thank you. Let's do a couple of voicemails. We got a bunch of them. I know I got thousands to get to, but throw me one right now, dog.
First one is condemn the UN building.
Do it.
Yeah, this is Cliff in Illinois. It's almost 3 in the morning watching your show. Comment about the UN speech and that. Listen, as soon as Trump and the First Lady hit that escalator, he should have stopped right there, looked into the camera, say, I'm condemning this place, and walked out. They had to board it up, deport everyone that's in that building. He had to renovate it, turn it into education, trade, a technical center for training, have companies do it. They had to have chef training in that. They can have cafeteria. They could make money out of that building and teach our young kids for the future. Only just a thought. Thanks for your time. Bye.
That's a great idea. I am the biggest advocate of getting the UN the hell out of New York. In fact, get us out of the UN as well. Great call. How about another one, Mad Dog?
Mary from Kentucky has a punishment for Charlie's assassin.
Good.
Hello, Eric. This is Mary from Kentucky. I'd like to say that what I think the punishment for Charlie Kirk's assassin should be is he should be made to watch as many Charlie Kirk episodes as possible until it gets to his conscience so bad that he has to beg the Lord's forgiveness, because I believe this is what Charlie would want, that Charlie would want him to ask the Lord's forgiveness because Charlie is and was a true Christian.
All right. Mary, you're right. And may I just add in here, while they're playing Charlie's words and sermons and content into the jail cell, they put it on 20. They just blast it. And by the way, 24/7. I love that idea, Mary. I know not a very Christian thing to say. Sorry, I'm still mad. Very, very mad. Mad. Speaking of Mad Dog, you got another one?
Yeah, Vera wants you to help Oscar in Mexico.
Go.
Hey, Eric, Stephen Needham here. I'm in Ohio, and I missed your show during the day, so I'm watching it tonight. I couldn't sleep, and I just saw your interview with Oscar. Brother, do me a favor. Help him get out of Mexico, please. You know some people in administration and Rubio, they're all good people, but talk to whoever you can, bro, and please get Oscar over here out of that. Yeah, I'm so afraid for him. He's such a good man. Anyway, that's all I got to say this time. I'll call again, but I saw that, and it just touched my heart. Get Brother Oscar out of Mexico. All right, man. Love you. Take care.
Yeah, but this is great call. And, we had Oscar on yesterday. It's an Oscar I haven't seen. He's concerned. He's scared. He's scared for probably his own safety more so he's scared for his wife and his kids' safety. We could see that, and he has the decision to make to leave or not. So I did. I reached out to the Department of Homeland Security, and to their credit, Trish McLaughlin got back to me. We're going to try and get her on the show tomorrow. She said, absolutely have Oscar reach out, and I've connected the two. And if there's any possible help for Oscar, we're going to get it. We'll get it, Mad Dog. We're going to get Oscar some help. And, He can choose to stay if he wants to. He's Mexican national, but if he wants to leave, I'm guessing we're going to be able to help him out. So we're going to get Trish on, who works directly under Kristi Noem, which is fantastic. So to their credit, Mad Dog, great show. And guys, please keep sending me these. I know I haven't gotten to many, hundreds of, maybe thousands of the voicemails. We took a little bit more than a week off out of respect for Charlie Kirk and the TPUSA folks, but we will get back to them. War Room is coming up next. We have a big show planned for you tomorrow, too.
Following, as we promised, breaking news. It's out of the Eastern District of Virginia, where three sources familiar tell MSNBC former FBI Director James Comey is expected to be indicted in the coming days. The full extent of the charges being prepared against Comey is unclear.
So, Katie, we have some sources who say that for several weeks now, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia, and actually in offices that are potentially much further south than Alexandria, have been eyeing ways to indict Comey, and they are getting very much closer. The statute of rephrase, they are arguing that Comey, there is evidence to suggest Comey lied to Congress in his testimony on the Hill in September of 2020. And for viewers out in the audience who may not be legally as nerdy as me and Ken, I'll just say that there's a statute of limitations to charge people with the crime of lying to Congress or perjury, and that's 5 years. The 5-year statute runs this month.
Is it a copycat situation?
Yeah, so the most famous example in recent years of writing is Brenton Tarrant, who is the Christchurch shooter, a mosque in New Zealand, and he wrote all over his weapon system and on his ammunition, very hateful, anti-Muslim, white power, neo-Nazi stuff. That was emulated by other shooters here in the United States later on. So suggesting that this writing is part of a pattern, you might see some people stealing it now, but I mean, traditionally in terrorism, you want to put across your message of why you're doing this. It's not just random violence. But I do think it's important to really dig in to find out what his motivation was. Is it something broader, or did he have a family member that was affected by an ICE raid? Is this a grievance, a personal grievance, or is he acting out against the government because he's seeing injustice? And if you want to look at trends in the United States, yes, this could be emergence of more violence from the left, but anti-government movements have also come from the right. If you look at Oklahoma City bombing, that was a culmination of the Patriot movement, but it really came out of Ruby Ridge and Waco, and those things led to a trajectory that had Oklahoma City bombing.
You would categorize this more as an anti-government movement?
We don't know.
Potentially?
We don't know. But I think we have to change the framework in which we categorized offenders at this point. When we first started in the counterterrorism space, people neatly fit into boxes when it came to motives. In today's day and age, the biggest threat we face is from lone offenders, and oftentimes lone offenders with a commingling of ideologies. There's not one thing that's leading them to take a weapon and to engage in violence. It can be a confluence of factors, and interestingly, Katie, a lot of the times, a lot of ideologies that are seemingly at odds. So we really need to change the framework that we're using to try to analyze these threats.
This is the response I think that Dominic is talking about. It's Donald Trump's post. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Let's stop right there. Who do you think at ABC told the White House that his show was canceled?
That's a great question. I couldn't speculate on that. I mean, with Donald Trump, it's one of those things where it's like, did he make it up, or is he sharing something out of school? Both are very Donald Trump characteristics, so it's hard to know. I think the interesting, that post goes on to talk about how much money he got out of ABC from the lawsuit after the George Stephanopoulos shakedown that Disney that they settled, and I think that we're getting to an interesting place where he goes on to talk about how he wants to get more money out of them this time, and he wants to sue them again this time. And it's sort of this, like, like authoritarianism by lawsuit, or I guess what was the Ted Cruz line about Brendan Carr, a mobster? It's a little different than kind of authoritarian attacks on free speech in other countries, the kinds that Jimmy Kimmel was talking about in his monologue, right? Because it failed. Like it failed to shut him down completely. He wasn't on in some markets last night. We can get into that in a little bit, but it failed to shut him down, and they failed in some of their most overt authoritarian attempts, which is good. And yet he still is using the presidency in a way that no other president has, certainly in modern times, to bully people, to shake people down, to extort people, to try to get money for himself, to try to line the pockets of either him or his family or his presidential library. And he's doing that in a very overt manner. And in some ways, I don't know, this might be another Trumpian innovation. I mean, obviously there have been corrupt banana republics before, but like this sort of like quasi, authoritarian, it is different than what we see when we talk about the authoritarian attacks in other countries.
This guy is flooding the zone. He's dominating the narratives. Facts don't seem to matter. Mm-hmm. And Democrats, frankly, have had a difficult time pushing back. And Democrats feel that, times there's sort of this weakness that dominates our brand in our party. And I think what people appreciate is that we're willing to fight, and not only fight symbolically by having a little bit fun, but fight substantively. We have 41 lawsuits against this son of a bitch. We're pushing back and we're winning. And we're filling a void on a lot of issues. I'm out here for Climate Week. California is the tentpole in terms of climate policy in this country. As he walks away from Paris, he walks away from leadership, moral authority around the rest of the world. California is trying to assert itself on health policy. Same thing. We created this West Coast collaborative. We're not going to listen to this guy. We're not going to listen to him trying to pronounce acetaminophen, or we're not going to sit there, listen to all that. No one trusts the guy.
Well, he certainly promised revenge and retribution in this campaign. When voters went to the ballot box, that was very clear that that's part of what they were choosing if they chose Donald Trump, and he promised it on his political enemies like James Comey. I think it's hard to make the case, even for President Trump, that Comey somehow wronged his voters. But I will say that sense of martyring himself, there is still this broader sense that does appeal to Trump's voters of sort of broader grievance, right? That the deep state is after me, they're after you, you're getting a raw deal with institutions and governments, which a lot of his voters do feel. And that if they could do this to me, imagine if I wasn't standing in their way, what they could do to you. And that is an incredibly effective, powerful message for Donald Trump's base.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Wednesday, 24 September, year of our Lord 2025. We're going to get to the shooter. We got so much to go through today. Signal, not noise. I got Julie Kelly by phone because of the Comey situation. But I got to start off, Julie, because you followed her writings closely. Ashley Parker, how can a young woman who's so smart be so dumb? What? Comey is had no impact on the MAGA voters. January 6th, other things that Comey did for his entire time, built up the entire FBI apparatus that did Russiagate, that came after President Trump, and put in all the agents and all the field offices that Chris Wray, used in that mentality, that politicized mentality against MAGA. Was January 6th, the abortion clinics, the kicking, the Catholic Church, all of it was all Comey had built in there. Comey totally went after the MAGA movement, right? Totally went after the MAGA movement, and he lied and lied and lied and lied about Russiagate, and that's what they're getting him for. Julie Kelly, your thoughts. Ashley Parker, good Lord, ma'am. Your thoughts, ma'am.
He did. I mean, this is the problem that Cash and Dan are facing at the FBI. You have this megalomaniac, Jim Comey, who did infect the entire Bureau with that sort of approach, with his deception, with his abusing power to go after political enemies, starting with Donald Trump. And yes, this manifested in not just the January 6th persecution, raids across the country, armed raids with little mini Jim Comeys beating down the doors of American citizens and arresting them on, nonviolent misdemeanors or bogus felony charges. But then, of course, his buddies still being in office and then pursuing President Trump in 2 federal criminal indictments that were brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith, who, of course, was in the Obama DOJ. At the same time, James Comey was there as well.
So, Julie, you've covered this better than anybody. The statute of limitations, I think the 5 years does run out, I think in 10 days or sometime midweek next week. What exactly is going on here? What is this potential indictment coming against James Comey?
So, Steve, it appears that this will be either contempt of Congress or perjury, lying to Congress related to his September 30th, 2020 testimony before the Senate committee that was investigating the origins of Crossfire Hurricane. And it appears that this will address Jim Comey's testimony and his story, let's say, that he did not leak those memos that he was taking in real time after meetings with the president. So as you recall, the president met with Jim Comey privately, I think 6 or 7 times. Jim Comey, then head of the FBI, would go right into his SUV, get his laptop, and take notes, recalling the subject, the topic of that conversation. And it appears that this specific memo that he took, and then he stored those memos at his home. I believe 4 of the 7 that he took, he stored at home. Then he leaked at least one of them, he says, to his friend Daniel Richman, who I think was a professor at Columbia, and then instructed Richman to leak this particular memo to the New York Times. What was this memo about? It was about the conversation, February 14th, 2017, about the Flynn investigation and the president allegedly telling Jim Comey, I hope you'll go easy on Mike Flynn, or something to the effect of those words, according to Jim Comey. So it looks like, and Daniel Richman was subpoenaed earlier this month. It is reported that he met with prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia last week. So did that story fall apart? Because Jim Comey has always insisted that he did not disclose those records, those memos, directly to the media. I just pulled up his transcript from that September 2020 testimony before the Senate. He said he never shared those memos with anyone except for Daniel Richman. Was that a lie? Also, the kind of sketchy report we got from DOJ Inspector General Michael Horowitz in 2019 that said, Jim Comey really shouldn't have kept those notes. He shouldn't have taken them. He certainly shouldn't have kept them. Yep. They did contain sensitive investigative information. But they weren't classified until later. So it was okay, basically, if he shared those with someone else who then leaked it to the New York Times to try to destroy Mike Flynn.
Comey's slippery. What he did with the dossier, all of it. Hang on for 1 second, Julie. I know you're by phone. If you just hang on, we'll take a short break. First off, Comey, as you know, never should have gone out and taken notes about the meetings with the president, right? He was using that for blackmail, right? To basically use it against President Trump, right? And then be a coward about it. He had to use an intermediary, the professor at Columbia, to get it to the New York Times. These guys are very slippery. They're deep state. They're liars. They all should go to prison. And now's the time. Let's get on with it. Okay? This is just a minor charge. This is just perjury or contempt of Congress. Contempt of Congress. Gosh, let me think for a second. Did anybody know? Oh, yeah, that's right. I went to prison for that. So did Peter Navarro. Comey, and this is, I'm glad we're getting under the wire. This is one of President Trump, I think, lit up Pam Bondi the other night to say, hey, look, let's get on with it. I think when somebody brought to his attention, the clock was ticking, and you had a criminal. Comey is a criminal. Should spend many, many, many decades in prison. We got to start somewhere. Let's start with lying to Congress and a contempt charge. We'll take it. Not the ultimate game, but we'll take it for a starter, for an appetizer, for just a taste. Short break. Julie Kelly, the one and only, on the other side.
In America's heart.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Has said he's going to, or has, I don't know if he's actually done it yet, deemed Antifa a terrorist organization. Tell us how that changes the game.
Well, it's kind of a new thing, but it's overdue, in my opinion, for federal law enforcement to be treating Antifa as a domestic terror threat. There are various ways that can be done. Again, I don't want to tip off people as to what the exact details of it are, but the president has laid out in his executive order some very accurate facts. I've been following and suing and dealing with Antifa for the better part of a decade now. And what I can tell you is his order is exactly correct. It is a paramilitary terror type organization that is loosely organized deliberately into little cells. Each of those little cells doesn't know what the other cell is doing. They report up through a management structure. There are national leaders of Antifa who travel around fomenting violence at different functions and riots riots that they have. They evade capture. Yes, they are armed like military. They are issued with weapons, including hardened gloves and things like that. And they regularly wreak mayhem, including against ICE facilities on the West Coast. And so it is way past time for the United States to take this very seriously and put resources behind it, learn about it. ICE is kind of Antifa is kind of an outgrowth of Black Bloc and other type of political left-wing Marxist movements in Europe. And there's a lot of study about what they're doing over there. So we just need to do our homework, learn, and devote the necessary resources to this. I for one, am relieved this is happening because this is a national terror threat.
Okay, by the way, so I think that's fine. Some of the Warren posse was heads are rolling up a little bit about that, but hang on, let me just walk through this. If we can pull it up while I speak, and you can go do it in Amazon, I made a film when I was a filmmaker called Occupy Unmasked, starring Andrew Breitbart. It's Andrew Breitbart, I think his last great work before he passed away. It was about that right there. It was about the transition of Occupy Wall Street, or elements of it. Remember, he had elements, people like the Tim Pools of the world, and they kind of went in a different direction. But this Black Bloc in Antifa kind of took over the remnants of it and got a foothold here in the United States of America, since it's really started in Germany, France, and really Germany and Italy, I guess. And it was a Marxist and communist response to some of the movements in particularly in Italy. It's very dangerous. Harmeet, I think, lays it out. It's not that action is not being taken. I think action is already being taken, and Harmeet is very judicious in the way she says that. But Julie Kelly, I want to bring in for a bigger picture about this and about the way that Harmeet laid out Antifa, because people are chomping for action, right? Including a guy that both lives and works at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and he thinks the world of Pam Bondi, as many of us do. But he put out the other day, a true social. It was kind of like, hey, we got to get on with it. It was really around this Halligan situation in the Eastern. I guess she got temporarily put in. Next thing you know, voila, we have an indictment coming. I guess they're going in front of the grand jury on Comey very quickly. The president does seem frustrated. I think all of us are frustrated that you've got Brennan, you got Comey, you've got all these guys. It's evident what they've been doing, and where's the action? Where are the perp walks, right? Where are the indictments? Where are the trials? And I think on Antifa, the same thing. I realize Harmeet says, hey, look, we got to look at this. It's domestic. And I might add, because we had a little voice behind the scenes on this, it is pushing, I think, current legal boundaries about domestic terror versus international global terror, though you can make the case Antifa is a global terrorist organization. And it's not the foot soldiers she was talking about. It's not even the second tier of the military, ex-military people who train them. It's really the NGOs, the big institutions, the Tides Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation. I'm throwing out some names, just random names, and Soros and all that, of how these things are organized, financed, and who in media are their partners. So give me your perspective. You cover this closer than anybody. You see a building sense of frustration of like, when are we going to get on with it, ma'am?
Right. I mean, there definitely is frustration among the base, including ourselves. There's frustration in the White House. We know that. And so there are a lot of challenges for this DOJ. That's why everything had to be perfect, Steve. And I know that sounds unrealistic. But because the DOJ and FBI was up against not just the media, but the institutional corruption of the DOJ and the FBI, so everything had to go perfectly. We couldn't afford any unforced errors. Unfortunately, we have seen so many that have been a distraction, that have left the base justifiably rattled and nervous, that we are going to see a repeat of things that we saw in the first Trump term, not because of the president, because we have a different president this time, and he has a different insulation around him than he had the first go around. But we can't afford these mistakes. And I think it appears that there were problems in this U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia. There were institutional holdovers. There was resistance there to pursuing the investigation into Jim Comey and then Letitia James as well. And I'm going to go a little step further here, Steve. We don't need to hear from people all the time. We need work being done. We don't need a lot of social media posts. We don't need interviews. We don't need those things. We need the dirty fingernails. We need the ass kicking behind the scenes. We need the purging. And I know that some of that has gone on. But what they are up against is almost insurmountable. That's why, like I said, couldn't afford any mistakes, can't afford any mistakes, and certainly can't create them and then keep talking and talking and talking. Just get the work done.
Okay. So you know this better than anybody. We were taking apart the the D.C. court in the appellate court and everything in D.C. with Peter Navarro. Spent an hour with him last night on the show, on the 6 o'clock show, and about how he and I didn't even realize how corrupt it was until we got sucked into the process. This is why I keep saying a maximalist strategy with a sense of urgency, and the objective is to seize the institutions. They're just looking at Trump as a passing phenomenon. Their plan now is how to wait him out, and that includes some people in his administration that are still rhinos and globalists, right? It includes definitely the Democratic Party, but it also includes the business community, all of it. They think this is a passing summer storm, a bad storm, but it's a passing summer storm, and it will be over. And once it's over, they look at also who they got out there, and they say, none of these guys scare us. None of them. Zero. Zippo. Okay? So they're just going to wait him out. That's why you have to seize the institutions. You have to purge these. We're barely hanging on at the Justice Department. Your point, everything's got to be perfect or they're leaking on you all the time. And this concept of blue slips, for folks that maybe you missed our lesson on this in the past, this is a convention, a custom and tradition where the senators, whether from red states or blue states, kind of get approval of who's going to be on the list to be judges in their districts and who are going to be the U.S. attorneys. And that is a concept behind the scenes of how things kind of balance out, right? You kind of keep everybody united by doing that. But what that stops is putting in, quite frankly, MAGA-oriented U.S. attorneys and judges, particularly in a place like Maryland. It's always going to have 2 Democratic U.S. senators. And so now more than ever, we have to hit this system with a blowtorch. Or you're going to find out, this gets back to my speech at Turning Point in July, if we don't take the administrative state and the deep state down now on this watch, it ain't going to happen. And here's what number one's going to happen. They're going to put everybody in jail. Hakeem Jeffries just told you that 2 nights ago. They're going to put everybody in jail, and they move with alacrity. Okay, they move with alacrity. They don't mess around. And we kind of stumble around. Julie Kelly, your observations on that.
Well, I mean, as someone I think who covered the D.C. court system closer than anyone on our side, I called for the defunding and dismantling of that federal courthouse for years after having seen what they did to average Americans who were completely defenseless and destroyed by the Biden DOJ, watching these judges in action. We have not had one single impeachment inquiry, not one, into a federal judge in Washington. If you're telling me, Steve, if House Republicans would have started an inquiry into former Chief Judge Beryl Howell, everything that she did to the president, all of his White House associates, his attorneys, J6 defendants, allowing the entire Florida documents case to be investigated in Washington, then switch the jurisdiction at the last minute to get the indictment in Florida by reading transcripts before D.C. grand juries. I mean, if this is not malfeasance and misconduct at the highest level of our judiciary, I don't know what is. You're telling me House Republicans wouldn't open an inquiry into her or into Jeb Bossberg for what he did and has done, that it would not be a little shot across the bow to these judges? Okay, well, this can happen. I don't want my records for the entire country to see. I want my name dirtied up. I want to be hero, like I'm considered in Washington, D.C. So the president and his administration, including the DOJ, do not have back of Republicans in Congress. So that is very problematic for them as well. Republicans are not doing their side of the deal either. And I think that adds to our frustration. But yes.
Amen. Julie, where do people go to get your Substack, to get all of it? And we'll get you back up here when you can be on camera.
Yes. Hopefully tomorrow I would like to talk more about Jim Comey and everything else that's going on. Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack, xjulie_Kelly 2.
You have an open invitation to be on the War Room, ma'am, whether it's by phone or on camera. When hair and makeup is done. See, wonder by land. Julie Kelly, you're great. Short commercial break. Pavlovsky's got a news flash for the business news press next in the War Room.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful, Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
YouTube announced yesterday it would open the door for channels that were banned to be reinstated. Some of the bans were for posting about COVID-19 or the 2020 election. This comes after Representative Jim Jordan subpoenaed Alphabet's CEO, alleging that YouTube was a direct participant in the federal government's censorship regime. Joining us now, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He's the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, and I'm glad to have you on, even though it's a phone. I know you're in the great state of Ohio, Congressman. I mean, we heard something similar a year ago from, I think, Facebook, sort of copying to the same thing. And is this similar to this with Facebook? They weren't allowed to put anything out about the laptop, I don't think, or the lab origin, the Wuhan virus lab origin. Yeah. Is this similar? Is it the same things that they were banned for, or different?
Very similar. Google or YouTube admitted yesterday that they, like these other platforms, were censoring. We're being pressured by the Biden administration to censor speech. I mean, you got one of these. Google is one of it's a huge market cap company censoring half their customers in essence. And I think the big takeaway was they're going to reinstate people that they'd actually taken their channel from them, that they kicked off. And then they also said they committed to never use these fact checkers like these other platforms, these independent fact checkers who think they're so much smarter than the rest of us, but are just biased individuals. So we thought that was a big news. And then I think that maybe the fourth thing that we heard from them was, look, what's going on in Europe. We've all seen this with the Digital Services Act, the Digital Marketing Act, are very troublesome. So here's...
Okay, let me take it. Thanks. Chris Pavlovsky is... the founder and CEO of Rumble, of which you can find the War Room. And the reason you find the War Room, we were banned by Google and YouTube and taken down. We had a huge following on YouTube, just took it down. But Chris, you bring up a quite interesting point. And I heard you earlier today on Stuart Varney's show, and we love Stuart, right? He's always taking an alternative, although he's not particularly a fan of President Trump or the MAGA economic agenda. I think there's, and we are adamantly opposed to what Biden and the Biden regime did, but I think you got a very sophisticated take on what actually happened. Can you explain to our audience what actually went on, sir?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Steve. It's great that they've come out with this report and they're highlighting all the nefarious things that have happened over the last 4 years. But what I think this report is missing, in fact, what I know it is missing, and what Google is not saying, is what happened in 2020, in late 2020, prior to the Biden administration. So Rumble's in a very unique spot. We were the platform where a lot of band creators ended up coming over to our platform. You're a primary example of that happening. I think I just checked earlier. You came on November 6th and joined Rumble in 2020. That's 3 days after the election, and November 3rd. But what really happened in October, and I don't know if you were part of this, or I just know that you guys joined in November, but you may have been part of this, but the bannings happened in October of 2020. So when you look at that, what does that really actually mean? It means, in my opinion, that Google interfered in the 2020 elections. They banned all the many conservative voices on their platform prior to the election on November 3rd, 2020. And Rumble was a recipient of all these creators moving their audiences over to Rumble in October of 2020.
And Dan Bongino was part of the two biggest names they talk about in the headlines. All the headlines yesterday, Bongino and Bannon, can go back to YouTube. October 20 is an interesting date because they banned us all and started moving and suppressing us for the laptop from hell. That's what they didn't want there, and Google was absolutely adamant about it. You could tell. And Rumble, if you didn't have Rumble, you wouldn't have had a voice. This is what, don't get me wrong, what Jim Jordan and the team did about Biden is 100% correct, and Biden had authorities, had the FBI going after these meetings. That's 100% correct. But let's not miss the plot here. This was all big tech working in unison with essentially the deep state, because President Trump was still president. The deep state to shut down any kind of mention of the laptop from hell. And now we know it's 100% true. Was what he said at the time. I was the guy that did the China part for Rudy and the team that did it. So if it hadn't been for you, and you absolutely nailed it, I don't know why more people are not talking about this. This is the reality. Was done way before Biden came in. It was done to steal the election from Donald Trump, sir.
This was, people are missing the plot on this. This was, in my opinion, the greatest election interference. the first person that came to Rumble was actually Congressman Devin Nunes in August of 2020. And what he noticed was that something was really, really wrong on the platform. So he may have not have been banned. He was a congressman in California. He had, millions of constituents over there, and he may have not have been banned. But what was happening was that no one was subscribing to his channel. He wasn't able to garner any views on the platform. So there may have been a shadow banning happening to an elected member of Congress. And then he comes over to Rumble. Within 2 to 3 months, he accumulates like 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers. Whereas for the prior 4 years, he didn't have more than 10,000 subscribers while he's advertising his podcast on road signs in California. It makes absolutely no sense. But now, looking at this report, it is very clear to me that there was an absolute censorship happening to an elected member of Congress, Congressman Devin Nunes, for sure. Because how does he get 300,000 subscribers in a couple months, whereas he only gets 10,000 in 4 years on YouTube? So whether they were banning creators, they were definitely banning creators on October of 2020, but they were certainly shadow banning and steering content in a specific direction, so that when you searched Congressman Devin Nunes on Google, you're going to get a New York Times hit piece, a CNN hit piece. You're going to get hit piece after hit piece after hit piece, and you're not going to be able to find the actual content of Congressman Devin Nunes, what he actually believes. And to me, that this is the biggest story of what really happened over the last 5 years. And Rumble's been in the middle of this from the beginning. You can say that they're going to bring back the creators on the platform, but whatever way the wind blows for these tech executives, like at Google, like at Facebook, they will capitulate to any government around the world, whoever the government may be. We have seen it. They did it back in 2020. They did it during the Biden administration. They do it in different jurisdictions. At Rumble, we don't do that. We tell the government, go pound sand.
I think it's the reason people love Rumble. I want you to hit rewind and repeat that. This is what I was just screaming about with Julie Kelly, and then before Julie Kelly came on. Why do I keep saying maximalist strategy, sense of urgency, seize the institutions? They think Trump's here is just a temporary summer storm, and he's going to pass. And once he's passing, and that's the key about these big tech oligarchs. Hit it again of what you just said about them, about capitulation, sir.
So Rumble gets governments coming to us to remove content all the time that doesn't violate our policies. Our decision at this company is to stick to our policies. We're an American company with American values. So when Brazil comes to us to ban a creator, we tell Brazil to go pound sand. When France comes to us to ban a creator or remove content, we tell France to go pound sand. When France goes to Google or Brazil goes to Google, they're gonna capitulate. They did it. They do it. The executives made a decision in 2020 to remove all creators on the platform, all creators that got banned in October 20, and they did it because they thought the wind was blowing a specific way, and they're just going to do that again and again and again. They do not have the values that Rumble has. They do not have the values that many conservatives have. They are just doing it as a band-aid. They're building on YouTube is like building on sand. A wise person builds on a rock. A fool will build on sand. And what is happening right now is just a little temporary band-aid to try to appease all the conservatives for the next couple years, or could be 10 years, could be 12 years, could be 2 years. Until they think the wind is blowing in a different direction, we'll see what they do then. But I'm pretty confident they're just going to capitulate, and they're going to go whatever way the wind blows, and they're not going to have any values behind that.
Well, it's not even the wind blows. They're all progressive, Marxist, leftists, all of them. Everybody in Silicon Valley to a T. And then, we're libertarians. They're not libertarians. Write down, take your number 2 pencil out and write down Wednesday, 24th September, the year of our Lord 2025, in the 5 o'clock hour, what Chris just told you. Because it's as sure as the turning of the earth, it's going to happen. And that's why platforms like Rumble fight the good fight every day. Chris, how do people go find out more on your social media? How do they find out more about Rumble and what you guys have built over there?
Yeah, so I'm on Truth Social. Handles Chris. I'm on X, Chris Pavlovsky, and on Rumble, I'm Chris Rumble. But you can go straight to rumble.com. You can find the War Room. You can find the War Room right there on the homepage. You can subscribe to the War Room channel, and every day, I guess at 10 a.m. and at 5 p.m., you'll get a notification that the War Room goes live. Unlike these other platforms that perhaps don't send notifications every single time everyone goes live, but you'll always, without a doubt, be sure that we'll be broadcasting the War Room and many others.
We know we're building on Rock over Rumble, sir, because I can tell you with all the different chat rooms we got going simultaneously in all the different platforms, the Rumble chat sticks out. That is hardcore. They don't take fools lightly. It's pretty hardcore. So it's a great audience you got over there. We appreciate you, sir. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, me.
Come on, man. It was all about the laptop from hell. They started shutting, because here's why. And maybe I could get that Hillary Clinton. I'll do it tomorrow when I get more time to work it through. Hillary Clinton said this morning on the thing, Steve Bannon knew about the disaffected young men in the gamer community, and he was able to kind of get in there ahead of the Democrats. They didn't realize what was going on. This is all of a piece. I mean, it's what they took a vow. They made a vow to themselves after 2016, and it was Darren Beattie and Mike Benz that brought this to me. Benz at the time was working over at HUD, right? He was working over HUD at the time. Beattie was still one of the speechwriters at the White House. And they came with all the evidence of how big tech had gotten bitch slapped, had a wake-up call, that we had used social media much more sophisticated than the Democrats. And remember, they had their whole staffs. They had these sessions where they're all crying and taking the conch shells and cutting their forehead and belly aching and in a fetal position. Terrible that Trump, the savage, orange man bad, had taken the White House, and they vowed never to happen again. That's what happened in the run-up to 2020. We got banned earlier in some of these social media platforms about Fauci, but in the run-up to 2020, particularly around October 20th, the laptop from hell, they had to shut that down. They realized that everything they had done to steal it from Trump, that thing was so egregious. Russian disinformation. Remember all the lies about that? And they banned Bongino, and it suppressed everybody. That's when we finally went to Rumble a couple days after the election. Been there ever since. Appreciate them. Short commercial break. Take your phone out. Text Bannon 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump, and it's totally free. Get it today.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't Don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hi, this is Chris from colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're going to drill down tomorrow on the shooter, but this guy was Antifa adjacent or Antifa affiliated in the Discord chats, was terminally online all the time. Right? They're saying he's a copycat of the person that assassinated Charlie Kirk. Well, we don't know who assassinated Charlie Kirk. Okay, maybe the alleged gunman. This guy was far left, had a mother was progressive, had a bunch of progressive stuff on social media. But I want to get all the facts and put them out tomorrow. But this is the left has embraced assassinations. I told you this because they think it's working for them. They think it's working for them. Charlie Kirk's gone. What are you going to do about it? Yes, there's the team and Erica. They're doing amazing. Show's great. They got the college tour going. Great participation of that. You'll never replace Charlie. He's irreplaceable. You'll go on, and it'll be better, it'll be bigger, going to do fantastic things. But they understood. They took out Charlie Kirk. He's a unique individual. Today, they've embraced political violence, and you're not going to stop it until you stop it. You're not going to stop it until you stop it. And I don't care if people come, well, you got to come. They're doing so much. I understand, and great things are happening, but this is an inflection point in American history, and we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We have to push harder. We have to work harder. We can't take time off. You have to do it, because we're burning daylight, and they know that. They're just waiting Trump out. So we're going to have a lot more tomorrow also on the government shutdown and things that are being planned. And, hey, this could backfire on the Democrats. They're trying to be cute about it. My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply, one of our best sponsors. Love these guys. And I want to make sure everybody knows they got a special. And this is like the biggest special I think they've ever had, at least I've ever seen. They have a whole year's supply. So go to mypatriotsupply.com. Put in promo code Bannon. They've got the biggest I've ever seen. You got a 1-year food kit. Normally costs $4,200. Now for $26.88. So you get a huge discount, massive discount right there. Plus you get $1,500, additional $1,500 worth of additional product, and the product's going to blow you away. Everything, just not food, but also instruments, flashlights. You got to see it. And this is why I need you to go to My Patriot Supply. This is extraordinary. It's a 1-year food kit. Already with what, 40% off, $1,500 off, plus another $1,500 of top quality product. It's incredible, and you don't want to miss it. And here's the great thing, and this is one of all our sponsors. If you make contact, when you make contact, go online, make contact. They got customer service, and they got people that'll walk you through everything, and they take their time. They realize a lot of people are new to this, and this is why they have founded they kind of founded this part of the industry, what I call this segment, this sector, this vertical, and they kind of dominate it now because of not just great products, but amazing customer service. So My Patriot Supply, honored to have them as a sponsor. Go check out today, mypatriotsupply.com, promo code Bannon. make sure you get this extraordinary offer, a 1-year food kit with $1,500 off of that and another $1,500 of incredible product. Like I said, this shooter on TV, you saw the clip. That's why I wanted to play the cold open to have your head blow up. Now they have to these it's not left right anymore, as they're murdering people every day and they're gunning down folks every day. And you get on there, and they're all the same young man, all twisted, and parents haven't been on top of it. Look at the parents. Hey, sorry. It's all part of a whole, and they're making a society's problem. But now it's got to be reclassified. It's got to be reclassified. This is all the demonic left, from the schools, how they form them, to the parents, how they don't pay attention. All of them are gamers, terminally online. That rotting their souls out. Disgusting and revolting. Because guess what? They are the same young men that won World War II. You just have to treat them like young men and demand of them that they be young men. And they'll turn out fine. Not the way they're doing it. And it ain't going to stop until we make it stop. Mike Lindell, I really want you on this afternoon. James Comey looks like he's going to be indicted. The Comey FBI was the ones that, stopped you, tried to humiliate you into a parking lot by fast food, took your phone, tried to make you look like a criminal as they get the forces around you to try to bankrupt you, sir. What do you think? Before you talk to me about a deal, talk to me about James Comey and the FBI and Mike Lindell's observations on this situation.
First of all, I've told everybody evil is greedy. That's our biggest advantage. And Comey is the example of that, the perfect example. He has until Tuesday, by the way, the statutes of limitations run out on him this coming Tuesday to indict him. We need to get this done. He made so many mistakes, Steve, that I could sit and tell on your show because he got way out in front of his evil. And he made mistakes that changed the course of history, actually. And it's all coming to light now. Remember, this is the same guy, everybody, that last May put seashells, took a picture of him and said, 8647. Let's not forget that. So, what they're talking about indicting for is all the lies he's told and the stuff and the cover-ups. This man is, when you look up evil and stuff that's done as evil, there he is. But like I said, he's made a lot of mistakes, and they're all going to come to fruition now. And it's all. Remember, everybody, you look back and all, even things happening bad at the time. God uses all things for good for those who believe, and all the mistakes that evil makes. Because evil is greedy, it's going to help us save this country.
Talk to me. Give me a special deal. We got about a minute. Give me a special deal, sir.
You guys get on this. This is we were missing for a couple months. There they are. It's $39.98 while they last. You guys get as many as you want. They're normally $69.98. They actually work. Then in the middle there, we have the MyPillow premiums with Giza cotton covers, $17.98, $19.98, the lowest price in the history of MyPillow. And then we're closing out the Percale bed sheets, best sheets ever, $29.88, any size, any color. You guys take advantage today. Go to mypillow.com/war room and get your free shipping on your mattresses, your mattress toppers, your made in the USA mattress pads, these all the made in the USA items, those big ticket items. Get them now so you get the best sleep cycles ever. Your remedy